Oh, we just got a black screen. This is a good start. Hello, everybody. we can't even see ourselves. We've got a black screen in front of us, but we are going to open this anyway. Welcome back to the UK National Championships here in Liverpool, and it's going to be a good day. We've got a full day of CC games today, which is what we're all here for. This separates the good from the great, and we've got some awesome matches to play on today. So tell us a little bit about the people that are playing.
Well, we've got all three champions from previous UK Nats are live.
Yep.
So we've got both. So Matt Folks, Nats 1 champion on X1 on Prism. We've got George Roger, Nats 2 champion on Zen at X3. So he really needs to fight his corner to make it through to the top 8.
Absolutely.
And finally, we've got Alex G2 in
Team Sigil.
X2 with on Team Sigil, on Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire. So
awesome.
three different heroes there, and they're all in contention. So it'll be great to see if anyone can do a double.
Absolutely, and we got Anton as well in the top seed here as well on Dash on a similar list, I believe, to Alex Kitu. And we saw Anton absolutely smash it out of the park yesterday on the Enigma draft, which was absolutely fantastic to see. If you want to recap as well on some of the games that we had yesterday, you can revisit the stream, the other Tabletop 24 stream from yesterday. We had Dash versus New, we had Azalea versus Riptide, which was awesome, and we had Kano versus Prism as well on the other stream. So we're going to see a lot more of that today. But we think we might have an idea of what we're going to be facing today in the next round of CC. Yeah, that's all to come very, very soon. Thanks everybody who's tuned in from around the world. Let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. And thanks again to all of our sponsors here as well. We've got Heavy Play, Chaos Cards, By the Same Token, Thistle Tavern, and of course Flesh and Blood Cards as well. So thanks to everybody who's tuned in so far.
Now, if we want to see the top tables, we've got 13 players on X2 or above. So we've got 3 X1s and 10 X2s. And if we see those, we can see we've got 5 Zen. So still very much a Zen meta here.
Oh, absolutely.
And then we've got 2 Prism, 2 Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, and as we said, they're on very similar lists, so they're on the same team, so I think they might even be on the exact same list.
Yeah.
We've got a Riptide and an Azalea, so let's just call it 2 Rangers. We've got 2 Rangers.
2 Rangers.
And then we have 1 New and 1 Kano. And Noah Hicks, just to call out, he is absolute Kano extraordinaire. 16 years old, and he's really busting it out
16?
there. He's 16.
Wow.
Brody Spurlock.
He's got some competition.
He has some competition now. So
good stuff.
And Noah is really submarining here. He unfortunately went 0-2 at the very beginning of the event yesterday, but and then just won every single round. I've been told by his locals he's never lost a round of draft on this format.
Well, there's a joke about Wizard players and draft, isn't there?
There is. So yes.
Putting that to bed straight away. Kale McCree, thanks for joining as well. I'm just here for the annual UK Pummel update. We haven't had any drama yet, and we're going to try and keep it that way. But yeah.
Well, we've had people saying they want to see Violet and they want to see Matt Folks. But I think we might be seeing we're definitely seeing Violet next round.
Nice.
We'll be seeing her on stream, seeing what New can do, and it's going to be New versus Prism. We've got 2 top Prisms, so I'm not sure if it's going to be Jack or Matt Folks, but we'll find out in a minute. So what do you think of this match? It's pretty much what we expected yesterday morning. I
think so. Yeah. Well, it's looking at the what you just announced there. It's like at least 30% Zen, isn't it? 5 Zen out of 13, I think you mentioned. That is a lot of Zen, but we've got a couple of ranges in there, we've got a couple of interactions in there, we've got news as well, so hopefully we can see a little bit of that interaction rather than just unga bunga. We saw a lot of that in the US Nats, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it today as well, but it's going to be fun nonetheless. I'm here for the ride.
Absolutely. And once we get to the X3s, it really is a very open field. So although we've seen quite a condensed X2, it'd be interesting to see any of those X3s can pull off a 3-0 and just nip into the top 8 and really disrupt things. So
that's what CC is all about. Everyone's specialised to a hero. They know the deck in and out, and that's where you can really claw it back if you want to as well and show what you're made of.
Absolutely.
Scowling Fleshbed, I demand drama. Not today. For everybody who's watching as well, whoever's catching up an hour in the future, well, actually, you probably won't be able to do this in the future, but there is a link above our heads here. The little thing, the little PayPal thing. You've got this down. You have to reverse where you put it, don't you?
Yeah. It's very confusing for us.
Yeah. But that is the way you can help support all of the production team, us who are sitting there and doing this for 12 hours a day. It's every sort of pound you put into it will allow you to get a ticket to the raffle, and there's got a load of good prizes in there, which we're hoping to unlock some good tiers as well. We've already got a load of good prizes in there, but ultimately it helps support us and the stream and all the guys behind the scenes that are doing a great job today. So yeah,
absolutely,
make sure you do that.
And Carlington is the UK Pummel update. There's not been a single Pummel played on stream so far.
Absolutely not, no.
So let's see if any Prisms or anyone brings in a Pummel.
Yeah, we will find out. But with that being said, again, thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Let us know where you're tuning in from live in the chat. Want to see some international representation as we kick it all off here in Liverpool for the UK Nationals. We'll be with you very, very soon for the first round.
See you later.
See you in a bit. Oh, we're there.
Oh, we're straight in. Okay, so
right,
it's Matt Folks and Violet, the two people that everyone wanted to see. So
Absolutely.
fantastic.
We're going straight in with this.
So New versus Prism. What do you think of this matchup?
Oh, I don't know. Watching Matt yesterday, there was a lot of prevent this from happening. And, I think that's what New wants to do to most of the things that she can target. But I don't know whether she can... I don't know how she's going to get through. I mean, it's interesting to see because I've never seen this matchup be played out before, to be honest. But it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate it for sure.
Absolutely. Both heroes are quite card hungry. They play well with big hands and playing out. They don't do very well with very small hands. But certainly Prism's got a lot more aggression there. A lot when you're attacking
nowadays,
ones versus sevens.
Yeah.
Seven's bigger than one.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if New can just pull around with that disruption to really ruin Prism's day. Because once you get a few cards out of Prism's hand, that can really just reduce the power level.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but you've got a bit of a polarity there as well because a lot of New's attacks are very low to the ground, aren't they? We got the ones and the twos that do horrible things if they hit. But is she going to be able to disrupt with the poppers side of things?
No, absolutely. Oh, the stream has died.
The stream has died. Damn.
Alan, can you speak to us? What's going on? Okay, let's keep talking.
Future.
So, well, we've seen Prism do well against Kano. So Matt Folks, he's really on a run with this one, X1.
Absolutely, yeah. And he was saying quite publicly that he's got the best deck in the room. Classic Matt Folks. But I believe him. He's not one of those guys to talk any sort of nonsense. He's very on the ball with things, very tuned in.
I will tell you, our team did have a list of who we predict everyone's going to be playing. Under Matt Folks, Matt had just written, just the best deck in the room. Just win the ringing deck. That's all you have to do.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he's full of confidence, that Matt. So
absolutely.
Yes.
Cool.
And Violet, new on the scene. So it's fantastic to see these new competitive players rising up.
Absolutely, yeah. It's good to see that Fab's growing, and a lot of people were saying, "Who's Violet?" I love these stories. Like, just random people turning up and going 7-2 into the first round of CC on day 2. I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing how this goes. CC is definitely a lot of people's thing. A lot of people are like, draft. Oh, I don't know how to do it, and I'm definitely one of those people. I have no idea, what to do, what to pick, and everything. And a lot of people's bag. And this game in general is very hero-centric and hero-focused. That's why we've got into this game, because we like the hero, we like the way it plays, etc. So this is what it's all about. This is what people tune in for.
Absolutely. And now we're on to CC. We're back on home turf. Everyone's confident in their decks.
Exactly.
They know what they're doing. It's just about executing the plan and just getting across that finishing line.
Yep.
Okay, so everyone's just shuffling up.
Absolutely. But good to see a lot of the MST heroes being represented here. Obviously, some more than others, clearly. But yeah, it's nice to see New get up there.
Yeah, and we've seen a complete change around from the US Nats. So we had a lot of Enigma at the top tables in the US.
True.
We're not really seeing that. We're seeing everyone focusing on trying to take down Zen. And if you want to take down Zen, you're probably not going to pick the Enigma.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. We did see some masterful Enigma draft yesterday, but yeah, no, not so much in the CC side of it. But still getting everything ready.
Absolutely. And we have been told the update. Apparently, Matt Folks has brought his giant blue dice that he brought to Nax 1. Apparently, it is in the building.
I
but
see.
It's not being shown on draft because we just can't take it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was under that hat that he's wearing, perhaps.
Well, I think it's color coding. You've got color code your dice with your hat.
Right.
So, yeah, it's all part of the look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice little visual aid as well, because obviously if you're wearing a hat, you can sort of, it's in your eye line, isn't it? So it kind of reminds you.
And just tipping your hat, it's a very polite thing to do,
Yeah.
Matt Folks is all about good playmanship, so it's going to be fantastic to see what goes on this match.
Yeah, and as we can see here that we've got the hero in the bottom right corner of the screen. That indicates who's going first in this particular game. So thanks, Baz, behind the scenes for flashing that up for us. So New will be on the play to begin with.
Fantastic.
So that'll be interesting. But yeah, should be good fun. That's what we're all here for.
And Matt hiding his hero there. That's a new technique, isn't it?
Yeah. A new cloaked hero has been revealed.
And there we go. It's Prism, Awaken of Soul.
How long until we get a cloaked hero? You don't know what hero I'm playing?
Yeah, a hero with like 3 modes to it.
Yeah.
Terrible. But maybe
Druid.
if it's coming, it's a great idea. If it's not coming, terrible idea.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
You heard it here first. So running with Spider's Bite and Beckoning Mistblade. And we've got Mask of Recurring Nightmares, Arousing Wave, the Stilettos, and Findal's Spring Tunic in the chest.
And of course, those 2 common equips are really coming in handy in this new set. You know, we've been used to sort of move towards legendary. We can see that Matt Folks there has 3 legendary equipment. So it's great to see these common equipments are really coming into their own in the higher levels.
Absolutely, yeah. We're used to a lot of, you need to have a legendary boots, or you need to have a legendary gloves or whatever, but coming in with a Art of Desire Mind.
Yes,
Yeah. So this is the one that cares about non-attack actions. Oh, sorry, blue actions, blue cards in general. Still getting familiar with these MST cards.
Absolutely. It's only been a few weeks, remember. These players are still very new to this format. So, yeah, so apologies if we get a few names wrong, but I'm sure chat will correct us. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So getting a transcend off
Half
straight
well
away.
travelled. We saw that being well played yesterday in draft, and it's great to see it back in CC.
So we're going to get the transcend off. That attack is going to get go again. Getting the chi into hand.
So no cards to be played from Banish Zone, but of course we can always activate that mask. So banishing a card from hand is always great.
Looks like she's doing that now, right?
Yes.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares. It's just going to continuously strip cards from hand. Banishes them as well.
Matt's just choosing which card. It's his choice which one he wants to banish. So let's see what he does. His choices.
And of course, News Hero ability will also banish this Herald as well because of the attack actions. Obviously the card that she's attacking with has stealth, which means obviously the Herald will be banished as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes. And it's interesting to see Matt's brought in. That's all you got. Great against these small level attacks. If they're attacking for less than 2, you get to draw a card, which is never a bad thing.
It's pretty much a lot of those attacks, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Is it base power as well, or is it just? I think it is.
I think it's no. I do think it's just overall power. I think if it gets buffed beyond that, then it doesn't have its effect. So.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Pitching another chi into a Spider's Bite.
Ooh. 2 chi straight from the beginning.
Just getting that transcend off. Double transcend on turn 1. That's pretty good. Just seeing the phantasmal footsteps being used here.
There we go.
That's
just
okay.
realising that he had his angel in the wrong way round. These things happen. Of course, always remember to D-Chi, but also remember to D-Angel.
D-Angel, yes, absolutely. I mean, these things happen. It's the same card. We all know what it does.
Absolutely.
Don't kill us. But yeah, here we go. They're both laughing about it. There we go. These things happen, people.
Absolutely.
So coming in with a passing and...
and that's the angeling again. Clearly he needs to sort his Zendone deck out. There we go. There we go. So just playing out of double auras. Now, Assassin really struggles to deal with all these auras. So passing Mirage is going to stop any poppers on the first attack. And then also the Parable of Humility, which makes all attack actions -1.
-1.
So it can also have an effect against poppers for when you're defending. So I think that'll be the main aim for that aura. But really, Assassin's probably going to have to waste 2 pitch just to clear that aura.
Yeah,
using the daggers. Yes, and Jack's saying this is very old school. So yes, this is very much the old approach of the Everfest era. To get down a light aura, to get down a blue aura. So the blue auras are free, but they cost an action point. Where the yellow auras are expensive, but don't cost an action point. So together, they just ended up synergizing to the point where they just remove the weaknesses of both sides. So always a great play.
Yeah.
And yep, there we go. Just taking that damage there. Of course, there's no hit effect on the Enlightened Strike, so no reason to defend it from that side.
Oh, wow, okay.
Looking for a scrap. A great card for that go again, just to go wide. Violet's looking to go aggro here.
Yeah, just getting rid of that Art of Desire. 5 go again. It's pretty sick.
Down to 4 because of Parable. Matt taking a deep breath there.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get high pressure.
How much damage do you want to take and how much does he want to ignore? And you can see you've got that soul shield, so he could always just be blocking just to fill up his soul.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. He's just choosing to take it. Again, if there's no hit effect, I don't think Prism really cares.
And then the 0 cost chain ender coming in at the Parable. I think that's pretty good.
So if you don't have the pitch for the direct dagger, you're going to have to use the card just to clear an aura. So I'm sure both sides are happy with that. Clearing an aura is good, but also losing that leave no witnesses means Matt's Arsenal is just that little bit safer next turn.
Yep. So Herald of Triumph coming in for 6.
So Herald of Triumph means you have to pop it with a 7 and not a 6, but that's not really relevant because the Passing Mirage is out. So we know there's definitely not going to be pop today, but whether Violet wants to spend 2 3s blocking it.
Unmovable.
There you go. An unmovable
wow.
in the deck. Fantastic to see. These big attacks, it's good value, but maybe you want to save that for later so you can play it for Arsenal. So Violet's very much, okay, so now we've got a double aura. So
okay, then. That'll do, I guess.
they both have the same effect, but if you have 2 auras out, it takes twice the to clear.
Yeah.
So clearly Matt's just valuing the assassin's inability to clear auras efficiently. Okay.
So no equipment being cashed in yet. We're
Not
still
yet.
on to Violet's turn now.
Both players being very patient here. Okay. See how it's going. Just 2 cards here, so it won't be a massive turn. But the question is, does Violet want to set up, or does she want to just use both cards and move on to the next turn? She's taking a hand, and you know what that means?
Codex?
Codex.
Yep. There we go.
If there's if they're looking at Graveyard, probably one in Codex.
Probably a Codex, yeah.
It's a bit early for that. The problem with the Codex is when you see it early, you just haven't got a big graveyard, especially if it's full of defense reactions. So we'll see if Violet,
Just trying to clear at this point. Yeah.
Hitting for 1. Question is, does she want to? Yep. There we go. That all you got, getting great value there. Blocking the 1 and also just drawing a card. Okay, and then just using the tunic and the 1 floating just to clear a aura with the dagger.
Nice patient play here, just swinging the daggers, making use of the tunic to just get rid of something on the board before it gets too out of hand.
Absolutely. With Prism, you have to keep on top of those auras. They do mount up, and in the turns you think you can get away with it, they just need to double aura again, and suddenly you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Passing Mirage, maybe not the key aura to be looking out for, but certainly if you can just pop that first Herald, it's massive value for the rest of the turn.
I mean, the Passing Mirage, though, in this particular game against Assassin, I don't know the composition of the deck, but are there many poppers anyway? Does the Phantasm actually matter, do you think, at this point?
Assassin always has some poppers in the form of, for example,
Already Dead, of course.
So they often have a lot of different poppers. They may have CNCs. So the difficulty with it is that because you only get to go again on your first Herald with the Luminaris, it means if you can pop the first Herald, it has a lot more value than popping the second Herald.
Right.
But sometimes they just can't afford to pay for footsteps and then come in with the second Herald. Matt's going for his power turn, so he's putting he's cashing in Halo, putting a Herald into a Soul so that he can draw a card and then search for a Figment. Now, is he going to? He's deciding no, he doesn't want to activate his Halo. Okay, it's false alarm, everyone. False alarm.
There's a lot to think about here.
Yeah. So he hasn't moved far forward with the step, so it's absolutely fine for him to take that back.
It's not easy playing at this level, is it? Let's be honest.
And with Prism, you've got a lot of options there. You saw he had an Erudition there. Do you really want to just put an Erudition to Soul without playing it? Really, you do want to line up the Erudition with a attack reaction, because those equipment blocks are going to come into play against an Erudition. Yeah. But maybe he just wanted to get into immediate value and just come in strong. Sometimes you want to play a fast game, not a long game. Yeah. So. Okay. That's still choosing. Now I can see he's got another aura. So is it Merciful there? He's got Merciful Retribution he's got in hand. Yeah. And ALS, he's going to play. Right. So that's an expensive card at 6, but it does time walk the opponent by forcing them to attack it and losing the rest of the turn, unless they have some form of action point generation. So there we have. Okay, so pitching 3 yellows there. So this is really just taking a turn off to set up. And
just clear your hand to something and just repress your hand a bit, see if there's anything else.
It's not the ideal. Ideally, Prism would like to pitch 2 blues there, but obviously Prism's a very yellow heavy deck. Doesn't have that many blues, and looks like now he's drawn into the blues. So Okay. Seeing what Violet's going to do in return, probably just attack the ALS and move on. Deciding what the best way of filtering the hand so that she has the best opportunity next turn. Okay, she doesn't look happy. Oh, having to pay 2 reds for a dagger, not great, but at least you get to filter your hand.
Just at this point, just stabbing a huge construct sentinel with a dagger to get it off the field.
And there you go. Matt's using a Merciful Retribution, so the ALS will come to soul, which is great for filling up Prism's soul for his own angels later. And it's of note, if we look at the picture of Violet, we can see that the Amnesia's in there. That's a popper. So,
it is, yeah, that's right. That's one that the cards lose their name, is it? Or they can't gain names or something like that?
Yes, they lose the name, and therefore the heralds do not have an effect for Prism.
That's right.
Also great into those ninja matchups when they look caring about the card names. So that might be good for Zen later on. Okay. Matt's just drawing up there. So he's, again, got 2 auras on the board. And Pierce Reality, giving +2 to Angels. That's to Heralds. That's really what he wants for all Illusionist attacks. So that's really what he wants for his erudition. Attacking for 7 when Violet's only got, let's see how much armor blocks she's got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So attacking for 7, dominated. It's a lot of value.
That is a lot of value, yeah. That's one of those cards that can just, if you leave it there, it can just do so much over the course of a long game.
Absolutely. And that mask is always pivotal to Violet's game plan. Oh, I'm playing Codex with a full hand. That's quite unusual. So the difficulty with Codex is you have to discard a card. So often you really want to get an empty hand before you play it out. So it's quite unusual here to see to be played with a full hand.
Yeah. That's what Rangers love to do, is just empty their hand, then play the Codex, and then you're off to the races.
Yep.
But yeah, putting in the E-Strike, creating a Frailty under Matt's control, getting a Ponder under her control. There we go. Lovely old job. Then the mode on E-Strike will be, we will see very soon.
Ooh. Probably go again by the looks of things. Let's see. Yep, so Violet really just valuing that go again. Maybe she had a bit of an awkward hand and she just wanted to get that value. Okay. Playing a dagger, Spider's Bite. Maybe coming in with one of those big attacks that really disrupts the hand, because once you can reduce the blocking of with Spider's Bite of attack action cards, that can get massive value against Prism.
Yep.
But of course, we can also see there's 3 auras on the board, so does Violet really want to go face when she can always just clear that
just
board
always
state?
just throw in that dagger, yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens here. What's this next attack after this dagger going to be?
And of course, this last card, if it's 0 cost or 1 pitch available, can be utilised at the moment because the Ponder's there, so she's going to refill the arsenal. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yes. And although the life is quite disparate at the moment, 39 to 17, really Prism can turn this all around. She's always been one of those matchups that just builds a board state and then gets that value out. So really, the game is still very even right now.
At the moment, yeah, she's done well to just play it very, very patiently. We haven't seen too many big assassin payoff cards, like all the reactions and stuff, but maybe that's something you don't want to be doing until you have to do it, when you get them low enough. But just playing it very patient to just get these auras off the board. We know how important they are.
Now, Frailty, of course, that Prism doesn't have a weapon really in terms of to attack with directly, but giving a -1 on the arsenal attack action card could be very relevant. So pitching a blue here, which is very awkward. So Matt's probably not got yellow in hand right now. That's not what Prism wants to see. Okay, so he's activating Halo to get out a card. So he's got 2 cards in Soul, which means he can awaken and activate an Angel this turn. So maybe he's wanting to grab Erudition to try and maybe be able to pitch a yellow in a reaction step to just trying to pull something out there.
There it is, Erudition.
In fact, he won't need it. Yeah, so he'll pay 2 for the awakening, and then he'll have to pay 2 to attack. So the question is, does he have a yellow in hand? Lumo Knight says, shouldn't Pierce go to Soul? No, the only cards that go to Soul of Merciful Retribution are light cards. So when an generic illusionist card gets destroyed, it goes straight to graveyard and not Soul. That's a really important interaction to have, that only light cards will go to Soul.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Oh. So now Vestige is live. So Vestige of Soul gives you 1+1 2 resources when you pitch light cards. Once the card's gone to Soul, so he would have pitched a blue, which actually counts as a 4-pitch.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, need to create a new color on those cards. Maybe green for 4-pitch.
Green, yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay, drawing 2 cards. Now the problem is he's still not got go again. He's got no yellow in pitch, so he really needs to maybe play an angel out with a yellow now if he wants to go again. So he's really struggling right now for a bigger turn. He might just be attacking for 4 and then ending his turn. Oh, there we go. Yep. So we pitched 2 yellows to play an ALS.
It's pretty good.
So that's the benefit of the Artificial Soul. Allowing you to pitch 2 yellows for a 6 cost is amazing value.
Wow.
Really what you need to see to get these bigger turns off. And also protecting Soraya. So the difficulty you have with Soraya is it's a ward 4. So once it gets cleared, you're not getting that card draw. So by getting ALS on the board, it lets you protect it for an extra turn. And if you can just get that dominance there, where you keep a Soraya on the board for 2 or 3 turns, that just is
it spirals. Yeah.
Insane value. And yeah, that 34 life can easily go downhill from here.
Absolutely.
So of course this Herald does not have a Phantasm due to passing Mirage. But also, it's also worth noting the Merciful Retribution almost has a hidden ability that a lot of people don't notice. If you do pop a Herald with
pings you for 1, right?
Yeah, it goes to Soul and pings you for 1.
Yeah.
Which then means it's a Herald going to Soul, which lets you to tutor a Figment.
Oh wow!
So
yes, of course.
Again, that all works into Prism's ability. Sometimes that Merciful is all you need just to get amazing value against proper decks.
Yeah.
And we see that armor block coming in. Oh, but when you go into a 1 for 7 into a 1 for 7, again, you can't get better than that. This is an amazing turn. I mean, we saw it go quite badly at the beginning with Soraya without any yellows, but to pull it around with the ALS into double Herald is an amazing turn from Matt. I think he's very happy with that.
Yeah. And now he's doing the Prism trigger as well, just going to search for another Figment. Is that correct? Off of the Herald hitting?
Yes, correct. Yep, you can do that as many times as you hit. So, as many times as Herald's going to Soul, even. So
we already know as well how ridiculous these illusionist chain enders are, but with an on-hit attached to it as well, it's just absolutely insane.
Absolutely. And one thing worth noting, assassins don't have any. They don't have any null rune or AB.
No.
So there's no way of preventing any damage from arcane damage from Merciful, and there's also no way of preventing damage from the second Angel of Ravagers. So it'll be interesting to see when that gets brought out, because getting 2 arcane, 2 free damage, well, you won't say no to that. Okay, so we see the Figment of War coming out, just coming for that aggression to create that courage. And that courage, what do you notice about the courage? It is an aura.
Oh, so when that cracks, you get pinged as well.
Yep, you get pinged from Merciful from the...
and the Ponder as well, right?
And the Ponder as well. So you have to remember all these things. As a Prism player, you need every little bit of value.
Yeah,
we'll
crazy.
Make sure you remember that. So yes, this is really when it's going to spiral out of hand. And of course, that ALS is also going to be going to Soul.
Yeah.
So leaving a Merciful on board, you can see already here, you see 3 free value just off 1 Merciful. So
that's outrageous.
You can't leave them on the board. They really do add up. And blocking with a Surgical Extraction, that's one of those really good disruption attacks that you really want to attack with and not just block with. And of course, that Frailty is going away. Didn't get any value this turn. There was an ALS in Arsenal. So unfortunately, that Frailty was a huge whiff on this turn.
Yeah, that turn was pretty insane.
Yeah, so we said it wasn't over yet, and there we go. From 39-17, suddenly Violet's really very much on the back foot here with New. We know we're coming in for a big turn here that's going to be drawing more cards. So we're looking at basically Prism coming in with a 7-card hand.
Wow.
It just
illusionist, mate. Yeah. Illusionist.
It's all an illusion. And this is why I love Prism. You really these interactions are just so interesting to see about how it all mounts up. You're behind, and suddenly you pull out a pivotal turn, and then the opponent's really on a back foot. Oh no, and using Tunic to pitch. So okay, we might be seeing a red rich hat. Oh okay, so we are just going to gain a life without actually getting any additional value off that Transcend card. So not worried about the chi right now. Yeah, just having to use a Tunic to clear a dagger. That's not great value now. Okay. See if that Tunic that using the Tunic comes up in the next few turns, because if she needs that Tunic in the future, it might be a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what Prism's swing back turn is. This could get ugly, folks. This is going to be a big turn. So all you Matt folks fans out there, please press F in chat.
Press Fs. Absolutely.
It's a very challenging situation that Prism's put in you, but it's really Matt's navigated this match extraordinarily well. You know, he took all that damage, 23 damage. It's only in the old days we used to say it's almost like you're skydiving as Prism. You can take a lot of damage early on.
Yeah.
You really just need to open that parachute in form of a board state, and then you ride the rest of the game out and gain that value back. And we've seen Matt do that to expertise here. Yeah,
it's just one of those turns with the vestige, and that was absolutely insane. The amount of stuff that he got off of that was the turning point, wasn't it? I think.
Absolutely, getting what we had a blue into a blue, so 7 into so you got 13 pitch in that one turn. So if you get 13 resources on a turn and you get to play out a massive hand, it shouldn't be possible with a 4-card hand.
No,
he got more than 4 blues in his resources alone.
Oh.
So amazing play.
You love watching Prism, don't you?
I do love watching Prism. It fills my heart with light and the love of Soul.
Yeah.
So. And of course, we haven't seen Light of Soul yet, so we'll be interested to see if that pops up in this match. Another great card from Prism. Okay, we're coming in just a blue Herald, but the thing is, the blues still come in for 5, coming in for 6 off that Courage, which again is going to ping for 1 from the Merciful. So great to see the players playing cleanly here and noticing that. So. So we've got those great tokens from Buy the Same Token.
Yeah, one of the sponsors of the stream. Thank you very much for your support. And yeah, they just look sick and nice and clean on the board, don't they? It helps everybody see what's going on, especially in these physical card games. I like how Flesh and Blood and the streams in general have sort of utilised these tokens to just make it clearer for everybody.
Absolutely.
So pick them up when you can.
Okay, so we've got 6 go again. So we've already attacked with 1 Angel will go again and 1 Herald will go again. So we've only got 1 more attack coming unless they've got some spicy go again attack. But so far it looks like this Prism is just looking at Heralds. I don't think we're seeing anything with natural go again beyond that.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt's lining things up. Is he going to play Nora? Is he going to attack? He's still got quite a big hand. Okay, so. You can see a Codex in hand of for Violet here. So I can't remember what she beat in Arsenal, but that could be very relevant now. No, she's just going to block with it. And a CNC again. She's not getting value out of these poppers. That
tough.
passing Mirage just came out at the beginning of the game, and it just means that Prism just loses Phantasm basically in this game. Really not getting the value out there. But maybe it would have been worth holding that back for the second Herald, because there's going to be another Herald to follow. So it'd be interesting to see what happens next.
But again, Violet's just come out of nowhere. It's just been fantastic to see her pilot new.
And see that aggression early on. She really was controlling the first half of this match. But we can see it's very much pivoted now. So Violet's done extraordinarily well in this matchup. New is always has a lot less power than Prism, as we've seen. Okay, we're going to play Angelic Wrath to buff that Herald.
Yeah, why not?
So
why not?
As we're saying, the difficulty you have with Prism is that 7-4-7 pattern where you attack with a Herald, Angel, Herald. Now, the problem with that is you're locked into 3 actions there. So having those Angelic Wraths, they really just, not only do they help the Herald hit, but they also allow you to have that extender that moves past that Herald or Angel Herald plan, that when you've got this big hand, it really helps you utilize the bigger hand. The other thing you sometimes see Prisms play is a Dissolve Reality, which is an attack. It's very much a disruption.
Yeah.
But again, it just allows you to do something when you can't. All you can do is do those 3 attacks. It just allows you to basically use a 4th action very effectively. So I'm not sure if we'll see it in this matchup, but let's keep an eye on what Matt does. Okay, so bring out Protection, bring out a Shield, and of course that's another Aura for the Merciful.
Another Aura.
That Merciful now. We should have started counting how much arcane damage it's dealt. I mean, it's done at least 6 damage, I believe.
Yeah.
So again, that's a Herald in itself there, just a Herald of value there, just in an Aura that's sat on the board. So it's pulled its weight, that Merciful, as well as putting things into Soul. So
maybe we need a Merciful Retribution ping counter on the stream. Yeah,
that'd be great. Okay. Yep, Figment of Protection coming. Okay, so he's decided to awaken Bellona. So Bellona's ability, if he decides to activate it, is that it... okay, and then playing Library. Oh no,
that's nice Federico Musetti one.
Okay, we've talked about Light of Soul. This is the other Fabled one to look out for. If you've pitched 2 yellows, he gets to draw an extra card.
That's fair.
So not only does he have like a 7 card now with the Sarai draw. Oh, Matt's just remembering he should have banished a card from Soul when he attacked with when he awakened Bologna. So not only do you get a 7 card hand now, if you keep that Sarai alive, you've got an 8 card hand. So there we go. Why do you need 4 cards when you can have 8?
Just double the amount. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, that Arsenal always adds a +1, but 8's a lot nicer. Okay, so now we've got level life totals, but Prism very much in the lead now. Okay, they're just calling a judge now. So we'll allow them to sort this out. Okay. And nice to see both players still joking around. Even at these top tables, it's good to have fun.
Exactly, that's what we're all here for. We're all here for the fun. We're all here for the good times.
Absolutely. Okay, we're coming back to us while they just sort out that judge call. So what do you think? We've really seen both sides of New versus the Prism there.
Yeah, well, it's been a very much a game of 2 halves, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Once we saw that pop-off turn with the Vestige and the 13 resources that it generated or whatever it was, that was just absolutely insane. And, we know that Illusionists in general can just spiral out of control, and just all this incremental value over the course of the game is just what's getting Matt towards the end here as we sort out this judge call.
And we're seeing that Violet, really, to get that power level of Assassin up, they really do need to depend on generics like Enlightened Strike and looking for a scrap just to get that go again and to get that extra power. But the problem with that is, she's just not seeing the disruption that you'd associate with the Assassin class, which I think is really where Violet's struggling. We've seen the Amnesia that was pitched. We've seen the Surgical Extraction, but she's not being able to just play those cards out, which is what she really needs to take some cards out of hand.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're back into the game now, so they're just drawing up. Okay. That's great. We're getting the tokens onto the...
Seth, my shirt is from Tesco, mate. Tesco's own. Tesco's own.
Thank you, Yorgos. We love your stream. We always check into Yorgos' stream on Fab Chaos. On
Absolutely.
Twitch.
Cool. So here we go.
Okay.
Proceeding forward.
Okay. Yep, just hanging the Spider's Bite. So we've just had word the judge call wasn't anything about the play. It was because the library is signed, it meant that the opponent can't read the cards. They just wanted to check with that about what the card text is. So once Violet was happy with what the card text is, we could go back to the game. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Very good play. It's always good to know, always make sure you know what your opponent's cards do. And obviously, always is that next level of understanding there just to be absolutely certain, because you don't want to misplay just due to misunderstanding your opponent's cards.
Exactly. Yeah. But this is what seeing these sorts of cards and the art and everything. It's just a testament to how sick the art is and how entrenched people are in their heroes. Right? They want to get all their sick pieces done. And
speaking of disruption, we haven't seen it yet, but there we go. Bonds of Agony.
Here we go.
Being able to, if you've played 3 or more attack action cards, being able to get a +3. Looking at hand and then being able to banish from hand and deck 3 cards with that name. Now,
exactly.
This is really a disruption that could be useful, especially if you want to get rid of some of those pesky auras. Or maybe just getting rid of, if they've only got 1 yellow in hand, just get rid of that yellow and they lose all go again.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll see. Generally, Violet probably wouldn't play this unless she's got those reactions in hand. So we'll see what block we get from Prism here. Now, Prism's probably not too scared. It's got Shirai there for that card draw. So, you can still cut 2-card block, and also you've got 5 cards from library. So you can 2-card block and still have a 3-card hand into a 5-card hand. So
that's insane.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, okay, they're just checking what the text is. Assassin cards, as we're finding, there's a lot of text in those assassin cards.
There is a lot of text.
Make sure you read them properly. So, yep. And just a nick.
We are going in.
If there's a card you want to see with Bonds of Agony, it's just a nick, giving a base of 1 into a +5, and then we're activating the arms, the Arousing Wave. Just
there is a lot of cards on this board.
Okay, so that takes us a 10 now. So that's coming over the top.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we're not going to hit, but we are going to clear an angel.
Yeah, that's all it is. Isn't
Bologna
it?
goes away. So it's only we say only an angel. That angel represents a lot, though, especially coming from Bologna. You can just start putting +1 tokens on your Soraya, and then we're looking at a lot more damage. So it's a small win there for the new. If only she could have done that a bit earlier to get the actual hand.
Yeah, it's just one of those play patterns that new loves to have access. But in this particular scenario, it's just being eaten by an angel. But
and as Jack says, Ward 8. Yeah, angels are always hard to get round. You really need to just nip them with the small attacks.
Yes, we know the angels are there. Don't worry, chat. We know. believe it or not. But yeah, there's a lot going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, always good to present both sides of the matchup of what they're trying to do.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's just fair play for getting this far on a new hero, no pun intended. You know, she's here, we're not. We're on the other side. She knows what she's doing to a certain degree.
Oh. Okay, that's the match just deciding.
A momentary respite.
Okay. Casting impossible. That's right, Luminite. We've got a lot of interacts at play here. So coming in with a Herald of Triumph again. The Herald's basically blank. It's got no it's got no phantasm. So
it's just seven power.
Yeah. Don't worry about the arcane damage from Merciful. You're not going to be popping this turn.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So Lahorus says, why wasn't the Bonds attacking for 10? It was attacking for 10, but because the Angels have Ward, unfortunately it just cleared it. It went 4 over the top and then cleared an Angel.
Yeah.
So unfortunately it did not hit the hero to have its effect. Okay. And that's one of the great plays that Prism can do. If you want to protect that Soraya, a great way of doing it is just awaken a second Angel. Then you always have to clear that Angel first.
Yeah.
So that Soraya is getting massive value there. I mean, those two cards combined, the library with the Soraya, just means Prism's drawing a lot of cards.
And I can't remember the library. You need a yellow card to sort of get rid of it, right? I can't remember precisely.
Yep. So the opponent can get rid of it by either playing their own landmark. So if we have the fabled landmark, the Gully, on the Mystic side, that will just clear out the Library of Solana straight away. And the other thing you can do is discard 2 yellows. However, we can say we know that Violet's deck has only Codex of Frailty, and we've seen 2 of those go to the graveyard. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like
it's just going to stick around.
She'll be able to clear that this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not seeing those yellows. We haven't seen a single Eradicate yet.
No. Yeah, we saw Eradicate against Dash, didn't we, yesterday? But I was confused why the attack die wasn't used. Yeah, there's a lot of board state management on this particular game. So bear with us on that side.
Yeah. Yeah, Luminite. So having 7 cards in Flesh and Blood is very good. There's a reason why LSS limit you to 4 cards. If you can break that cycle, as we've seen previously in Prism and Chain, certainly it's a great way of just being able to break above in the power levels.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yes, in terms of cards going to banish, yeah, we have had some cards missed going to banish. We are sorting that out. The judges are aware, so yeah, we'll just let the players play this one out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So pitching another parable. So as you can see here, very early in the first half of the game, Matt was very concentrated on building a board state. Now he's not even caring about their auras. Maybe we'll see 1 or 2 later if he has the pitch spare. But right now, all he cares about really is getting that extra damage through.
Absolutely, and heralds are a good way to do it.
I mean, yellow herald. Yep, I don't know what's a 7. Yeah, it should be a 6 there. There we go. Thank you, Baz, putting out that 6 dice.
Right, and Baz behind the scenes.
Yeah, Baz is behind the scenes watching the game, so it's always great to maintain board state with the players.
I hope everyone's having a nice Sunday. Thanks for tuning into the stream today.
Absolutely.
Let us know where you're watching from.
Yep. We believe might have 7 rounds today. We might have 6, we might have 7, depending on how the time works out. We might be able to show 4 games of the top 8, but right now we've got 3 games of Swiss, and it's all to play for. Matt Folks is pretty safe right now. He just wants to get that win and to lock his winning in for his top 8, whereas Violet is really fighting for that survival of top 8 right now. And now we've seen the mask cashed in. Now that means there's going to be minimal disruption going forward from Nu, but without not getting the hits because the Angels and now won't be able to force banishes from the mask. So Nu here is really just trying to keep up with what Prism's speed. Okay, let's just go into graveyard now. Oh, welcome from California, Marcus. It must be late over there.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, must be watching it in like, early morning. New Zealand, lovely. It must be the opposite of that. Must be 10 p.m., 11 p.m., right? Let us know.
Absolutely. When Carol sent us a tweet wishing us luck, he did say today/tomorrow. You always have that problem in New Zealand, don't you?
Exactly, yeah. It's in the future.
It is in the future for the rest of Europe. So let us know how the future is, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Very clean play from the players so far. Matt's playing really well for lining up those big hands and getting those big value through. Okay. Oh, and we've seen it come back to the auras. We said that he probably wouldn't play many auras, but here we go. We're just taking a turn off for the auras, but maybe he decides, I can let Soraya go now. I've got a board state of 4 auras.
Yeah, it's fine. She can go now.
Yeah, so she's done her work. And with library there, you've got your extra card. So maybe he's thinking, I can just focus on trying to kill now. 13 after all, that's just 2 range, two heralds, yeah. And then you're threatening lethal. So
wow.
This is going to be dangerous, especially with that piercing reality, meaning every first illusionist attack is coming in for +2.
Oh.
Every herald now +2.
Oh.
How do you feel about a herald for 9?
I don't like it, Paul.
You don't like it, Az? No.
I don't like it anymore.
See, Azalea players don't like it, and Assassins don't like it either. So now we've got double trouble. So we've probably got some attack actions coming, reactions coming in after that. And so we've got Hiss. So Hiss will create this sliver, which will again give that second ability. Again, giving a pump to the double trouble. Okay, getting the new dice out here. Just pumped it up to 8.
Cool. And then if this hits, it banishes the top 2, if I remember correctly. Double trouble red.
Yes, it banishes 2 cards from hand. Prism. The thing with Prism actually, she's quite resistant to banishes because although she does care about her figments, got a lot of the valuable figments out already, so she doesn't have to worry about losing those. And the other thing is a lot of yellows, and that's all you need for go again.
It
so
is,
if all your cards are yellows, you're not too worried about your blue and reds that other decks worry about, that using the consistency and power, because you've got a lot of yellows that just mean that a lot of hands do pretty much the same thing.
Yep.
So Prism has an extra little strength there against Assassins. Okay, and we've seen that's a blue in banish. That war tune could be played against.
So she can play it,
yes,
if she ever gets there. But yeah.
Absolutely. So, okay. So, yep, just taking that damage there, losing Soraya. But I think all that Matt wants now is a full hand to be able to attack now with these heralds, making full use of that board state. Okay, he's just
so many cards, so many things, lots of value.
Just attacking Merciful Retribution. Again, getting that, there's so much arcane value this game. I mean, it might even be double digits. So really, yeah, clearing that Merciful just to finish. Because if you get locked, that can be a terrible way to end the game. So a very heads up play there from Violet.
Tome of Divinity.
Oh, but the way to punish the clearing of a Merciful, going to Soul, playing Tome of Divinity, and be able to pitch 1 light blue with a Vestige Live, just means you get to draw an even bigger hand.
Oh my goodness me.
So Soraya gone, doesn't matter, just draw another hand here with Prism today. Okay.
Wow. This is just this is crazy.
So yep, Matt just going to be pitching and banishing a card to awaken that angel. There we go.
Look at the resilience of Violet, though. Just playing this out. Just hanging in there.
Absolutely.
It must be tough, you know.
If you can pull off that disruption, because don't forget, we haven't seen any Celestial Cataclysms from Matt. We haven't seen any poppers from Matt.
No.
So if you can play a blue or a herald right back at Prism, 14 life is not an awful lot when you're having fries thrown at you. So it could be impactful there. Okay.
It's like a double sync below, double react hand there.
So here we have an Erudition. Now the weakness of Erudition is that it's a dominate attack, but it only comes in for 5. But of course, with Phantasm. But of course, we've removed Phantasm with the Passing Mirage, and we've given it +2 with the
my goodness
Pierce Reality. So really, these auras just mean there's no downside.
Dominate. Oh my goodness me.
So there's really okay. We've got a sync below there from Violet, but unfortunately, because of the dominate, you can only block with 1 card from hand. So unless you've got a reacts in the arsenal, it's not going to be much use. Okay, yep. So going to take 3 there and draw up. This is very dangerous now for New here.
Yeah, good shout, Marcus. Pick to pieces, being able to destroy whole ward-based board states is something we haven't seen this game either. And that's, again, to be fair, another piece of interaction that, you know, Assassin does have into ward, but we haven't seen it this game, unfortunately. You're right.
Absolutely. And we've seen those attack reactions really come into play. Okay. Matt's just bringing in the Figment of Ravages. Yep, he's just
de-angeling his cards.
Angels. Yep, there we go. So Figment of Ravages hits for 1 Arcanes. So you get rid of Merciful, there's that Arcane damage gone, but then another one comes in. And of course, once he awakens that Angel of Ravages, second, that's going to be attacking for 2 Arcanes. So this is really dangerous when you're on 8 life without any Arcane barrier here.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's grinding down.
Luminite, that's 10 cards this turn cycle. Absolutely. When Prism starts drawing cards, it becomes very dangerous from the outside.
Is there an argument to be made of? I think there was something on social saying maybe you should include Mistcloak Gully to get rid of the landmark.
People joke, but it's one way that's quite easy to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So I can completely see why people would do that, because we've seen so much value coming off of this. It's facilitated so many things, like the I think it might facilitate that ALS of 2 yellows.
True.
And that completely changed the game around. So library, if you can stop the library, it can make a massive difference. I can say myself as a Prism player, I've had Assassins turn 1 banish away my Figment of Erudition, and that becomes very dangerous. We've seen Prism needs that pivot turn, and Soraya is often the way you get that pivot turn. If you're not getting that extra card draw, you need to find it elsewhere, or else sometimes the disruption just becomes too much and you can't block. Yeah. Because both of heroes are so card hungry. So although it looks bad for New here, it's there's always plays around these things about navigating the matchup, but it's all about what cards you see and when.
That's card games, isn't it? That is card games.
Okay, we're fixing the blocking when they block the stealth cards with the Herald, so we're just fixing that with the judges there. So thank you very much for the judges for cleaning that up.
$4 a.m. over in Wisconsin. Thanks for joining us that early in the morning.
Fantastic. Welcome, Elias. Okay, so we're talking about new ability.
Something's been
so yeah, they're just sorting out this for the judges. So we'll just carry on.
6:30 p.m. in Australia. Awesome. Love to see it. Keep them coming. I want to see where everyone's from. Let's do this.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing quite an aggro meta now in this format. We saw heavy hitters very much a grindy, value-oriented play with lots of blocking and then attacking back and to get incremental value above that pivotal 12 value of a card hand. Whereas now we're just seeing it's really much to the wall aggro.
It is, yeah. But look at these auras. Did you?
Well, I looked away for 5 seconds there, Az. I looked into your dreamy eyes, and I came back, and it's passing reality.
Oh, my
reality.
Goodness me.
So now everything... First, okay, we're going to get another judge called... Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, they're absolutely loving life. Look at them. They're both cracking up.
Just drawing 5 cards, and it's absolutely fine. So now, Pierce Reality, first Herald, just coming in for +4. So how do you feel about a 9 value Herald?
Oh, I told you before, Paul. I don't like it.
Yeah? Well, how about an 11 value?
Oh, my God. This is absolutely insane.
Oh, okay. So this could be good against the Aegis. Now, we've got to pick the pieces. Just coming in for 1, but remember that just a nick. Just that works really well with those one ability attacks. So let's see if that's in Arsenal. Fingers crossed. Let's see what Violet's got in terms of attack reactions. Now, having no Tunic, though, is really valuable for paying for those 1-cost reacts.
Yep.
So we'll have to see what's in hand. Yep, Kale says we're playing pickup 52 now. Absolutely. Matt just wants to take half his deck. It's insane value right now. And we've got a Genesis on the board as well. Oh, I didn't even notice the Genesis. There's so many auras on the board now. We've got 6 auras on the board. I didn't even notice he played that Genesis. So again, Genesis allowing you to put cards into Soul, which again activates Vestige. So now not only does he have a 5-card hand, it means he automatically gets to activate Vestige at the beginning of his turn without even having to play anything. It's crazy.
So pick to pieces.
The parable is out.
I think they're just adjusting that now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's one of the things when you're playing against Prism, certainly as the opponent is, there's just so many interactions. Keeping track of all your opponent's interactions can be quite difficult. But Matt's doing a great job in keeping Violet up to date.
couple of adjustments here because, again, there's just a lot going on.
And we see that E-Strike. Now, that E-Strike can really get value there in terms of that go again that we knew really needs to see. Okay, now we've got a yellow. We really have to do maths now. So we've got a yellow for 6, but it is for +4. So even though you 3-card block, it's still hitting. Az, you're not happy with this, are you? I'm seeing you shaking your head there. I feel like you're getting the PTSD coming back. It's
just not nice.
It's not. Prism, she looks great. She looks nice, but she really is very aggressive.
She's got that, that I art's holier than thou vibes, sacrifices her angels for her own benefit.
There's a lot of talk about the lore about, is Soul really the good guys?
Absolutely not.
But, well.
Absolutely not.
There we've seen Matt upholding his X1 record, coming in for 9-1 now. So that's I believe that might seal his place in the top 8.
I believe so, yeah.
So we've got at least a Prism in the top 8 there. We'll keep you up to date at the end of rounds as we find out. Obviously, the players are still playing. I imagine some Zen might have finished by now. Yeah. But we'll keep you up to date in terms of what we hear in the standings, in terms of who's making the cuts. And certainly, at the end of next round, probably at the end of the next round, we'll be able to tell you the standings for this round. We'll just wait for those to come back from judges. There's a bit of delay, so we probably won't find out until during the next round.
Exactly, yeah. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to do all over again for loads more rounds of CC here at Liverpool, UK Nats.
Fantastic.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
And welcome back, guys. I'm joined by Demos. We're back in the booth.
Thrilled to be back.
Absolutely. So we've seen the day two's become a lot more aggro than we saw on day one. We're going to be seeing some fast games, and certainly the next one is going to be fast. Everyone's been asking where's Zen, and we are about to show our first Zen of the UK Nationals against a Kano.
Yep.
So I think we will be keeping an eye on the turn counter, but I think we might only looking at 2 or 3 turns this game.
I was going to say that would be roughly where I'd put that over-under around there as well. Can Zen transcend fast enough to really threaten lethal, and or can Kano find that combo fast enough? So we'll see. I think it's interesting to see how much arcane prevention Zens bring in this matchup. Are you prepared? Because you have access to a lot of blues, right? You have access to decent arcane barrier as well.
An Oasis Respite at the wrong time can always ruin Kano's day.
It can do. It can also ruin your combo turn if you're a Zen. So we'll see to what extent you're prepared for that, because I don't think anybody's surprised to be seeing Kanos floating around today. I think people are more surprised to see Prism. So, sideboard slots may have, instead of sideboarding for Prism, you're now sideboarding for Kano, or you're sideboarding for Zen, or the Mirror, or whatever else it might be. Yep. So always interesting to see the battle of sideboards before the match starts, and then the actual game itself. See how those turns flip over.
Another Kano player, Noah Hicks. We've been seeing a great story from him. We said earlier, 16 years old and absolutely smashed in the tournament. Unfortunately, went X2 at the beginning of the day. Unfortunately, he felt, I had a chat with him earlier, and he felt like he just did a few misplays, and that can be really, really pivotal for Kano. But after that, he's tightened up, and he's not lost a single game. He went 6-0 in draft yesterday,
Brilliant.
And he's feeling very confident on Kano. So it's absolutely brilliant to see one of the rising stars of Fab in the UK.
Absolutely, and especially having that foresight to know that it's a learning experience, to come back, to keep it all together throughout the rest of the day, bring it into day 2 in such a strong position. I hope it's an interesting match. Absolutely.
So we're just going to the tables now. So we've got Noah Hicks on the left, and we've got Imad Kashi from Team Toxic on the right. So these Zen lists are very fast now. We've seen that Zen always been an aggro hero, but we're just seeing that level of optimization in these last few weeks over the US Nationals.
Definitely. I think we've seen everybody go from, 6 bonds, 6 descendants into, 9 bonds, 6 descendants into now just 9 and 9. And just bringing it every which way you can to get this combo out, knowing that you're going to transcend as soon as possible. You're going to hit that traverse, maybe hit an Art of War, and those are going to be your power turns up and over anything that your opponent's 4 cards can defend with.
And it'd be interesting to see what weapons Zen brings in. Now, we saw in the US, we saw Zephyr Needle coming into play, which is very good against Kano without any attacks, not being able to block for aggro.
So we've got something even more interesting, and I was warned about this yesterday, actually. I was told to keep an eye out for Zens on Talishar.
Here we go.
So very interesting. You're really expecting, I don't want this turn. I don't want this game to go more than 3 turns because my weapon only swings 3 times. It's that simple.
Absolutely. It's been quite funny. George Rogers' team, Team Toxic, they've been sitting on this for a while. Certainly in certain servers, they have been giving people hints, but it's great to see it in action now. Yep. So, of course, Zephyr Needle, the opponent can choose to destroy it. Talishar destroys itself. So.
Absolutely. And Imad here opting not to bring in Traverse the Universe, because how often is Kano actually playing an attack action card into you that you can use to block with it and search? So instead we've got 2 Spellfray and 2 Arcane Barrier, which I think fits Zen's cost curve very nicely. You can prevent 4 of that arcane damage on that big turn if you still have 2 resources floating after you've pitched a blue to start your turn off with a Descendant Gust Wave, for example.
Now we've got Red Cindering Foresight, which is going to allow the Opt 3, which can be very valuable in Kano. Just putting those to the bottom though. He's not happy with what he's seen. But leaving this Lesson in Lava on top. So Lesson in Lava, as you see, these players are playing lightning fast here. They're not taking any chances here. Okay, so Lesson in Lava for 5.
They know and there is Oasis Respite coming out from Zen here. So fully covering Lesson in Lava, which notably is preventing Noah from searching out that combo piece to then put in Arsenal, whether he chooses Blazing or Wildfire, pop it in Arsenal, get ready to go. But that's not happening this turn. So
absolutely, and we saw that Oasis Respite can get in the way of your combos. It seems like Kashi doesn't care. He really just wants to come in with the blocks and just prevent that death.
And it looks like he's drawn another one there. So with 2 bonds in hand as well.
Which is pretty great when Kano's coming at you with a full hand. So great.
Absolutely.
So we were saying Zen is pure aggro, but obviously he's not looking to race here. He is looking just to prevent and hit back.
Yeah, certainly. Wait for those moments and if you can, arsenal that Oasis. Zen doesn't need 5 cards to do 20 damage on a turn. He can very happily do it with 4.
Got Gaze the
Cindering into Cindering.
Yep, into Gaze the Ages. So yep, Gaze the Ages comes back into hand after played. Amazing card from Crucible. I remember that card was announced. It caused scenes. Absolutely amazing card for Kano here.
Absolutely.
Okay, getting some card draw now for Tome of Fiendel.
Yeah.
Again, just went, Wildfires in hand. That's the first bit of the combo piece. Probably want to arsenal that.
Well, Tome of Fiendel's also in hand as well, so that may be interesting to see. Although Noah does still have an action point, so maybe you just play Tome of Fiendel out, draw 2 cards, maybe you can ping some arcane damage off Kano, arsenal that Wildfire, and feel like you're in a better spot moving forward.
I believe he might... Oh, here we go. So coming in with Ether Quickening. So it has Go Again if it has a... deals more than 2 damage.
Yep.
So really demanding a bit of a block here.
Yeah, it's something you don't see very relevant in a lot of Kano lists that are looking for that one big Aether Wildfire combo because they mostly play on their opponent's turn. But on turn 1 of the game here, where you have buffed it up with Cindering and Foresight, that Go Again can be very relevant because it's played as an instant, and now Noah has the opportunity to play that Tome of Fiendel, keep an action point on his turn because he now has 2. He still hasn't used it. And have more space to play, or just keep digging with Kano with more blues, right? Your goal is to get some chip damage in, find that combo, sculpt it, and make sure it can go up and over.
And looking at Zen's side, in terms of Arcane Barrier, you can see 2 AB and 2 Spell Voids. That Spell Void's going to come in real handy against those big Wildfires later on in the game.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So opting to Arsenal there, and, Noah saw 10, 11 cards this turn, not even counting the opts, I think. So as we keep going down, he's getting closer to that second Wildfire, that Blazing, those energy potions, those things that really need to come out. And an unfortunate banish.
Oh. Yeah, so Ancestral Harmony wanting to see a combo card. Now, we're seeing Zen slowed up on cards like 100 Wins and Spinning Wheel Kick, which are really just 0-3s and 1-4s go-agains, but they have that combo, which is really what you want to see for Ancestral. So to banish not a non-combo, but an Art of War is devastating for Zen.
And especially in this matchup where it can be a little bit harder to transcend because you're not getting that chi back with your helmet. Those Art of Wars become, just a little bit more important. That being said, even Zen with, I think, what a lot of Zens may call a bit of a clunky hand, 2 bonds, no Descendant, didn't find one, still coming in for a respectable amount of damage. We'll see what this Spinning Wheel Kick is followed up with, whether it be a swing of the sword, or if we just play that bonds out, put it into grave, then we can search it up again in the future.
Okay.
So we're still thinking on blocks here. Noah evaluating how much is this life total worth? How close am I to my combo? Oh, opting to go straight for the arsenal there. Wants to keep that resource card in hand in case Kano decides to do something dangerous at the end of Zen's turn there. And that's exactly what you'd love to see off the top. Kano into Energy Potion. That makes your endgame combo that much more potent. And Aether Arc, again, just angling at that chip damage bit by bit. We're not aiming for the Surge ability here. Sorry, apologies. Aether Arc does not have Surge. It's just if it deals damage, you get that Ponder.
And there he goes. Kenny really wanting those potions out, and he was really struggling, but there you go, 2 out all immediately. So really, this game is really fast.
Yep.
Okay. Descending Guff Wave. The question is, what's going to follow it?
Well, we know Imad held a bonds in hand at the end of last turn.
Mm-hmm.
And there are good targets to banish there. We do have the Spinning Wheel Kick. We do have that that Tiger Body combo piece as well. That's 0 for 3 go again, lets you keep some of those resources for Kano to keep floating. And this was a red bonds as well, which is, the best time to play this card out. When you're playing it on your yellow bonds or your blue bonds, losing that combo ability and that go again is very disappointing.
And you're saying keeping pitch floating. Now, as Kano gets those potions out, keeping that pitch floating is going to be pivotal to this game to be able to prevent an arcane barrier. Because the last thing you want to do is throw a load of attacks but have no pitch remaining to defend yourself.
Definitely. You always want to be holding that too, so you can, fully blank that first Aether, or almost fully blank that first Aether Wildfire when you add in your Spell Fray equipment as well. But then after that, you probably want to have another 2 more to try to blank that second Aether Wildfire as well. Because Noah's looking at this board saying, 1 Aether Wildfire will not cut it. You got to find, a combo extender, that extra trick to keep it going. So here we're seeing that aspect of Tiger Body come out to attack. It has the go again. And there is a playable Tiger in that banish zone. Probably not going to get too much value.
Yeah, but you don't worry too much if you're not going to get too much value. It's fine. You're just trying to get your extended turns, aren't you? And at least if it's in banish, it's not filling up your hand. So we might just see it played out for 0 just to get it, just to see it. But maybe we'll see some value out of it.
Absolutely.
Of course, that Art of War would have been perfect for getting value out of those Tigers, but unfortunately, it hit the banish. So
especially if you're playing that 4 or 5 card or 4 or 5 attack turn here as well. Noah, once again, evaluating that life total. How much is the damage worth? How much is the block worth? How close does he think he is with that combo that will let him push up and over? He's seen an Oasis Respite, so he knows they're in the deck.
And yes, a comment from Luminite about just got back for the Talishar. Yes, so Talishar, obviously the thing that we saw in US Nats was Zephyr Needles to get that 2 and 2 for 4 value. Now, there are multiple ways to get to 4 value out of 2 pitch, and Talishar's the other way. You've got pros and cons there, haven't you? In terms of the Zephyr Needle, you could always get more than 12 value, whereas Talishar is really locked into that short game with only 12 value before it gets broken.
Definitely. And especially against Kano, who's... I think people underrate as a deck that just blocks really well. You have so many 3 blocks in that deck. All those wizard non-attack action cards without go again, they all block 3. The only thing that doesn't block are your potions. But yeah, most Kanos would be absolutely thrilled saying, yeah, sure, turn 1, turn 2, I'll give up 2 cards because I know all I need to do is arsenal this Wildfire on my turn. I'll destroy your needles. So Talishar, doesn't give them the option of that destruction. And if you know the game's going that short anyways...
So we've got 2 Kano activations. We'll pay attention here because this combo could be... Oh, we see a Kindle in hand. So let's see if we start seeing draw cards from Kindle.
So that Potion of Deja Vu being cracked here. And we know there's that Blazing, and again, I believe it was a Lesson of Lava that was pitched as well. So those are going right back to the top. No one knows what he's going to be banishing, what he's drawing off that amp. So presumably we're looking to draw that blue. Those Kano activations are going to hit those lovely Kano specializations. Or sorry, it was Tome of Aetherwind, not Blazing. My apologies.
And being able to play at that Tome as an instant is going to be amazing value. So here we go. No in the tank here, just thinking his turn through. You see with Kanos, they all have their little ability. I've not seen the spinning a card trick before when you're doing your maths. So that's a new one for Noah. We've got his signature move.
It's everybody needs one, and I admire the creativity. I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely. To bring the cards into it, normally people tap or do hand signals to really bring the cards into your thinking.
Yeah.
Great innovation there from Noah. Okay. And that Lesson in Lava as well. Being able to shoot a card and put it on top deck is going to be great if you want to be pulling off a combo here. So whether he wants to go big or whether he just pull off a smaller combo, we'll see.
Ooh. And unfortunately, not quite what you're looking for if you're Noah. Although now you are very tempted off of the effect of that amp. Yeah. Do you amp into Wildfire, or do you amp into Lesson in Lava to then, find a blue to Ragamuffins to then try to extend? Is this turn the one that's worth playing on? Your opponent has 2 floating with a card in hand still. Imad, this is notably still Imad's turn. Yes. It's just the end of it. Important thing to remember. And there are those resources floating.
And the other thing to remember, hydration, very important. Great from Kashi to see while he's got the time just to get a drink. And we see there, Blazing Ether and 2 Wildfires. That's exactly what you want, but not in your hand and arsenal. You only want one of those. The rest you want on top deck.
Exactly.
So This could have been an amazing if he had some blues, and in fact he could have done an amazing blind Kano there if he only knew it was on top. But that's the problem with Kano, you just never know what's coming.
Well, that's the thing. Noah has planned this turn out so well with the Potion of Deja Vu, right? He knows what he's banishing off that Kano. If you did chance it and you did go for that blind Kano, this time it would have worked out. I'm sure all the other times when he was practicing, it would not have worked out. So we are committing into the Striders here. So we are going big on this turn.
And of course, that Lesson in Lava will allow a Blazing Ether to be put on top deck as well. So he can still pull off some sort of combo here.
So now we're seeing the Ragamuffins. Ooh, drawing into another Wildfire. That's
okay. That's terrible, isn't it? That's going to be rough. He's
really hoping into that blue there.
Resources. Okay, keeping a track of what's been activated in the resources. So he really wanted a blue there, didn't he, to be able to pay for his Kano to play off the Blazing Ether from the top.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, is that all three Wildfires? One in the pitch, one in Arsenal, and one in hand.
Yeah, and it looks like the resources aren't quite there to make it work. Neither the action points, rather. So we've seen the Strider's activation. One more blue card would smooth this out very, very nicely. But Noah is now trying to make the best of a difficult corner.
Absolutely. Of course, he was setting up a turn that he could plan with the Lesson in Lava being able to control what you put on top deck.
Yeah.
But sometimes the cards you draw, they really dictate the turn for you. Unfortunately, all the things he'd want to be looking for, he's ended up drawing. So it could have been this is a really difficult situation for Noah to navigate here. Let's see how he does it.
He does still have the Spellfire Cloak online, so that could sneak out one more resource. And with that Energy Potion, you can have a very nice turn. The question is it enough to deal 36 damage through 4 Arcane Prevention at a bare minimum?
And with Kano, it's all about these little interactions and the sequencing. In fact, these are both sequencing decks, aren't they? So really is a very tight game on both sides.
Yep. And that's it. So Imad instantly flipping over the Oasis Respite, targeting that Aether Wildfire, using the floating pitch to just fully blanket.
It's not what Noah wants to see. So he's used up his Striders there, and it's been completely blanked. So that's pretty much the worst case scenario here for Noah right now.
Yeah. I mean, pitch the last card, you throw in some chip damage and see what you can do. Interestingly enough, this will allow Noah to put a Wizard non-attack on the top of his deck, so he could, assuming this hits, I can't imagine it won't in some capacity. You can find, that Tome of Aetherwind to then on your turn get ready, try to build your own combo away from Wildfire into, that old school Kano play before they printed Wildfire, where you had to chain tomes and, make it work on your turn.
And really, Kenny choosing when to pop off is pivotal here. You could see he was setting something up with Lesson in Lava, but unfortunately, it just seemed that the cards that he wanted to see later, he saw immediately, and no blues, which is just terrible for trying to play Kenny's ability.
And it's one of those scenarios where, maybe if you wait a little while, you can see a little bit more blue in your hand. You can sculpt it, because he didn't start with that 4 blue hand that you really want to start with. So now we're drawing up. We know one of those is that Cindering, which is a very useful ability.
Yep, so great to see clean play from both players. So he's just passing priority there before he drew up there. So okay, and now back to Kashi with his full hand. So we got a Levels of Enlightenment. Are we going to see a Transcend here? Of course, one of the downside of Transcend cards is they don't block, but against Kano you don't really mind because they're free, so they block maximum.
They pitch as well as they can.
Okay, so we're just seeing a small, again, just trying to preserve, always trying to keep that card in hand. Very tight play from the Zen. There we go, putting one counter on the Talishar. That Talishar is going to break eventually. And certainly we might, so that's really a decision point, whether you put an Arsenal Levels or an Ancestral Harmony.
I imagine you probably Arsenal the Ancestral Harmony, just because there's fewer stipulations to play out with it. But I'm not an expert Zen player, so we'll see.
So Spindle, another power. He can't help but laugh. I think that's all 3 red Oasis now.
It is all 3 Oasis. And on the upside, though, Noah knows that, okay, now probably all I have to deal with is that equipment that I see on the board. So just the fact that you've seen that third Oasis go, it's unfortunate that a lot of your combo cards aren't quite where you wanted them to be, jumping the gun maybe a tad in some capacities, especially against that much armor. But now we'll see how it goes. So,
but the other thing is that now Zen's got 2 AB. We've seen Kashi. He's slowed down slightly. He's not playing these big aggro hands. He's just playing this 4 and 5 and these much smaller attack hands. So maybe he's thinking, not doing a full fatigue, but certainly just slowing the game down. If you're not worried about Striders so much anymore, maybe just slowing down and just taking it methodically and dealing with these power cards as they come.
Yeah, it's something you can do against Kano. However, it can be a little bit risky. You may be able to afford 1 or 2 turns going a little bit slow, but when Noah's swinging in with that much opt off of Cindering, off of Aether Spindle, Noah will be able to craft himself some type of combo to swing back with. Whether it's enough to punch through all 4 of that Arcane Prevention and 33 life in time, we'll wait and see. But if Imad keeps playing it slow and keeps giving Noah the space to do this, he may run out of runway if he keeps going slow.
Zen just going below 30, and of course when you go below 30, that's when you start to be a little worried. Now, we know the wildfire's at the bottom there, but all it takes is a Leviathan Lava to shuffle the deck, and then you can be starting to be a bit more worried.
Yep, and we can see here Imad deciding not taking it slow this turn, taking all the damage off the Aether Flare, and then taking all that damage off the follow-up. And it looks like, we're definitely going to be transcending.
Yeah, playing out that blue 100 wins just to be able to transcend bollocks of things. Okay. Yep. No, not too worried there.
Oh, interesting.
I know we said it would be a 3-turn game, but now we're on to turn 5. This is good in unexpected directions.
Yep. Imad slowed it down for a couple turns, so we know this isn't the end of Imad's turn because there is that path well traveled in hand. This may be Noah's window. Once that path well traveled gets played, before it goes back into hand as a pitchable card, Imad's defenses go down. That Arcane Prevention that we've been benchmarking it for this whole game may stick at 3. Oh, but there go those 2 cards to protect that.
Oh, but being 9 health, No does have to watch his life total now. He is really reaching the end of the runway.
Definitely. So now we're seeing the Zen Hero ability come out.
May not be the biggest turn, but right now I don't think he needs a big turn. He just needs to keep up the consistency. So,
yep.
Very tight play here, shown from Kashi.
Worth noting, Imad consciously chose to close the combat chain there, possibly considering finding 100 wins at some point in the future, but doesn't look like it's happening. We're going for the Tiger line. 0 for 4 go-agains, really good.
Yep. Tiger Stripe, always scary. Everyone remembers that from the days of the Tiger Cat 2. A bit of a meme deck, but it could do its plan very well.
It was a lot of fun. And there's another Tiger into another swipe, so that's another 4 go again.
We've moved from Marble Tigers into Japanese Tigers by the looks of things.
Lots of fantastic variety that we're seeing from these players.
Okay, double Tiger swipe there. Great turn. Okay, and now we've got 2 epots, so we can block and he could go down to 1, and all we can do now is to try and Kano. Okay.
Kano a little bit, maybe find some chip damage, but I think you definitely want to be playing out that second energy potion. It opens up the turns in future. You're backed against a wall. Maybe these blind Kanos do come up your way.
And of course, both players are next 2 bracket. So I think 1 or 2 X3s might get in, but certainly you're fighting an uphill battle at that point, aren't you? So really, both players are really playing for survival here.
Yeah. Hit the blazing off the top. Not much to be done with it now, unfortunately.
You would have loved that turn earlier, wouldn't you? Just be able to play out those epots, but unfortunately it's too late, and of course with Strider's gone, it's difficult.
Imad here choosing to play both these Transcend cards out really quickly at the end of Noah's turn. Notably, if he were to play it out on his own turn, Noah would have had all 4 of those cards to be able to respond to 2 blues that will be coming back to hand, but there is a window where they are not in hand, and those defenses are very much down. So Imad starting again with that Zen Hero ability.
Finding those windows against Wizards is absolutely essential. You don't want to be be caught with no cards in hand. To be able to do that when they can't do anything back to you, very smart play and very tight there from Kashi.
Yeah. A lot of times the way to beat a wizard is to think like a wizard and say, well, okay, you're doing weird things in my priority windows. Maybe I have to do some weird things in your priority windows to get a couple of those edge points back.
Yes. So I expect we might be seeing a Kano trying to do as much as they can this turn, being on 1. Here we go. Noah's realizing his predicament. It's a tough situation.
It is indeed. And you know what? Art of War on this Tiger can be a real sneaky way to kill you. There's lots of, annoying little things you got to think about. There we go. So here we've got
Chase the Tail.
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of Tiger base cards coming out from Ahmad today. We've seen a little bit of Bonds and a little bit of Descendant, but I think, we've seen a lot of this aspect of Tiger. We're seeing the Chase the Tail. We've seen the Tiger swipes as well. So it is a little bit more on the proper cat side of the deck.
And of course, Chase the Tail is basically a 1 for 7, giving you next Tiger plus 3. So it's a very dangerous card when it gets its full optimization.
Definitely. Well, and that optimization is coming through because that aspect of Tiger body in the Banish will create another Tiger off of Chase the Tail. Well, it will see the previous red Chase the Tail and then play out.
Yep. Kano can see Noah here can see the writings on the wall, but he's still laughing through it. Let's see what he can pull out. 25 damage. It's going to be a struggle without that Striders, but okay, maybe.
Gaze the Ages.
Okay. Oh, okay. At least it saved him from eye on top of the deck.
Absolutely. That's, the only thing better than drawing the Eye of Ophidia is being able to play the Gaze of Ages and then dodge the Eye of Ophidia right afterwards. So we're doing Gaze into Gaze. We are really able to sculpt this, and we're finding a tome up there.
Wow.
So that's going to be another blue that's going to come to hand and something else being drawn off that tome.
So Kano really playing to the outs. He's not going down without a fight. So let's see where he can pull. And pulling off 2 more blues, and that's fantastic. Drawing the blues and playing the reds is exactly what you want to see at this point.
Definitely. He has the resource base. He's also got those energy potions floating still. Now it's just a question of, can he find the damage? Not quite.
No, he can't find it. Okay, fantastic game there. And an interesting situation there. The Kano was doing really well, and unfortunately, drew into the cards that he wanted on top deck.
Yep. And I think it goes to show that, it's one thing to find the combo in Kano. It's another thing to carry it all the way through. And finally, in addition to finding that combo, you have to time it so tightly and so precisely. You need all that information you can get. And it's unfortunate that it broke for Noah in this way, but, we spoke to him earlier. He said he's keen on this as a learning experience. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And, developing those skills, he's got more than enough time to keep it going.
Oh, I think he's got an amazing future in the game. And certainly the times I've played him, he's played so tightly. Yeah. And in fact, when I've played him, he's then told me about mistakes I've made during the game. So he's playing both sides of the game at once.
It's a learning experience for everyone.
Yeah, and that's really what you need to do as a Kano. You need to be aware of what both sides are doing and really what your position is in that game. I think no one experts navigated that really well. But fantastic game for Imad. He had the lead, and you see he slowed down a bit and was much more comfortable once Striders were gone. And certainly he knew that 3 wildfires were at the bottom of the deck. But really, he still played tight and played to his outs just to make sure he wasn't leaking any value all the way through the game.
Yep.
Fantastic. So, guys, if you'd like to support us, so the stream this year is completely self-supported. So we've got a raffle going on for £1 a ticket. We'll go through the prizes at the end of the next round. But certainly, yes, we can do free postage for anyone in the UK, and then if you're international, we can discuss options, whether it's postage or sorting out for paying for postage or sorting out meeting at an event. So yes, all proceeds go towards the streaming team. So yes, we'll go through in more detail next stream. But if you'd like to, there's the PayPal link right up there. If you'd like to support what we do. Okay, so we will leave it there. We might have an interview coming up after this. But yes, we'll see you guys for the next round.
The final round of Swiss just before top 8 cut. Very exciting.
In fact, do we have the standings? Speaking behind the scenes. In fact, if we have the standings, we'll go to those and we can speak about those. But if not, we'll just cut to the end. Here we go. Oh, great. Here's the standings.
Brilliant. So this would be at the end of last round. So this match that we just saw isn't reflected in here, but you can see, looking at that top 16, those people who are still very much, or not even top 16, let's say top 21, it looks like, have 7 wins going into this round. We are seeing that Zen representation that we were expecting. And a couple prisms as well. If you don't have that sideboard to respect that prism, it's a tough go into that matchup. I think like we saw last round, unless you have those sideboard cards, those 7 poppers, it can be really, really tough ways to get those action points.
And I've just had an update from this round. We can say that I believe Matt's won his game, Alex has lost his last game, and George Roger has won his previous game. So all three. Matt's really riding high, but certainly Alex and George are still alive for top 8. So it'll be great to see if we can maybe even get 3 champions in the top 8. Oh, there's no confirmation on Matt yet, so we're still waiting to hear from Matt. But certainly he's riding high on that X1 record going into this round. So certainly I think he's very confident. But certainly, yeah, Alex and George are still alive. And of course, Jake Warburton as well, our star of the one of the first PTs. I believe it was PT2 he top 8'd on Azalea. So really, you can see he's gone for the opposite side of the matchup this time and gone for the aggro rather than the counter.
Yep.
So it's fantastic to see. And certainly, in terms of Zen representation, we are seeing the counters to Zen are working, aren't they? We can see that although we have Zen at the top tables, it's not as maybe as focused as we expected.
Yeah, I think the Zens are doing as well as everybody expected, which means that some of that tech is working. Also interesting, we have our Rangers up here as well. We've got 2 Riptides still very much in contention. We've got 2 Azaleas in contention. And I'm really hoping that Victor manages to push his way up and through. I'd love to see Daniel up and around,
of course. So
maybe sneaking into that top 8.
Daniel, I believe, is one of the Scottish players, so fantastic to see them doing well as Andrew Rayner, also from the Scottish team. So we know that Scotland have brought 4 Riptides, and Andrew's really run with the deck, and we've got confirmation that he has won his current round, so I believe he might be locked for the top 8. So it looks like at the top 8 so far, we've probably got Anton, Matthew, and Andrew all in there, so we can see who else will join them in the next round.
Good amount of variety.
Great.
Keen to keep an eye on it.
See you next time, guys.
The RFG Deckbox Max has modern premium construction techniques, CNC'd panels, a welded seamless stitchless cover. The closure magnets are strategically placed on the bottom for additional retention strength. Whether you shake it or drop it, your cards are staying in there. This is the RNG Dicebox Max. Comes wrapped in a premium vegan leather that'll match your Max deck box. The best part is it comes equipped with double equip magnets. This way you can attach 2 decks and take your whole kit and go.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. I would say sunny Liverpool, but the lights are going down now. It's getting up to late on a Friday at Super Armory. I'm joined by one of our sponsors for this stream, Chad Valentine from Flesh and Blood Cards. Thank you so much for sponsoring us, Chad.
No
it's
worries,
awesome that you're doing this. Tell us a little bit about Flesh and Blood Cards, what you do, where can people find you?
Okay, so we'll get the obvious things out of the way first. Fleshandbloodcards.com. Dead easy, yeah, you can't miss that. So that's where you'll find the cards, and we're also at events all over America, Europe, the Far East, Japan, etc. now, and you'll see us at pretty much every Pro Tour, calling, US Nationals, UK Nationals, yeah, anything like that. If there's ever an invitational, we'll be there too, and Worlds, obviously, we've been Worlds last few, and we'll be there. Or we may be there in Osaka this year.
You don't know yet.
Oops, yeah.
You haven't had your invite? Has it been? Have you been given the okay?
You don't get invited.
Okay.
It's a lot of work to get there, but I think I've understood what needs to be done, and we should be there this year. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the one we've been waiting for all along since when we first started dealing in Flesh and Blood, me and Isaac, my son, everyone knows him, I think, pretty much now, Isaac Murray, I've been saying to him, eventually this game's going to go to Japan and it'll be massive, and that's when you will get to visit Japan. I've been loads of times from the past with other games.
Yep.
I said, but when it hits Japan, it will take off, and we'll get to go together and visit Japan, and I'll show you around. And we missed out on Tokyo, we just missed it. For Osaka, I think I've finally found all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Okay.
And we'll be over there. So yeah.
I think most people must recognise you, like you're saying. So, like, you're pretty much at every major event.
Yep.
I bumped into you at Warsaw. I didn't even know you were there. I got on the plane, and there you were on the plane. It was like, oh wow, there's Chad.
Mate.
It's brilliant. There's Isaac too, and Kane, your other son, that helps you out. So, like, you are the trio that goes round.
Yeah.
You can pick up some fantastic deals. People are trading with you all day.
Yep. You asked how it started, so I should really answer your question tonight. So, I was a Magic dealer for a very long time. One of the first people in the UK to deal Magic the Gathering cards. And I realised very early on that for Magic to be a successful game, and I thought it should be, I thought it was a great game, you had to have card availability. People had to be able to get cards. And the card pool in the UK was very small. And I was prepared to travel outside the UK, and no one else was at the time, to get more cards and bring them into the UK for a small premium for myself. Obviously, I wanted to cover my costs to go to places to get the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. You're a business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was utterly professional about it. I was always good at trading cards, and my the way I wanted to do it always was small profit, large number of deals, and that way everyone's happy, including me. Get my bills paid. I get to go and do what I like doing, which is trading cards. I've always liked buying and selling, trading things, collectibles.
Yeah.
But cards are small and thin, and you can get lots of them in a small space, and they're easy to carry around and stuff. So I did Magic for a very long time. I'd owned everything it was possible to own in Magic the Gathering. I'd been to every event in the world, every country in the world where Magic had been. I used to work for Wizards of the Coast, and when I left Wizards and set up as a Magic singles dealer, I set about, going around the world, gathering cards to bring back to the UK to help the UK's best players get the cards they wanted to play, the decks they wanted to play.
Yeah.
And helped a lot of people do really well. Got to travel around the world. Don't get to see much of the world. Get to trade with people in the world.
You get to see convention halls.
Yeah, convention halls. But, meet the same people as they travel around the world as well. Yeah. Eat great food. That's really important for me. That's why I'm such a big lad. And, I did that for over 20 years. And then I sold up to Magic Madhouse. Before it was Magic Madhouse, Mike, the owner, said, hey, would you be interested in selling up? I said, well, actually, no. Just had my 4th kid, and I'd like to be a dad for a while. So I spent 7 years raising my kids. Then I got the itch to get back involved in trading cards again. And I started to trade cards, Magic cards again with Isaac, mentoring him, showing him how to do it, how to make friends playing cards and trading cards. And we started to get very successful at doing Magic cards together, me and Isaac. We were travelling around, the UK to places and doing Magic and doing stuff online. But I finally got sick of Magic when they brought out Modern Horizons 2. Remember it come out, and there's about 6 or 7 different versions of each card. And I'd heard about Fab at the time, and I was like, right, I've got about 500,000 Magic cards left, maybe 150, 200,000 pounds worth. And I was like, that's it. I don't want to buy any more Magic cards. They're just ripping people off. And I have 6, 7 versions of each card. They're just wringing the money out of people. And literally, I sold up within 2 months, got enough contacts to sell everything. I sold up in 2 months and spent everything on Flesh and Blood. I went all in on Flesh and Blood. I said to Isaac, this is the game. And he was playing at Grand Prix and doing really well at Magic. He's like, no, don't play another game. This is the game, I'm telling you. They've got organised play. The cards are great. The game's great. The community is great.
Yep.
And sure enough, the trigger was that we'd seen this card game and there was nowhere to buy singles in the UK.
Yeah.
There was 1 or 2 people having a go at being dealers, but I'd got, by this time, 25 years experience of being a dealer. So I travelled everywhere in the world, bought and sold everything, knew how it all worked, great network of friends and people to work with. And I was watching these people offering like 10, 20% in cash or in trade 40%, maybe 50 at a push. And they hadn't got the cards. They were offering terrible deals, very lacklustre. And I was like, well, I don't really want to get back into card dealing, but I'm going to because Flesh and Blood's a great game. I want people to get the cards. I want to get the cards to play with, and I want Isaac to get the cards he wants to play with. So we that was it. I sold out. Sorry, I sold out the Magic. Bought a load of Flesh and Blood to get going, and I think we came in just at the end of Monarch Unlimited when it was going out, and at the start of Tales of Aria coming out, and
I know you've trading from 2021. That's when I first bumped into you. 2021, I was like, right, this is Flesh and Blood cards. It's now on the scene.
Yeah. Well, I sat at Nationals in Leeds at the Armoury, and I've got loads of money with me to buy cards. The dealers didn't have the cards, I had cards, and we had got loads of cards with us to trade with people, and it was just impossible. And I was like, how are the players going to get cards if no one's opening enough boxes or getting the cards? So that was it. I was like, right, okay, well, I'll do this professionally the way I did Magic. I want to make sure that the players, because I really like the players. I met a lot of people. I was like, these are great people, completely different to the Magic crowd, no toxicity, really good people,
Yeah.
And I understood, as I understood with Magic, that if I can get enough cards into these people, firstly, they can make the next one to make. Secondly, the prices go down. I want my son to play this game. I want to play this game. High prices are not good for the game. It freezes people out. So if I can use my financial clout and the knowledge I have, the network of people that I've worked with in other games, to get in lots and lots of cards and drive the prices down to somewhere very reasonable and sort of, offer a consistent supply, that's what I'm going to do. And, well, here we are, 3 years later, and me and Isaac are in, Las Vegas, Singapore, Liverpool, Birmingham, obviously, just come back from Minneapolis, Barcelona. We're all over the world, buy, selling, trading cards, meeting great people, eating great food, and continually buying in and trading in more cards. And honestly, we make enough money to fund the journeys and the food we eat there. And so Isaac has got the cards per deck, and as you know, Isaac's a great player.
He is. He does very well.
He's not quite cracked it yet, but he'll get a little bit of luck at some point. I mean, all the best players know him and he chats to them, so he'll make that eventually. I think make the jump to the top level. But we'll keep bringing cards in and making it cheap for people to play this absolutely fantastic game, and it is. Barry, no word of lie. This game, I was like getting goosebumps thinking about it. That this game. After playing Magic for 30 years, I was a pro player as well,
Yeah.
And to come and sit down with this game, and I always hated mana problems. No mana, all mana. Mana flood, mana screw, As they say in France, pas de mana, pas de chocolat. It means, no mana, no chocolate, the French saying. And I don't mind losing at a card game. But if I sit down in front of you with my deck that I've carefully put together and spent hours thinking about, and I don't get a game because I can't draw a third land, that's not a game.
Yeah.
And here we are, where they finally fixed the problem. You don't have to worry about money. You can just get on and, have your devious plans, get out there, get all your gear on, start off fully kitted out, cast every spell in your deck. Absolutely brilliant. I'd salute James White for making such a top-tier game. It's honestly, when Magic came out, I was like, it's the best game ever made. And it's took a long, long time. Almost 30 years later, say 25 years later, that I could turn around and say, this is the best game. And here we are.
Yeah.
So, hey, everyone, tell your friends, get involved, play Flesh and Blood. It's absolutely brilliant. And it's cheap. And if you go to our shop, fleshandbloodcards.com, you can get all the cards you want, generally for £1 for a Majestic, 50p for a Rare, 20p for a Common. You can't go wrong.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Chad.
No worries,
Thank you so much for sponsoring us.
No
It's
worries,
brilliant.
buddy. Anytime.
Really appreciated. Thank
Right,
you.
I'm off.
No, don't go
Cheers,
anywhere.
all.
We've got to close out yet.
Well, I'm closed now. I've got work to do.
Right, so stay tuned. More games to come. Chad's got to get back to his table. All right. Hi everybody and welcome back to the UK National Championships from Liverpool. I've been joined by one of the stream sponsors, Stuart from Thistle Tavern. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Tell us a little bit about Thistle Tavern and what you guys do.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Stuart. So Thistle Tavern is jointly owned by me and Andrew Rayner, based up in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thistle Tavern, we've been trading online, selling Flesh and Blood singles to start off with since last April. We have now branched out into a few more games. You might have seen on the website, we've got Sorcery, One Piece, Lorcana, but Flesh and Blood still remains our favourite game. The one that we're here down in Liverpool for the second time vending. We were here earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely. The calling. Yeah.
Yep. So at the moment, we're currently in the process of getting our store ready in Aberdeen. We're going to be opening a physical premises on the 29th of this month. An exciting joint venture for us there. We're looking forward to welcoming people in to get their hands dirty playing the games that we've been trading online so far at thistletavern.com.
Yeah, you've done really well. I mean, Andrew's like a mainstay player in the UK scene. You guys kind of like lost your store in Aberdeen, didn't you? Like your gaming store, and that's why you made Thistle Tavern. That's why you got together. That's what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So me and Andrew, we've been playing games together for about 4 years now. Started with Magic the Gathering. Post-COVID is when Andrew really got into Flesh and Blood and convinced me to join in a couple of armories, and I've been playing as well. Not quite to the same standard, but that's fine. So when our store closed the start of last year, we started playing in the local store that we still have. It's a Geek Retreat, which is fine. We saw how busy they were getting. We wanted more. We thought, you know what, there's actually room for a second store in Aberdeen to really help push and grow the scene. And that's what we're looking for with the Thistle Tavern Games Hub. We're basically going to invite people down to play games. We're definitely going to encourage a lot of new players to come down. We're looking at running 3 Fab events a week, CC Armory, a draft and Blitz, just trying out a few different things to see where we can start to pool other gamers in from different games.
Yeah.
Because, for us, and certainly for Andrew, he thinks it's the best game on the market right now.
He's doing extremely well. Thank you so much for supporting sort of like the UK. I mean, you've travelled far for conventions as well. You did sort of like was it Warsaw you were at? You've done some of the other international ones, haven't you?
Not vendoring, but Andrew certainly has travelled to most of the international. He was obviously at the Pro Tour in LA, which was a great experience for him and a great chance for Thistle Tavern to meet some of our international customers as well. We definitely enjoy coming to these bigger events. We just feel like with the store opening, we're going to take things a little bit slower for the rest of this year and only try and travel where there's a real key need for vendors to support the local scene. Obviously, we enjoy getting out of Scotland and coming down. Hopefully, soon we'll start to see some of these bigger events happening in Scotland. But who knows what the future holds.
There's a growing scene up there. You guys, when it comes to Pro Quests, sort of like are certainly pulling the numbers up in Scotland now. So it's fabulous to see. So Thistle Tavern, where can people find you on the web? What's the website?
Yep, the website is just thistletavern.com. So you can go in there and browse through all the different products that we're offering. Obviously, for those that are supporters of Push to the Point and Baz yourself, there is discount codes available through their patrons, so I would definitely encourage people to support their local content creators as much as they support their local game stores. And hopefully, if anyone is traveling up to Scotland, I mean, we're definitely looking at running regular monthly events that are sort of like bigger win-a-box style things, and hopefully within a few short months we'll be able to host our own Fab sanctioned events.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on, Stuart.
Yep,
Brilliant.
appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much for
Cheers.
sponsoring us. Stay tuned. There's more action to come. More rounds, more fantastic draft rounds and CC. So stay tuned. Bye.
So hello and welcome back to the UK Nationals here in Liverpool. Joined by Demos again. How's it going?
Happy to be back. I've enjoyed the day so far. Excited to see what we got coming up next.
Absolutely. Before we go into that, please make sure you help support the stream and all the work the great guys are doing behind the scenes here. It helps just keep the lights on, keeps everything going. And if you're sat at home watching this, then you must be enjoying it. So we got some good stuff. As well as that, we've got a potential to unlock a new tier on this raffle.
And we are very close to it.
We are very, very close to it.
A few quid off.
Yeah, exactly. So this little link above our heads here, you can start by entering just £1 a ticket. We'll get you access to the raffle. And we've got some really, really cool prizes in tier 2. So let's start off with these bad boys. What have you got in front of you?
So we've got a couple of these lore book playmats.
Mm-hmm.
These are some of my favorite ones, only complemented by, well, the LSS swirling mist playmats.
I love these ones because they're quite abstract, aren't they? Both of these art styles are very abstract, line art sort of style stuff. Can't even get in the way there. And then we've also got this as well, which is a lovely Herald of Triumph, I believe.
Herald of Triumph playmat, fantastic.
Good
and
stuff.
We've also got promos. So if you've missed out on some big events, we've got the Battlefront Bastion Extended Art Rainbow Foil promo pack, the Runner Extended Art Rainbow Foil promo pack. So there's also the other hybrid Majestics in there as well, the Talk a Big Game and Double Down. And we've also got a Cold Foil Cavity from way back in the day.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Awesome stuff. And not to forget, sponsors of the channel have given us an absolute swag bag for Tier 2 where everything you possibly need to be able to make sure that all your games are being tracked to the best of your ability. So that's from Buy the Same tokens. Make sure you go and check those guys out as well. And all
Every
the sponsors,
token, every keyword in there.
every single token. Everything that you need. But yeah, we got an interesting matchup today. What have we got on this one? What matchup have we got next coming up?
I think we're looking at a Zen Mirror. So we're looking at a win-in and a win-in for one of the players, and then securing a Worlds invite for the other one.
That's right, yeah. So there's a lot at stake, and that's just what we're at the moment. This stage of the game, there's a lot at stake. People are playing for high-ticket prizes, so it's going to be a good one. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But yeah, Zen Mirror, a Zen Mirror. What's this all about?
It's interesting. It can be very dynamic. It can just be a race. Do you have it? Oh, I have it. All right, let's see how it goes. Or sometimes it does lend itself to a very interesting back and forth as people try to eke out that value and set up those really big over-the-top combos.
Absolutely. And Zen's got huge fridge as well, right? There can be huge pivot turns, especially with the Traverse and the Striders. Not the Striders. Might as well be Striders because we're all going off at the same time.
It's Strider reprisal.
Stride, that's
you're
the one.
striding somewhere.
I'm striding somewhere. But yeah, so it could be interesting to see how this one turns out. But I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for tuning in to the UK Nationals here in Liverpool. And yeah, let us know in the chat where you're from, what you're doing. What, are you watching this from your sofa? Let us know. Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. Before we go ahead as well, shout out to all of our sponsors of the amazing event, Heavy Play, Chaos Cards. By the same token, we've already mentioned them as well because they've put this swag bag in for the raffle tier 2. Thistle Tavern and fleshandbloodcards.com as well. Thanks for all your support and help just keeping the lights on and allowing us to sit here and do this, really. So yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, here we go.
All right, we're right into it, it looks like.
Lovely job.
So we've got Isaac of fleshandbloodcards.com representing, and former champ George Roger as well.
Absolutely. We saw. We've also seen Thistle Tavern in the in these top tables as well. So the vendors really getting involved with these games. Oh, we've already started. Okay, Descendant into Bond straight away then. Okay.
I mean, that's the way you want to start it.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we've jumped in on turn 2 here.
Yeah.
The graveyards has already been items filled in.
Mm-hmm.
So we're banishing that 100 wins to find another 100 wins. 2 of those premium 100 wins are already off the table.
Yeah.
This match is off to a really explosive start.
Absolutely. And we can see 2 differentials in the Zens here. We've got the Zephyr Needles, which is obviously one of Evan's tech that he brought to the US Nats. But a Talishar Zen, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, we saw this come up last game as well against Kano, which is, if you think the game's only going so long, decks do run block 3 cards. That Zephyr Needle can block. If you're a Zen holding 3 bonds and you just know, you know what, 2 of these being in my grave would be fantastic for my future combo turns, and I get to destroy your weapons, I'm more than happy to do that.
I see, yeah.
So there's an interesting tech card. This round's on me for the mirror, blocking out that Zephyr Needle. Going to be destroying it at the end of the chain, both of them gone. So
Oh, wow.
that's exactly the reason.
Oh, there we go.
Isaac, Isaac took 2 cards, but now he's weaponless. So he's purely going off of what's in that hand and what he can find with those equipment pieces.
Mhm.
George, on the other hand, has opted for just to transcend here, which 2 cards just to transcend and activate that hero ability, maybe not the best thing you want to do, but the real key aspect there is Traverse the Universe is now live.
Exactly. And that's one of the main pivot turns and combo turns that Zen has access to, those 2 key pieces there. DT is saying, let's go, George. Absolutely, Anthony. Welcome to the chat, mate. Absolutely. And Aaron, cheers for coming in as well. But yeah, coming in with a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah.
Just mental damage, isn't it?
It's you transcended. You're coming in with your Tiger Swipe, so now we've got 4 go again. We do still have some resources floating as well.
It should not be 5 floating.
No, it should not be 5. It should be it should just be that 1 created off the Saya there. So that 1 card in Arsenal, I mean, is it worth throwing for damage, or do you want to keep it for that really big combo turn that you can have coming up very soon? Right, you've got all the right cards in that graveyard for you.
Yep.
George, even though his life total is lower, his combo is ready to go.
Do we know what was established there in the Arsenal, or?
I think it got put there turn 0 just before we tuned in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now Isaac taking his turn to stock that graveyard, get ready for that really big turn. It looks like George's chest slot has the Zen State token tucked just underneath that 12-petal Saya. So, some indication that, he's running this rounds on me. He's got that Zen State ready on hand. Maybe he is going, I know you're running a lot of Tigers. They're not swinging for 1 on Art of War. They're going to be swinging for 0.
Yeah.
Because I've got that Zen State. I'm happy playing out this rounds on me. We can both get cards and just really go back and forth with each other. So here we're seeing an Ancestral come out, hit a Bonds that doesn't do too much with it, and then just a vanilla Tiger Swipe.
These players are going quick, aren't they? So starting
They are indeed.
Descendant Gust Wave. Pitching a blue.
And, blue Descendant Gust Wave comes in for less damage, but it turns on so much more, right? So Transcend becomes active here, and we can see that is, I believe, homage to Ancestor in George's hand there.
Just going to gain a life.
There it is.
Transcend. Yeah.
And then you're going to find Bonds, and you're going to
And here
maybe
we go.
throw in another Tiger Swipe. So, off of this, off of 2 blues, basically, we're now coming in for, 5-9 damage, all with go again the whole way down, and still hold 3 resources floating. So that Talishar is coming up towards the end, or maybe even something more dangerous.
It's nice to see as well, because a couple of Team Sigil members were also on there about this Talishar, and in fact it's just a 4 on the end of the turn rather than over the course of 2 swings. It's 4 on the end. But yeah, coming in for 4 with its Bonds of Ancestry, which is going to banish the Tiger Swipe, which he can play.
Finding out another Tiger Swipe. So it looks like we've got a judge coming in here, noticing that something should have banished that ended up either in grave or the bottom of the deck. Oh, there it goes, from the grave. So I believe that was the one that was banished off of Ancestral Harmony.
Ancestral Harmony, yeah.
That didn't end up getting played out last turn.
Yeah.
Oh, so it looks like now there's discussion about which Bonds of Ancestry it was, and was it the graveyard one or the one at the bottom of the deck? There's a lot of things going on in these games. It's easy to make those mistakes, and it's good that we've got, these crack judges on it, as well as some of our viewers who noticed it as well.
Exactly,
Meanwhile.
and these players, there's no sort of discontent, body language or anything. They're just happy to just let it resolve, let everyone sort of sort it out for them. And as you can see, George is in high spirits. He's like, come on, let's do this.
Yeah, you're playing the fun ninja deck where you get to throw all the cards out.
Absolutely.
Get rid of this nonsense. I want to throw all the cards out.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have a crack at it.
Let's just do it.
And again, Isaac blocking again, being very patient, being very conservative with that 10, or I guess that 9 life lead that he now holds. And here comes that Shuko, now active, so that Tiger, it is something. And here comes that Tiger Swipe again. We saw it last turn, we see it again this turn.
He's just going to take it and then create X Crouching Tigers. Is that Tiger Swipe? I believe so. Yeah.
Yes, so it could make 1. that one tiger may not be doing much here. We're happy throwing the spinning wheel kick into, I'm guessing, a Talishar, and holding that arsenal again for more combos later on.
Oh, weakest link.
Never mind.
You're on the weakest link. Goodbye. Fantastic.
So no block on that. Instantly just shows the full hand.
And the weakest link is the one that you choose something with defense which doesn't have defense and then discard it.
Correct, yes. Yeah. So, the dream is catching out your opponent Katsu with an Art of War.
Yeah.
Isaac instead showing, you know what? No, I've got my own little bonds combo here.
Absolutely.
You've had your turn, now it's my turn. And we can see that, Isaac started that turn on 39. He's down on 23. George, still on 29. They're so happy to take this damage.
That's what I mean. They're just happy to take the damage and just throw their 5-card hand at them instead. Oh. But here comes another bonds.
Yeah, little bit of an awkward one here. It's just got the no-go again. Oh, George is deciding. Oh, George was thinking that this might be the time.
It looks like the traverse is
it's kind of the time. It's kind of the time. He's committing the traverse, not the strides quite yet. But yeah.
You're taking one on the back end of this.
Which is fine. You've got even life totals, and you're going into this with your 5-card hand, one of which is an inner chi. Both these players smiling, knowing a little bit of what's coming up next.
Yeah.
But yeah, from Zen, seeing Isaac throw that 3-card 7 is not quite what you want to be doing as Zen. I think you can throw out some 3-card 17s if the stars line up. So George here.
Getting the Crouching Tiger and going to search for a card.
Instantly using that Zen ability. So good. What if we took Katsu and said, you don't have to hit. You can just have it for free.
Exactly right. Looks like he's going to get the 100 wins.
That says he's already got everything he needs in his hand.
So 100 wins is the 0 for 3 with go again. And it cares about the... Okay, yeah. Every other 100 wins. Cool.
So it can snowball its way up. And here, is it going to be our chain starter? Would be interesting if it is.
Yeah.
So this may be, one of the less traditional combo lines where we're not just going descendant into bonds as many times as we can.
So can 100 wins be used as a chain ender as well then?
It definitely can. It can be used as an ender or an extender. 0 for 3. You can throw it out at any point you want, but it works fantastically well when you pair it with that aspect of Tiger into Chase the Tail, into another Tiger, presumably into a sword. So that's going to be...
He's got CNC in hand as well.
Oh, has he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that second card. Yeah, that's really, really good.
That is savage.
And again, Isaac still hasn't transcended yet, so it's still a bit awkward for him. His Traverse the Universe isn't online. Normally you're pretty happy covering that CNC with all your armor, get that chi, and really swing back for some degree of lethal damage.
Well, that hasn't been established yet, has it?
No, it hasn't. So, and we do also see a Transcend card in there. So if that CNC does come out, it'll put Isaac in a really awkward spot. He paid a premium to put that card in Arsenal last turn, and it may be difficult to defend this turn. And meanwhile, George is, really happy with his 3, 6, 10, 13, 19 damage, I think we might be seeing by the end of it.
Yeah.
20 damage because of Shuko, I believe.
Wow.
My math may not be perfect, but, it's a big number.
It's a big number. Absolutely. It's always big numbers when there's Zens involved. But yeah, good stuff. MST Heroes coming out the gate, even in the UK as well.
And it's, we refrain from having Zen on for too long, but there's a certain degree of inevitability.
Yeah.
And it is a fun deck. It's a fun deck to watch. It's a fun deck to look at. You do get to play all those cards out. You do get to do all those things. And Isaac now really thinking on these blocks, knowing that, life totals are this low. In another match, you might think, okay, we're towards the back end of, but definitely the middle of the game. In a Zen mirror, you're 17 life, 24 life. You're within combo range.
Yeah.
Right? You got to think about it a little bit like Kano. Anytime I'm under 30, I might be at danger. Might be in danger here.
The 2 floating resources as well is something that Isaac going in the tank about. Is like, what is following up on this? And it's a Crouching Tiger followed still by something. Oh, it's getting buffed by Chase the Tail, so it's another 4 as well.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, and this I think is going to be a really nasty surprise for Isaac. There it goes.
Oh, damn.
You know, and that really goes to show those disruptive pieces in the Zen Mirror, those command and conquers. We've seen the weakest link. You know, is George running the full complement? Does he have amnesia in there as well?
Yeah.
They really do make these super difficult decisions for your opponent. Isaac,
taking 6, blowing up the Arsenal. Holy hell. All right, then.
There
Bonds.
goes that other bonds, yeah.
Wow.
So what's...
Because it also televises that this could just be a Talishar swing after this with the 2 floating at the end there.
That's what I thought it's been both turns until I realized George did just have that extra card in hand. That was that
2.
phenomenal 2 cost, yeah.
Yeah.
So blue 100 wins. Isaac finally going to be able to transcend and have that traverse the universe online. So it's looking like this next turn is Isaac's going to be saying, you know what? Here's all my armor.
My pivot. Yeah.
Hopefully, I get enough gas to be able to come back and threaten something really big.
Yes, Fidu. Yeah, I mean it's hard to really, in hindsight, it's hard to know what's coming, isn't it? That's why he was looking at his E-strike like, I should have kept it, but it's hard in the moment to decide that, isn't it?
And the other thing a lot of times is, you know, a lot of times when these Zen lists were first coming out, it was like, oh yeah, it's Katsu, but without on-hits.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, I can block the damage whenever. It doesn't really matter. But now that they are running these disruptive options, you do need to go back and rethink about those options, being like, okay, no, there are on-hits in this deck. Yeah. If I'm prepared to block 6, maybe I wait till the end of it. But that being said, if that Talishar then comes in for 4, there's lost value there. It really is a great way to put your opponent in the wrong state of mind.
Yeah.
Isaac, thinking about what we're pulling up here, possibly realizing, is there another red 100 wins in the deck? That might not be a bad shout, or a Tiger Swipe might work as well.
Yeah, the red one would come in for 4.
Yeah. Tiger Swipe I think would come in for 5, because you get to play the Crouching Tiger first. That'll turn the Shuko on.
Yeah. Good shout.
The Shuko's turned on anyways, because blue 100 wins has the 1. So, but we're finding a Chase the Tail instead, so we're using that 1 resource. Ends up being, you know, the same amount of damage at the end of the day. But it may add that Chase the Tail to the graveyard that, you know, maybe you can find it for those really big extended turns on those bonds turns, just increasing those options.
But in this moment, I just love the players' faces. Look how happy they are to be there. That is... George is just a fantastic representation of a UK absolute sick player. You know what I mean? His attitude, the way he engages with the game and the other people that are sat at the table, just the pinnacle of players in this game, I'd say.
Yep. I've met him once, and he was very kind to me after realizing that I had a Phi card in my Dromai deck because I was drafting it for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
So that was it was very, very well handled by him, certainly a pillar of the community.
Absolutely.
So here comes that Chase the Tail for 4. And, you know, these decks are really opting for that, you know, those big go again attacks. I don't think we've not seen Mauling Key come out from either of these players, because you want to know that every single one of those attacks that isn't presenting disruption will always have go again.
Yeah.
Or if you have the cards for it, you know, Chase the Tail did have go again, but not much on the follow-up there.
So did we see him put the Crouching Tiger in the arsenal there then?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so here we go. This is the Ancestral Harmony, revealing another Ancestral Harmony. Isaac's well pleased with that.
You'd have to be at this point. You've got 9 life and a bit of armor. You know, this is your turn. This is your turn.
Oh, please zoom into Isaac.
The window is closing.
He had a great face there. He's looking straight into the camera. Brilliant.
But it's worth noting that Ancestral Harmony, even on a miss, still says attacks with combo do get +1. So even though it missed, it doesn't give you that card advantage. It can still easily be worth 2, 3, 4 points of value.
Absolutely, yeah.
While George is holding these 3 cards.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are waiting on a judge call for a bit. It seems like Isaac has a very important question.
Okay.
That's usually what happens when these players leave the table, is they're asking a judge, hey, here's an interaction I planned on doing on my next turn. Does it work this way?
Yeah.
You know, just really double checking, because you don't want to commit to that plan and have somebody be like, ooh, no, that's not how it works. And all that hard work, that thinking, that damage that you took turns out to not be quite worth it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the judges are there for, right? Just making sure, especially at this high level as well, that the line that you want to take is the one that you're thinking of in your head, and it's always worth checking that at this stage. So definitely shout out to all the judges, everybody that's helping the gameplay
Absolutely.
carry on. But yeah, this is a pretty sick game. I'm enjoying this one.
I'm enjoying it very much as well.
Yeah.
You want to do that?
Absolutely. While we're here as well, if you want to help support the stream and everything that's happening behind the scenes here at the UK Nats, you can contribute to the raffle, which is the link that's floating above our heads here. Just scan that, £1 a ticket, and you got a chance of winning some epic prizes. We got a whole stack of prizes here, which are already unlocked at the tier, but we're getting very close to the game. It seems.
All right. Okay. Brilliant. We are back. George is continuing his turn. So everybody's getting to draw a card here.
There we go.
That's extra fun in the Zen Mirror.
Absolutely.
And, paying that 3 resources for that Saya. So now there's a Zen state and the effect of this round's on me on the table. That means...
Oh, sorry, where does he get the Zen state from?
So he pitched that chi to activate and destroy the ability for his chess piece.
Oh.
So... Any attack coming in from Isaac is now going to be dealing 2 less damage.
Wow, okay.
Which would normally scup your Zephyrniel, opting for no attacks.
But also that +1 being mitigated by another Ancestral Harmony. So we're now on -1.
Yes,
yeah.
So we've evened out to -1, and it's worth noting that Zen state sticks around for 2 turns.
2 turns? Wow, okay.
So that 1 counter on it disappears at the start of George's next turn, and then the turn after that, he tries to remove a counter. There's no counter to remove. It ends up getting destroyed.
Yeah.
So, again, George, he has that Zen state ready under that Saya. He's more than happy to play it out.
Mm. The most baller play I've ever seen, absolutely. I've never seen that. I've never seen the chest used for a Zen state yet.
Yep.
I haven't seen that yet.
It's really good, and George very consciously opting not to attack there. We saw him end with that extra card in hand. He could have swung Talishar, but doesn't want to give Isaac that window to be able to block with Traverse, to be able to block with those Strides of Reprisal.
Yeah.
So Isaac's getting his turn started here. That Descendant Gustwave coming in for 1. And we're going to find some bonds, so we're going to make the most of what we can. Even though we are getting that debuff across this entire turn.
Yeah.
That -1 really adds up.
It really does, especially when you're going that wide with the Tigers and everything else involved.
Yep. That being said, that -1 from this round's on me came at quite a cost. You have given Isaac an extra card to make this turn happen with. So in that case, it's plausible that we're going to see double Descendant bonds and just really keep it going. So there's that first bonds coming in on the yellow. So swinging for 2. It's going to be very, very wide, but very, very short. Not a lot of tall attacks coming in. Finding a Chase the Tail. Okay, so maybe we're not seeing double bonds.
Jamie, the tickets for the raffle are only £1 each, but you can put as many as you want in there. And we'll have the QR code again available to you soon. But yeah. So he's grabbing a Chase the Tail, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, he's grabbing that Chase the Tail. He has that Tiger in hand from activating Zen and that 1 resource. So there's still a lot of options Isaac can take here. We've not seen his hand yet, so we don't know exactly what's going to be coming out. But it's going to be damage off Chase the Tail. There's that Tiger we saw arsenaled last turn.
And this is coming in for 2? Because of Shuko and... Is that right?
This will be coming in for 0.
Oh, 0.
+1 for Shuko, -1 for this round's on me.
And then -1 for Zen State.
Yeah, technically -1 as well.
Okay.
So Chase the Tail coming in for a bit of damage there as well, coming in for 3, and then this Tiger swinging in for 2.
Okay.
So even though we do have those debuffs, they are coming in... Does that Tiger come in for 2 or 1? Because it's knockout combo. I'm not sure. I trust the players to know a bit better than we do. But and another this round's on me. This time coming around the other side.
They're just feeding each other, aren't they? It's like, yes,
they definitely are. Now the question is, and another other one.
Okay.
Wow.
We're drawing some cards. He just picked up a Path Well Traveled, I believe, Isaac. And that's the thing about these Transcend cards is that you can't use them because they have to target something, right?
Yes, generally speaking, but there's also not much use in Isaac transcending this turn because Zen is once per turn.
Okay,
so
right.
he started
Yeah,
his
yeah.
turn with that.
Makes sense.
So now, yeah, once again, we're seeing that -2 debuff coming in on all attacks. And then, at Art of War to counteract that, we're seeing these players make these really big combo turns that are so heavily just tamped down by the inebriation of this rounds on me.
Absolutely.
But you know what? That's an Art of War with still so many cards in hand and still a resource floating.
Yeah, there could be a few indiscrepancies in the game, but the players haven't clocked onto it. They're just carrying on. You know, they're just playing the game. And if there's little bits here, missed here and there, there's nothing we can really do about it. They're still playing on, aren't they?
And the resource created from that 12-petal Saya sometimes comes in and comes out. It's not always represented by the players.
Yeah.
And then George is now, it looks like a Bonds, 100 wins, and something else in that hand that looks quite strong. He's got options for the rest of this turn. Just thinking about what he's going to find on those bonds.
Taking it to the face and followed up by blue bonds, coming in for just a 1 and searching for a card.
Yeah.
Any predictions as to what he's going to get here?
I think he's going to find Descendant because we saw him hold that second bonds in hand.
Okay.
And he's he's banishing that blue Descendant. I wonder if he's finding the red. Okay, which means he has another small attack to play that's going to trigger Shuko as well. So really, getting that incremental value because a lot of times if that yellow Descendant is the only other thing you're doing this turn that's going to trigger Shuko.
Yeah.
You can just pick that and say, it's the same damage as the red. I can save that red for a later turn.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he got the red tells me that George is going to be coming in with a lot more attacks through. So that 100 wins might be played out. That spinning wheel kick is definitely going to see play. There are a lot of tools available to him, as well as what he arsenaled. Yep. As well as Talishar. Yeah, all those cards have go again, which means ending on that Talishar is a good option. So Isaac opting to take that 1 damage there. And then here comes that Descendant Gust Wave. Again, it's red, but it's still only coming in for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that blue bonds that, would be coming in for 0 because of all this rounds on me, slightly offset by Art of War, now being fully offset by that Shuko buffing it back up. And again, you're not really committing that. You're not committing a card to 1 damage. The only thing you might be thinking about is maybe committing the strides.
Yeah.
Because they block for 1, they give you a tiger, but how useful is that tiger going to be when George still has that Zen state on that next turn?
We still got it for the following turn as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
Isaac has to weather 1 more turn.
So he's removed the count of this turn, still going to have it for the next turn. Jeez. Okay, that's pretty good.
So Bonds is now coming for 2. Yes, because Blue Bonds has a base of 2 that is being fully offset by Art of War and Shuko against those this rounds on me.
Mm-hmm. Nice to see they're having a great time, though.
They are. It's, these... When you play out those cards like this rounds on me and that Zen state, you get to have so many more
fun turns.
Yeah, you get to have so many more big Zen combo turns that don't end the game.
Yeah.
Right? I think this is George's 3rd big fun turn.
Yeah.
And the game's not over. In any other game, it's 1 or 2 that closes it out. So here's that 100 wins going to be followed up by another 100 wins, or actually possibly spinning wheel kick, I think, because that other 100 wins is blue. You can pitch it. And then
spinning wheel kick, Talishar.
Talishar. Yeah, you definitely can. Spinning wheel kick costs 1, Talishar costs 2.
Yeah.
Or maybe we're wrong for the 3rd time in a row, and that's a disruptive piece being held in the arsenal, and that 2 cost is going to go again to something phenomenal.
Piece.
Yeah. And so we're committing that Strides of Reprisal. We're worried about going too low. So if that card in arsenal is a weakest link, George can see a lot of payoff.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if he set that up again. He set up the 2-cost interactive piece at the end. Genius.
Yeah. Oh, it's 100 wins out of Arsenal.
Cool.
But you know what? At this point, damage is damage.
Exactly. Yeah, it's lethal.
It does a great job. You're going to force Isaac, at least another couple cards out of hand because you're going to be threatening 5 more damage after this 100 wins.
And we see 3 no blocks in hand there with an Art of War, a Crouching Tiger, and a Transcend card.
So at this point, if you're Isaac, how much are you holding back that armor because you've been burned on that CNC before?
Yeah.
Does he have it again? If he does, it would be absolutely backbreaking.
It stays with you during the game.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And on 2 life, it's a challenge. Whether you can save all that armor for that hypothetical situation, or if you just have to go, you know what, I have 6 armor on the board, I have to survive this turn somehow, and it's 6, 7, 8 attacks that you're expecting coming in.
Yeah.
Those this rounds on me's, probably. Do you think they did more good than bad, or do you think they kind of broke even?
I think they broke even.
Yeah.
They just allowed the players to play, but just a little bit less going forward.
Exactly. Like we said, it is fun. You are at the pub. You are just buying around for everybody.
Absolutely.
Everybody gets to have a bit more fun. You buy another. You buy another turn in the game, and then we'll see how it evolves after that.
Okay, what's he got?
Committing the Tiger Swipe to the block. There's that spinning wheel kicking that blue. So now Isaac. It looks happy at that because he's confirmed that on-hit effect isn't coming in.
Exactly.
So now he can piece out that armor as he wants. So he can put 1 piece of armor in front of this and then 2 in front of Talishar, survive on 1, and then hopefully his combo gets him there.
Yep.
But again, it is being tampered down by that Zen state.
Yeah, that Zen state establishment is something I haven't seen at all from any Zen really over the last, all the coverage that we've seen. I'm not sure if you've seen it at all, but that establishment of that Zen token can really pay off in this last section of the game here.
It definitely can, and in a lot of Zen decks, I find it's a lot more common to activate that Zen state ability if you are on that slower Zen where you're looking to make a lot of chi to play out Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast, the one that lets you name all those tigers, build your own wacky combos. But in that full aggro mirror list that we're seeing, it's great to see it played out.
Absolutely.
It is very much an unsung hero effect of the ability.
Just to confirm, Lunatic as well. Yeah, this is the last round of Swiss before the top 8 cut.
Yeah.
So you got all that to look forward to very, very soon afterwards as well.
So even though we're only in turn 6 of the game, we can see George holding that inner chi because activating that Zen ability shuffles it up all the time.
Yep.
So you don't have to wait around for it for too long like you do on Zen and New sometimes, or pardon me, on Enigma and New sometimes. So Isaac here opting to just use that inner chi as a blue to start the turn off.
But that's another utilization that they can be used for, right? Just pitch cards.
It definitely can. And you know what? If you're planning on putting out multiple Descendants, you're going to need to.
Exactly.
And he is holding another Transcend in hand. So he might be double Transcending, making a Tiger, banishing it with Art of War.
All right, here we go. This is the staple play that we've all seen at the US Nats.
Great. So that Art of War being a little bit sneaky, buffing up that Descendant Gust Wave. Should that Gust Wave be coming in for 2 or 3? Because Zen State is still active, I believe. Well, they're sharp players. I reckon they'll figure it out. They figured out the Shuko 1 last turn.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just seeing the top down, aren't we? There's a lot of communication going on in the other room between them.
So we're seeing Passover come here, deciding what we're banishing. Now, this is one of those edge cases where if George is holding Preserved Tradition, after Isaac targets that one of those cards, he can steal it away to prevent that Transcend and make that effect fizzle and just really put a scupper on the turn.
What was that interaction, sorry? How could he steal?
So, because you need to target what's in the graveyard, if you play that out first and I go, no, I'm going to play mine that will resolve first to put it to the bottom of my deck.
It just fizzles away, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But George didn't have that in hand, so Isaac gets to double Transcend this turn, which also creates extra resources off the Saya. Going into Zen, there's so many resources available to Isaac. At this point in the turn, you're thinking, what's the best way to use these resources? What are these really expensive attacks? Because this is one of those few turns where you are happy pitching.
But George still essentially on 14 life because of the armor as well.
He has got that armor, absolutely. Yeah. And there's that other Art of War. Wow.
Okay.
So that's what you're using all those resources for.
Yeah.
Drawing another 2 cards.
God damn. This is Zen.
It is indeed. So, that Zen state isn't doing everything it wants to do because now it's being fully counteracted and then some by that Art of War.
Yeah. But at this point, without that Zen state, it would be +2.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So,
but that would then be counteracted by the, still having the Blade Break 2 on the Saya.
Mm-hmm.
So, you value these things differently depending on that turn cycle. So I think that turn where George did choose to do that, his hand wasn't phenomenal. It was, it was a chi and then 2 this rounds on me's that then didn't really find an attack worth playing out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here comes that bonds that we searched for off the Zen ability. Targeting Descendant, it looks like. So we are going to see that double turn buffed up by Art of War. So blocking 3, George is aware that, if he is surviving this turn, he will be surviving on 1 life just like Isaac did. And then maybe finding ways to be able to sneak some damage through with, are you even going to have 1 card left? You'll see.
Zen state prevents every instance of damage, does it?
Zen
by
state,
1?
Yeah, so reduces every incoming source of damage by 1.
Yeah. So they're still, with the counters and the attacks, they're still representing what the value of the attack is, but every damage that's taken is reduced by 1. That's the maths that we can't see on the screen here.
So it looks like the life totals are being adjusted correctly.
Yeah.
It's just not being shown on the die.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's not how it works. It's the raw value of the 6 is there, but the life is being adjusted -1 each time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is.
So it's hard to follow along with on stream, definitely.
but the players are definitely doing the technically more correct thing.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. And here we are. Again, looking for the right card in graveyard to banish to find the next play out.
I'll be interested to know how much damage that Zen state has soaked up.
It would be interesting to go back and count it up.
Yeah.
Most definitely. And then...
It feels like it's been around for ages, but it's been around for 2 turns, that Zen state.
Definitely. They've been very long 2 turns because those players are doing, they're doing all those fun things.
Exactly.
And there comes that aspect of Tiger.
So,
all right, so...
There's about a red card being played before it to give it all the stuff.
Yep, and it gives you a Tiger as well. So at this point, Isaac, this late in the game, and I know it's only turn 6, but these players have played so many cards. Mm-hmm. Isaac's thinking, okay, what cards can I banish from grave and still search out of my deck? Because those numbers are thinning out. Those options that you have right on the top, right at top of mind, may have been thinned out on those previous combo turns that we've seen.
Yeah.
We're seeing another block come out from George as well, looking to potentially take 1 of this damage, one of which, take 2 damage, one of which will be prevented by that Zen state. And Isaac's still holding 3 cards in hand and 2 very playable ones from the banish zone.
He's just calling another judge here just to make sure that his thinking process is correct. Whatever that might be.
There's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of options. The first couple turns on Zen are very straightforward, but these later turns where you have these weird interactions and you've got so many things in graveyard and in banish, then it becomes, that challenging aspect of, okay, here's what I have left. I've never played out this particular combo of cards before because it's generally less damage than what I would normally like to do, but my deck is pretty thin. Does it work the way I expect it to?
Yeah.
How can we, make the best of a bad situation? Well, I'm not going to say bad situation because he does have 2 Art of Wars on the board.
Oh god, yeah.
Definitely. The question is then just how much more can you keep pushing forward? Because we know that one of those cards in hand, or 2 of those cards in hand, I believe, are still or one card in hand left is still definitely an inner chi, and we don't know the offensive value of what's left in hand. It may be very limited, and you are just playing a little bit face up out of banish.
Yeah. We're just waiting for that judge call to come back again. These players are playing at a very, very high level. This is the last round of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. So you've got all of that to come here on the stream today. But we're not finished on this particular game yet. So stay tuned. But thanks, everybody, for being here. It's a pleasure having you. And, it's just been a great time all round. Have you enjoyed it? This is your first time doing this sort of thing, right?
It's my first time doing it in such a lovely setting. I've done some local stuff before, and it was an absolute blast, but here it feels like I'm part of something really big. It's been absolutely phenomenal. It's great to see everybody who I've met over the years playing Fab around here.
Yeah.
And even meeting new people.
Exactly.
It's been absolutely fantastic.
That's why a lot of people do it, right? This game is a conduit to just meeting people and having a great time. That's the reason I do it personally. I just happened to be in the booth today and having a whale of a time as well, watching a lot of high-level Flesh and Blood, which we will get back to very, very soon. But again, speaking of high-level Flesh and Blood, that's why the step away from the table to make sure that the line that they're playing is just as correct as it possibly can be.
Yeah, and especially, I imagine Isaac would have probably received some type of warning or a caution, or at the very least, a be careful and a stern finger point for, a previous mistake that was made in this game.
Yeah.
And you want to be really careful, because that second one that comes in, the judges are a lot less lenient on. They go, okay, once is a mistake, twice is a bit questionable. We have to give you some type of actual penalty in this case. And the penalties in Flesh and Blood, when they do come down, are very challenging. That IP2 can be absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, we want to try and avoid that as much as possible, right? So that's why they're trying to proactively solve and deal with any things that come up in the moment. So yeah, but everyone's doing a great job. And if you like what we're doing here, there's a little PayPal thing up here. So if you want to get involved with the raffle, we are very, very close to tier 2. There's a lot of good stuff happening. So make sure you do that and support the independent streams. It's all been done by Alan at Tabletop 24 today. So make sure you do that. But we're going straight back to the game. Here we go.
Fantastic. All right. This is exciting. Let's see how the rest of this turn plays out. We see a lot of face-up offense from Isaac. And George is now wondering what else is going to be hidden in those 3 cards in Isaac's hand. We know what one of them is, possibly 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think 2 were drawn off Art of War. 1 is that 3rd inner chi. So we've had a concession here. Concession by George or by Isaac?
Oh, what did we miss there?
All right, so it seems that Isaac has conceded. This may relate to some degree of standings. If somebody was live for top 8 but somebody wasn't, I'm not sure on the specific details of that. We will look into it. So that's probably what that judge interaction was, making sure, hey, this is what I plan on doing. They've recently changed those concession rules, so you got to be really, really careful. The players, to stay on side, on the right side of those. The players were told at the beginning of this event, these are the new concession rules. Tread carefully. We want to make sure everything is clean and above board, and there's not anything shady going on in the background. The last thing we need in Fab is a match fixing scandal.
Exactly, yeah. And both of those players, you saw their faces. They were just loving life. And one sec.
Nice.
But we will find out. We will find out what that is.
So,
but yeah, they were having a fun time, and it looked like that it resolved in a manner in which it should have done anyway. So
yeah.
But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. We're going to be back to do it all over again for the top 8 very, very soon. So we're going to be interested to see where the standings are, and hopefully we can get that up on the beautiful screen for you at some point. Yeah, it's been good.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to come back for top 8 and see some of the more explosive turns in that.
Absolutely. We'll be right back for more Flesh and Blood.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship, and I've been joined by Ed Cardle from By the Same Token, no stranger to coming on and having a chat with me. Thank you for sponsoring the stream.
No worries.
Do you want to tell us what you guys do?
Yeah, so I'm from By the Same Token, and we make kind of a large amount of different tabletop accessories in acrylic for loads of different games, basically, and hopefully bling them out and make them a bit more immersive and a little bit cooler for everybody involved, a little bit clearer.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you make them for the game that really matters, which
indeed.
Is Flesh and Blood.
The only important one, to be honest.
You've come with a special token today for the stream, sort of like transcend tokens. sort of like these are coming in sort of like a blue and a white one as well.
Yeah, we've got a few different variants.
Yeah.
I mean, these are we got real secret drops here because these came off like the Lazarus prototypes like literally yesterday. And so first look.
Yeah. So as soon as sort of like LSS announced sort of like new rules, you're straight on it, designing the tokens. You made some for heavy hitters, especially sort of like the Vigor tokens, Go Again tokens. Who sort of like if you watch my show, you know, you very kindly did giveaways for that. So what you do for the community to make the game a lot more accessible and a lot more easy to see what's going on is fantastic.
I think the thing about it is that like anything that's made is something I want anyway. Like this thing, and I hope that's really obvious when you play with them, because like I want to play with this. I think it's useful, and hopefully you will too. You know, like.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see them on the stream today. Sort of like most of the tokens, sort of like Ed tokens, all by the same tokens that have been made. You've made an amped one already. Sort of like they showed Rosetta the new set sort of like last week, and you've made an amped already. So you can't see it very well.
That is.
He's trying to get it, but yeah.
Soon we'll all be making rune chants, doing all sorts of badness.
So excellent, that's brilliant. I wish you all the very best. Who are you playing in the main event?
Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire.
Are you playing your Hanabi build?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go faster than Zen. Let's prove it.
I played your list in sort of like my little online league. Yeah, it didn't go well against Zen. He had an 8-card hand, and I had sad panda face. But it is very nice. It is cool. Playing with Hanabi Blaster it's a lot of fun. It's whether or not you have enough time to build the counters up on the gun to really get it rocking. What special tech have you got against him?
We have, if I can find some rainbow foil cards, we have combustible couriers.
Okay.
And we have boom grenades. Now the idea is, because I run three Spark of Geniuses in the main, that is a dead card. I do not want to give tempo away to get an item, so we're turning that into basically an extra 0 to 60. And I hopefully have enough T-bones that he's never going to throw his items in front of that. They're either already gone, he's already done his stuff, or we've disrupted him enough that it's not clean, whatever he does. Okay. And we'll see.
Okay. What about Enigma? I mean, you know, wards. I know you do straight damage. You haven't got a lot of on hits. Like, you know, you're saying you've got combustible courier to try and make people block. But sort of like Enigma is like the other, sort of like we'd say, the bogeyman. But, you know what I mean? It can be a bit sticky.
Enigma's a funny one. I think I run that goes a bit more towards the kind of item heavy. We can wait a minute to build up. Once we start sweeping away the boards for the first time and get the momentum rolling, I think it's quite hard for her to really stop and get the state built up again. If we can do that consistently and just keep alternating max V, Hanabi, max V turns, it's very difficult for her to get back in the game, and you just present too much damage for fatigue a lot of the time.
Nice.
Like,
Brilliant. Okay, we'll see how it goes. How are you feeling about draft?
Terrible.
Okay, well, at least you're honest.
We'll see. I'll happily pull a cold foil and leave. No, it'll be good. I'm excited. But yeah.
The thing is, we've seen it before. Sammy Braben, sort of like, well known for playing Icelander at the time, went into last Nationals, smashed the field with Icelander, got into draft. Very poor drafter then. Things have changed for Sammy now. He's put a lot of time into it, but then he pulled it back with the last CC rounds and managed to get into the top 8. So it's still possible, but it's very dodgy.
It is dodgy.
You know, yeah, you got to put the practice in with draft. You know, especially sort of like at these stakes. Dude, thank you so much for sponsoring the show. I look forward to the more sort of like tokens that come out with Rosetta when we start seeing more keywords that come through. But I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Stick around. There's more games to come. So, you know, maybe get a quick drink and then pop back and, you know, we're on to the next round. All right.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
The curved sleeves. Now you can get the sensation of going sleeveless with the curved sleeves. The rounded bottom corners perfectly match the corners of your card and feel great in hand. The top corners are still squared off to provide maximum tear resistance and weld strength. That asymmetrical design also means that when you're shuffling, you won't accidentally place a card in upside down.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship at Liverpool. I've been joined by Steve Broder. Now, you're a bit of an unsung hero. You're a judge. So you were sort of like a level 1 judge, level 2 judge.
Yeah.
You've stepped up for this UK Nationals for head judge.
Yeah.
So
So equally disliked now across all the players, because normally it's the head judge that's just disliked because they make the final call and decision.
yeah, it's only
So-
if there's an appeal.
Yeah. So yeah, stepping up. Hopefully this year's going to be good fun and a lot of work has gone into it.
How would you encourage somebody to, if they were looking at judging, sort of like how would you encourage people to get into it?
I mean, the first problem that a lot of players will say to me is like, I've done the level 0 just because they wanted to try it, but
Even I've done that.
yeah. And then they're kind of like, oh, I don't know if I want to do the level 1, and I tell players always just do the level 1, because you'll actually get a lot more information on rules you might not know, and certain triggers and resolutions layers that you've missed because you've only played heroes that never play around that layer. And then the problem is that a lot of players are like, okay, well, I've got my level 1, I don't want to judge now, just because why would it's one of the questions, why would you judge when you can play a game you love, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but then it comes up to actually encouraging players to jump in and say, this is your store that you play at, just judge there and jump in, support judge your local head, the local judge for the store, and then you'll find that kind of actually you can have fun as a judge as well. You socialize, you talk, you get to play, you get to be involved in the game just a different way. So like when I go to a store, I walk in and I end up talking to, like if it's a 32 player ProQuest, I'm probably talking to all 32 players and socializing and remembering names and having that side of things that you don't really get to enjoy as much when you're playing, because you're always in competitive mode, you're trying to play, you're trying to win. So I get that kind of enjoyment from it. But like, do your level 0, go do your level 1. Even if you fail it, don't suddenly leave it as that. Try again.
You've got a cooling off period, haven't you? You've got sort of like so many days, and then you can try again.
Yeah. So it's 24 hours now for the exams for sets. So there's 3 sets a year, 3 exams a year that are based on sets. So we've done the heavy hitters one's already done. The Miss Veil one should be coming out fairly soon, next couple of weeks, or maybe up to a month. It should be done be online before the Pro Tour. Going from that, you do your level 1, try it. You'll find out more as you do it and go over it. And even if you've done it once, sometimes just do it again, because you'll get questions. Whenever you do a test, it takes like 20 questions out of a pool of how many they've made on from Judge Hub. So each time you might find something you don't know. Go do it and then judge a couple times. Judge your store, come to a nationals, come to a calling, to a battle hardened somewhere, and even if you don't plan on becoming a level 2 or taking it further, do your level 2. Even if you don't plan on submitting it to, the way it works with level 2 is you have to do 2 exams, a rules test and a tournaments test exam.
Okay, yeah.
Once you've passed both, you get a review, and then it goes off to get checked by some of the higher ups from the Judge Hub, and they'll confirm or decline and say, actually, you haven't got enough experience. But even if you're not planning on getting that level 2, just do the exam and see what parts of your game you're missing. Because even if you're a player, you're taking that information to say, oh, actually, I've been playing this card wrong. There's a priority window here I didn't know. I could benefit from this. So,
especially when sort of like we're seeing new heroes come out, we're seeing new heroes possibly look at certain windows that weren't available before.
Yeah.
Sort of like, I mean, Wizards is a prime example, sort of like, when you're going to play these instants, when you're going to jump in to do things. I can't play Wizard for Toffee, but sort of like, if you know the instant windows for these, all power to you.
Yeah.
But, as a judge, you've got to know them as well. You just like, okay.
Absolutely. So I mean, I play Mech and Brew. I don't know what I know about arcane damage. So what I tell players as well is like, I actually love when there's an illusionist or a wizard in the meta, because it means that we have to remember triggers that because unless you're competing, you're judging at every big event. Sometimes you're going to all the callings, you're going to all the Pro Tours, you're going to Worlds. If you're not doing that, you take like a 6-month period of not judging, you kind of sometimes forget. You go, oh yeah, you do have priority here. Just because even though you know the base rules, you just forget it slips. So I do like when there's a wizard in the meta that's good, illusionist in the meta, because you're going, okay, and now I need to remember these windows, and it keeps you on your toes.
So when you go to sort of like one of the big events like the Call In and Battle Hardens, something like there is sort of like there's a conference, isn't there? Sort of like the judges seem to sort of like squirrel themselves away to a secret room. Like me and Alan are sitting up our stream, they're like, there's a judge conference going on around here. What's all that about? Sort of like what are you guys talking about?
So normally judges apply to put on the judge conference. So judge conference is normally for, US Nats I believe had one. We didn't get one here. We didn't do one here. But most callings, or pretty much every calling a Pro Tour, will get one. And Worlds had a really big one last year. And what it is judges will submit a presentation they think will benefit the rest of the judges out there. Yeah. So they'll come on, they'll build a project, a presentation, and they'll just tell they'll tell Lamberto and Klaus what they want to talk about, and that will then they'll look at it and go, actually, we need this right now. This is information that we haven't seen yet. Yep. Then we go into a weird room, a quiet room in the back, as you say, and so what ends up happening is take turns just presenting to others. Earlier this year, Liverpool was a great one. Cecil Ember did one on catching card cheats with sleight hand tricks, because they're an ex-magician. What better way to learn than sleight of hand? Yeah. And really great presentation. I tried to record some of it where they just kept catching off everyone viewing by saying, "Oh no, I made a mistake," but actually the whole time the card was exactly where they was exactly in the deck where they wanted it, and just showed how easy it is to say, "Oh, you cut my deck, but I still have the card here." So we're using our work experience and our knowledge and our history to educate other judges on, okay, you haven't had this opportunity. Here we go. I'm going to show you as quickly as I can in half an hour, 45 minutes, something that I'm very good at or very experienced at, and I can show you who didn't have that luxury of learning as you were growing up, or just through hobbies, right? So I did one in Liverpool as well about I called it Exude Confidence, which is just talking to players, which a lot of the UK players will see is I will talk to almost every player. I try to remember everyone's name. Try to remember players' names, and it's like, but by doing that, I build, exuding that confidence. I'm building that confidence in them to say, actually, I want to make a judge call, because you've done multiple events, Baz, like where you go. You see a player and you're like, they want to make a judge call. You can see in their eyes they really want to, but they just don't have that. They don't know the judges. They don't feel comfortable in the event, and maybe they're fairly new, and they don't do that. And so it's like, actually, by building a rapport with the players, they'll just shout judge, and just they'll be more willing to make that judge call. Which, if the more judge calls we're making, the more we're educating players on the rules. Realistically, we're just making our life a lot easier in the long run, because now hopefully in a couple of years we don't have any judge calls at Worlds, because everyone knows the game.
Absolutely. But it's about approachability, isn't it?
Yeah.
Approachability. Like we'll see sort of like most of the judges for the UK nationals, like they're on the circuit, so you know them all the time. You got Cole, you got Aaron, you got PT. Just like okay, Michael is another big one for the UK. So sort of like
Jason Hamer, just in the Papa Judge, we call him in UK just because he's dad judge, because he's a slightly older guy, and everyone goes to him and be like, oh, I need some help with this. Like, I'm really struggling with, it's might not be even a rules thing. It's just like, I am really struggling to get that motivation, to do that drive today because I'm tired, or just long week or something else. And he's just, right, come on, let's go. And he's just such a good judge in the community.
Yeah. So another question then, how hard is it? So like they bring out a new set, obviously people are going to be jumping on it, pre-releases and everything else. How hard is it to actually learn all the nuances of the new cards? Are you
once if you're new into the game, it's obviously a lot harder. But actually, when Misfell came out, there was a lot of judges who were very much like, there's a lot going on. Transcend is a new thing. Chi, triggering all these new things. Mystic being its own key word, a lot of judges were really worried it was going to be like, okay, there's a lot of rules, like illusionist level, complex illusionist versus wizard illusion, layered level stuff. And actually, once you've played the game for about a year or so, and you've done maybe your judge exam, your level 1, you start looking at it and you're going, oh, actually, this is fairly easy. But at first sight, so when a new set comes out, there is that fear of going, okay, there's a lot now, and I need to remember I need to know all the times this card can be couldn't be activated or could be layered, and then eventually you start to go, oh, actually, this is really easy. It takes you a couple of days, and you're like, oh no, this is good stuff. But even if you're struggling, there's the Rules of Wraith Discord, which is all majority of the world's judges for Flesh and Blood, all in there. And you can just type in a word related to maybe it's the card. If you're trying to figure out all the modes for Warmongers, you just type it into Discord, and there'll be a bunch of judges who have asked the question, answered the question, and given you breakdowns on what technically can be done, what can't. So there's a lot of information out there. So even if you are struggling and you're not as experienced, there is the resource of. I mean, you can go on Judge Hub website, which is there's loads of forums, there's loads of articles and people talking, but also the Rules of Wraith Discord is a major resource for judges.
Is that tied in with the app? You got the Rules of Wraith app as well?
No, so it's a separate
right.
thing. So Rules of Wraith is just an app, but I believe the Rules of Wraith, Judges of Wraith Discord is run by Joshua Scott, I believe,
right,
or Klaus. So one of the two major judges for the game.
It also helps if you've got you're friends with the judge and you can just message him on Discord and go, I'm in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
Help me out here.
Yeah.
I've done that with James Armstrong before on Armory and gone, I don't know how to play this card.
Sends a picture and be like, right, how do I resolve this?
So get to know your judges, that's for sure. Thank you so much.
No worries.
I hope you don't have a busy day tomorrow.
We both know it'll be fun. It's going to be. I'm really hyped. I think the judge team is insanely strong. Like I've said to all the other judges, is like I was starting to get a little bit anxious because it's my first head judge at Nats, and then you look at the team and you're like, well, if there is an issue, what a team to have behind me to support, right? Like it's insane. I've got James Armstrong, the previous 3 nationals head judge, to support me as my team lead. I've got Philippe, who's the German head judge. So I'm already there. I've got like several years of several tournaments of experience. So I'm going to be fine.
Whenever I go to an event, I see Cole and I'm just like,
can't miss him.
I mean, he's a huge, he's a huge guy.
6'6".
Like, I see Cole and I'm just like, we're in good hands.
Yeah.
There's certain judges that you just gel with. Obviously, I don't get down to London where your playground is
on purpose. So. Just doesn't like us as a judge. Is what he's saying. It's just, but no. Yeah, you should come down. We need to rematch at Bad Moon for that KO deck game.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, cool. I wish you all the best, mate.
No, thank you. But
good luck.
Hi all, welcome back. So, what are you laughing
I
for?
don't know. I thought you was going for a high five, but we kind of just went. Yeah, let's do it anyway.
Cool.
There we go.
Okay, so we have a top 8 for you folks.
We do indeed.
So let's bring the graphic up.
Yes.
There we go.
Look at that.
Zen's still here.
Zen is still here, and it's going to be. Sorry, carry on.
No. So we can see we've got 3 Zen, which is kind of what we expected. But you know what? 3 Zen, we've got a lot of counters around there. We've got a lot of people who think they've got the odds. They can balance the odds against Zen.
Yeah, there's a few different lists in there as well. I think there's a couple of Talishars in there, potentially some Zephyr Needles, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how those matchups play out. But one of the most interesting things that I'm seeing here is the Riptide versus Prism, and that is one of the matches we are going to see next.
Absolutely.
Andrew Rayner, part of the Thistle Tavern team, the Scottish team that have come up with this incredible Riptide list, has got them all the way to the top 8 here at the UK Nationals, so that's going to be interesting to see as well.
Absolutely, and I've heard a word that in top 8 of Spanish Nationals has also got a Riptide, so Riptide's a great medical right now.
Okay.
So
nice.
Fantastic to see. I'm sure Ranger Chat is very excited.
Absolutely.
So yes, as you said, the round we're going to be looking at for casting will be the Riptide and Prism. They're just doing all the deck checks and so forth as we go through, so we'll have a bit of time. But other than that, we've got Matt Folks and Prism against Noah on Noah Hicks on KO.
Oh, another Prism Kano.
We have the graphic as misspelling that. It's Kano, not KO. There are no brutes, only wizards. So hopefully I spoke to Noah. He understands it's going to be a challenging matchup, but he thinks he's got an out. So we'll see how that one goes. In fact, that's right back to the beginning of the day, wasn't it? That was round 2 we saw Matt versus Noah. So it's a rematch.
Maybe round 3, I think. It was the last
round
game.
Round 3. It was correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's round 3 yesterday. So yes, the grudge match for last time Matt won. Let's see what Noah can do this time.
Absolutely.
Emad Kashi against Jake Warburton on Zen Mirror. So you always need a good Zen Mirror right now.
You do, yeah.
So
that last one was just absolute, just balls to the wall. It was so much fun to watch. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what tech they bring against each other in that one. I think Jake's list is more sort of Tiger orientated. There's a couple of sensors in there as well. Some nice big interactive chain enders as well, which he has access to. So that's going to be interesting to see how they sort of tech against each other in that one as well.
Absolutely, and Kashi's got some tech cards in the form of weakest link.
Yeah, that's good.
So I believe he has Salt the Wound as well. So we got some. It'll be interesting to see 2 different Zen go against each other, and Kashi having the higher seeding will be choosing the turn order for that one. So
true.
Aggro Mirrors second always works. And then finally we have Dash versus Zen, which is one.
Interesting one.
An interesting one. I don't. It'll be good to hear about how that one goes because I really don't know myself.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those ones where I think Dash has a lot of interaction in form of like equipment interaction, so it could be key to sort of draw out the stride of the reprisal. I think it's called the Tiger generating one, as well as the Traverse as well. There's a lot of equipment interaction, but again, Dash can go a lot of different ways. Whenever you face a Dash, you never know what sort of Dash you're going to be facing here, but mainly. I imagine it's going to be some sort of interactive aggro to try and deal with Zen, but we'll see.
We'll see. So absolutely. So say we're going to be casting the Riptide and Prism, and then we'll be following through all the way through to the finals. But for now, we're going to be. We've closed off the raffle now, and so we are ready to do all the draws and things. And so
tier 2 was unlocked, by the way. So we now have all the tier 2 prizes available. So it doesn't matter when you entered your ticket. You have all helped us get to this tier 2. So you're all going to have the chance of winning the same prizes now.
So if we talk a bit about tier 2, so we spoke about tier 1 earlier. So we've got some Raisin Army and.
There's quite a lot of stuff.
And Wage Gold promos from the Battle Hards and Callings. And then we had Cold Foil, Nebula Blade, and Iris of Reality.
Yep.
And now for Tier 2, we have Runner.
Absolutely.
Pack, the Battlefront Bastion pack, and a Cold Foil Cavdine.
Yeah, and a massive swag bag from By the Same Token, one of the sponsors of the stream today. And I just want to shout out all the sponsors yet again for their help in keeping the lights on here. That's Heavy Play, Chaos Cards, By the Same Token, which are contributing to that swag bag. Thistle Tavern, which of course Andrew Rayner is in the top 8. So these guys can play as well. The sponsors of the event can even play. And fleshandbloodcards.com as well for all your singles in the UK. But we've got loads of mats here. I'm just trying to filter my way through. We've got these ones. These are the law book ones, aren't they?
Yes, I love this mat personally. It's a great mat, just generic for every hero.
Absolutely, yeah. I love these like abstract ones. Go on, show those ones off as well.
So it's the swirls with the dragon on it.
Absolutely, 2 of those and 2 of those law book ones as well. And then we got Herald of Triumph as well. So all of this contribution from you folks in the chat, people that are watching, just contributing pounds here and there, has allowed us to unlock this tier, and we've got a load of prizes to give away, which we're going to be announcing very, very soon, along with all the original tier as well. Do you want to show off the original tier as well? Might as well, aren't we? So we've got this one, the Olympia Up the Ante playmat. Olympia will be relevant one day, I know it. We'll see. Then we got the Herald of Figment of Protection, I believe.
Yep, Figment of Protection, yep.
I'm not good with illusionist cards, as you probably would have told on the stream already. And we got the Shift the Tide of Battle playmat as well.
Okay.
But yeah, that's
it. So yes. So if you've sent money after now, it'll be accepted as a donation. So thank you very much. But we have taken down the PayPal just to avoid any confusion.
Exactly. The shipping as well is free within the UK. But if you're international, then obviously we can discuss it with you as to how you get that into your hands, essentially.
Absolutely.
But it all goes a long way. It's all part of just supporting independent live streams like this, because this is not LSS backed. This is all Tabletop 24. Yes. So we're all doing off our own back. So every contribution that anyone has made in that today to help us reach this point is just absolutely pivotal to keeping streams like this alive and well. So thank you very much.
And yeah, Baz and Alan, Alan's in my ear, but
behind the scenes
have done so much work.
Yeah.
So we're just the people talking, but everyone else is running around like mad chickens.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Thank you much. So we are sorting out all the ticket things, and then we'll be announcing the winners in a bit.
Ian Porter, best community, to be honest. I absolutely agree with you. I'm sure a lot of people will do as well. So yeah, keep up with that positivity, and we're going to be back very, very soon to do it all over again here in the top 8 of the UK Nationals, Liverpool.
Great. Thank you. Okay, guys, top
are
8 are still getting ready, but while they're getting ready, we are going to be announcing the raffle.
Yeah, boy.
So, just to reiterate, we've got 2 tiers of prizes to go through. We're going to go through each prize, and we've got tickets here. So we're going to read the number, and then we're going to be having it whispered in our ear about which person's winning or shown on our screen, and we'll be able to report those.
Yeah, definitely.
To reiterate, so postage is free in the UK, and if you're international, we can discuss options about what we can do, whether it's postage or to meet at an event, etc. We'll go from there.
Sick. Do you want to draw the first one?
Okay, and just a reminder that the raffle is now closed. So
yeah.
if you'd like to donate money to the stream, we gratefully appreciate it, but it will not go towards the raffle.
Yeah.
And we've got all your email addresses from the PayPal.
Yep.
But if you do need to contact, we've the contact details for Tabletop 24. You can email contact@tabletop24.uk.
And just before we draw these, we're going to go through it fairly quickly. I just want to thank everybody who's supporting these independent streams. It makes a hell of a lot of difference to us, and just keeps the lights on, keeps the cameras running. But without further ado, let's draw this. Let's do it.
Okay, let's go. First number is 103.
103, and the winner of that is
Mehmet Hussein.
fantastic, awesome. Let's go again. I've got judges shouting in my ear holes.
And that is for the shifted. We're doing 3 Shift of the Tide battles. So this is for the Shift of the Tide battle.
Playmats.
Playmat. Thank you.
Cool. Next number is 276, and that is. We are waiting for confirmation. It's not been pre-populated. I'm sorry.
Yes, we understand you waiting. With the judges are going through with the players about who needs to re-sleeve and so forth, and just sorting out all those things, the lists and so forth. So yeah, we understand it's taking a while for the games, but please understand they're going through the process.
Yeah, Edward Cardle. It's 276. Not your turn. Another Shift the Tide of Battle play mat up for grabs here.
Okay. 1.
Number 1, the original. The first
person
to donate.
Aidan Bates. Thank you, Aidan Bates. You're a superstar.
He started everything. He started the whole thing.
Okay, this is for the Up the Ante mat.
Up the Ante mat. This is 101. DM Amado, welcome to chat, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Hi to DM Amado. Okay. Next is for the Figment. Oh.
Up the Ante. Up the Ante playmat.
It's 300. Sorry. No, you read the name.
Yes, Mehmet. Again.
Again. See this. If you get multiple tickets, so 300 is for the Figment of Protection mat.
Just got so excited.
Sorry.
Got so excited for him.
James Armstrong.
James
the
Armstrong.
head judge. Thank you very much.
Nice one, James.
We'll pass that
Cheers,
one over to him.
Awesome stuff.
Okay. Next we're moving on to the extended art pack. So we got onto the Wage Gold pack now. 313.
313. These are good. Yeah, we're going to be into the top 8 very, very soon, guys. So, Josh Williamson with the Wage Gold Extended Art Pack. Lovely. I'm not very good at multitasking. I'm so sorry. Please don't kill me in the chat. Right, here we go.
Here's for the Iris of Reality Cold Foil.
189. Mehmet in the chat, mate. You're rinsing it. Lovely old job. Thanks for contributing.
Thank you very much, Matt.
189. Who's this? 189 for the Iris of Reality. It's gone very quiet in here as we try and draw the last pack.
Mark Henderson.
Henderson.
Hello to Mark in Netherlands. Good to see you.
Good stuff. Awesome stuff.
Okay, I raise an army extended art promo. 93.
Number 93. Been enjoying the stream from across the pond. Cheers, John. Appreciate it, mate. Number 93 is Nathan Lane. Fantastic. Well done. Raise an army extended art. Let's go
This
again.
Is for the Nebula Blade Cold Foil all the way from Arcane Rising all those days ago.
All those days ago. 135 for the Nebula Blade Cold Foil. 135.
Okay.
Yeah, top 8 is looking very interesting. I'm not sure whether you've been shown a graphic yet, but you will see that very soon.
Ian
Stay
Porter.
tuned. Oh, yeah, boy.
Wheels himself. Thank you very much, Ian. Really appreciate the help.
Well done, Ian.
Okay, we're into Tier 2 now, so we're on to the Herald of Triumph mat.
Yep. Let's go.
208.
208. Don't know why I'm singing a Superman theme tune, but there we go. What we got? Dave Kerr. Fantastic.
Great.
Lovely
the
old
Herald
job.
of Triumph mat. That's my favourite mat of the lot.
That is a nice one, yeah.
Okay, now we're
Of
moving
course you
to
would say that. You're a Prism enjoyer, aren't you?
you know. Okay, the Swirling Mist mats.
162. 162. What we got? LSS Swirling Mist Pat, one of my favourites. The abstract look is one of my favourites for sure. James Micklewright. Congratulations.
I believe he might be in the room.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's go again.
And then the Swirling Mist. So the second Swirling Mist mat is 107. Please, Ian.
Ian, stop it, mate.
Yeah. 107.
Jokes. DK Gaming, that's David. Nice one, mate.
Yeah. Mehmet again.
My God.
Oh,
How many tickets did you
congratulations,
get?
Mehmet.
Jeez. Wow.
Okay, over to you.
Let's go again. Absolutely rinsing it. Let's give these a good. Okay. We had to try and source a shoebox to draw all these from, which is interesting. Number 51.
Yep.
Number 51 is the LSS Lawbook playmat. Another fantastic one. Jason Ly. Jason L.Y.
18.
Number 18
For the
next.
second law book mat.
Ollie
Myers. That's another one of my locals.
Oh,
so fantastic.
Good job. Fantastic. Mehmet rinsing
Oh, it might be the other one. It might be the other Ollie. There's two Ollie M's. It might be the other Ollie M. We'll find one of the Ollie M's. You can fight between you.
Cool. Next one is 160. 160.
And this is for the tokens. There's so many tokens in that
that's
pack.
amazing. Everything you could possibly need.
James Micklewright.
Micklewright.
There you go.
Nice one.
For the Battlefront. See, we're even writing Battlefield on the prizes. Battlefront Bastion extended art 148.
148. Cool. And then we got Cavdeen Trade of Skin, according to our
Michael Glover has won the Battlefront Bastions.
Nice one.
Okay.
292. 292. For Cavdeen. Merchant Copper Hero. Kyle Mullings.
And then the final one, the Runner EA pack, is 252.
252.
Mark Warren. So congratulations to all the winners, and we'll be reaching out to you to sort out postage and so forth. And yeah, if you need to get in contact, it's contact@tabletop24.uk. Okay.
But again, all those names that you just read out, the people that are contributing to these streams, it's just amazing, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Making this stuff continue to happen. You know, even indirectly, you know, this could affect all the other streams as well going forward. If they maybe take a leaf out of this book, perhaps. But you know, it's great to see. Thanks for everybody for all the support.
And thank you, thank you to everyone who entered and everyone who provided support. It's really very much appreciated. Okay, so
Is Alan in your
we're
ear
going to have a short break and then we'll go into the top 8.
Awesome. See you soon. So we are back at the UK National Championships here in Liverpool. I'm joined again by Demos. How's it going?
Pretty good. Happy to be here. Excited. Top 8's getting ready to go. Excited.
High-level play.
Definitely. See these players, see what they're going to bring to the table. Bit of an unorthodox matchup that we're getting into immediately.
Yes, very much
But
so.
before we start talking about that, let's talk about the players themselves. Because in top 8, it becomes a lot about the players just as much as the decks.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully we can go to Jack Mountford.
So here's Jack. He's, those top finishes are, local. This is exactly how you want to get to nationals. You are definitely working your way up.
Yeah.
He's really happy to be here on this Prism deck. Some of that Prism bling, he had to re-sleeve it, but he's looking forward to it. And I'm really excited to see how he plays this out. His LGS is at Lion's Heart Bookshop down in Woking.
Okay.
And he plays for Value Vampires.
Nice. Not sure if we've had a few. I might have a few Value Vampires in the room. There's definitely a few of them. So nice, good job for Jack getting into top 8 here on Prism.
Showing that draft strength as well.
Yeah. And he's happy to be there, as you can see. Fantastic.
Oh, always.
Absolutely loving life.
All right.
And then we got Andrew Rayner from Thistle Tavern, actually one of the sponsors of this stream as well, showing that game shops can play. And his LGS as well, at thistletavern.com in his player profile. The Scotland tryhards. I think all of them were on this sort of list, I believe,
yes,
as well.
They were really happy about it. Those top finishes, lots of those mid-size events, 2 ProQuest wins, 2 RTN wins.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what this Riptide deck can offer us. We've seen him around before.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how he does in this game.
Yeah, we saw him draft a lot of Zen in the early rounds there yesterday. But when I spoke to him about the deck very, very briefly before this, I wanted to like get into his head a little bit, because Riptide is, you know him for the traps, you know him for that identity of the hero, right? But he was telling me about that it's just a raw numbers deck.
Yeah.
You can still access Death Dealer as a ranger. We all know how good Death Dealer is, right? He's got New Horizon as well, so you can set up 2 arsenals and really make the use of that as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. One of the major cards I think that Riptide can access with a full suite of bolt and shots is Prismatic Leyline.
Yeah,
that is a great card which basically turns all bolt and shots into reds.
Yeah, every bolt and shot coming in for 5, threatening that reload. Even if that reload misses, Bolton or Riptide can just play another card and then go use that Riptide hero ability arsenal and then just keep it rolling as well. Absolutely. Yeah. And those traps the traps in this match are very interesting. They're really bad when an angel is attacking you directly because it's an ally attack. It does not trigger damage against the defending hero, but they are absolutely phenomenal when they are defending a herald coming in from Prism. They're all going to have go again. Those go again traps are going to trigger. If there is an angel on the board, that ward 4 dies to that 1 damage ping.
Yep.
That's how you're going to sneak a lot of that value back. That Prism can really cheat out using the Halo, using some of those on hits. Because these Riptide deck, they've got the traps and they're great, but there's also a lot of 2 blocks in there.
Yeah, exactly.
So hard to block some of those big red heralds coming in for 7.
Yeah.
While still managing some offense. The one other thing we have is that I think both of these players kind of expected that this matchup was one of the less expected matchups.
Yes.
I think they're a bit lighter on testing in this particular matchup, whereas they both know what they're doing into Zen. They both know what they're doing into a lot of those other heroes you'd expect. But these are both kind of rogue picks, so we'll see how it shakes out.
And when I spoke to Andrew, he said that he hadn't encountered any Prisms on his way to top 8. So this is his first encounter with the Prism at this particular tournament. So it's going to be very interesting how he navigates this. And I'm sure, Monies, this is going to be an interesting one. Monty's in the chat, sorry. This is going to be an interesting one. We're all very, very happy to be here. Top 8 of UK Nats is about to kick off today.
And here we go.
Here we go.
There are the decks. There's the fist bump. We're officially off to the races.
Absolutely. And there we go. Look, Thistle Tavern getting some product placement on the on the actual stream table as well. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Indeed.
Let's go. Let's do this.
So we are seeing Vestige of Soul coming out of Prism here. It is it's become the go-to. People have decided we don't like Empyrean Rapture anymore.
Yeah.
We really like Vestige of Soul. It plays so well with everything you want to do. It makes that Halo turn absolutely massive. It turns your Tomes of Divinity even bigger than they already were.
We saw that in the last game, actually. Just the amount of value you're getting off every single blue pitch after you've put something into your soul is just absolutely insane.
Absolutely. So Andrew looks like he's preparing to set up for that big 6-card turn. Presumably passing this action point back, see if Jack has any instant speed auras that he wants to play out.
Jackson, I think the records on the draft and the CC results were on the player profile.
Yes, so Jack was 5-1 over the course of his draft rounds, and Andrew was 4-2 over the course of his draft rounds.
Yeah.
So there we go. No instant speed aura coming out from Jack, but starting off strong
Just
with a
dominated.
Herald of Erudition.
Yeah.
So the question is, do
Oh,
you
it's a
have the
popper.
popper? You do have the popper. You do run those battering bolts.
You do indeed.
It's good in this format. It can hit figments, it can hit auras, and it can pop things as you go. So immediately, rather unfortunately, paying into those Phantasmal Footsteps just to get those 2 figments out of hand. It's
Yeah,
not
just
what you
go
want to
with
see
your
in your
hand.
opening hand.
Yeah. Andrew off to a great start here, establishing a 2-card arsenal with his New Horizon, coming out of a Falcon Wing for 3 with Go Again straight off the bat there.
Yeah.
And these are great chain starters. You know, couple this with Bolt and Shot and what have you. You know, they've got Go Again off the bat. You haven't used your Death Dealer yet. You haven't used your Snappies. You haven't used your Bullseye. Just great chain starters in a range deck for sure.
Absolutely, and especially coming straight out of Arsenal, you know it's going to be a 3, maybe even 4 arrow turn.
Yeah.
You do have that fantastic setup as well. And there's that Prismatic Leyline that we were just
there we
talking
go.
about.
So this Bolt and Shot is a red.
Yeah,
It's just
well,
converted this Bolt and Shot into a red.
it's a red +1. Even
Why?
better. Red normally comes in for 4. If it's buffed up to 5, it gets all those effects.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Prismatic
yeah, that's right.
Leyline gives it that +3 because it's a blue. So immediately
Yeah, that's what I
seeing
meant.
that value.
It's essentially a red now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a red that's been turned on as well.
Yeah. So that's pretty sick.
So the reload effect, not too relevant because Riptide jumps ahead of that. And Jack now thinking, you know, Prism can do so many powerful things. One of the less powerful things that she does is start on 32 life. So you start 8 life down, and a Heat Seeker
yeah.
to finich.
And that's a 6 because of Prismatic. That's just
It is indeed.
awesome, and it threatens the New Horizon fact that if you got something in face up, you get the additional Arsenal zone as well.
Yes. I'm not sure if he has anything else to Arsenal because
No.
if you could do all this damage and still have something else to Arsenal, I think you're definitely on the right deck. But even without the Arsenal, that on hit from Heat Seeker is absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely. Off to a good start.
Jack now thinking about, you know, the hand blocks a little bit awkwardly. How valuable is playing out that Genesis that we can see in there? Riptide does have a lot of go again, so you know, but it does cost a full arrow to kill that Genesis when you're playing a Ranger.
Yes.
Question is it worth all the cards to play out? On its own, probably not. If you can pair it with some other excellent things, we'll see what.
That's why the
what
Falcon
Math
Wings.
Jack
That's
is
why
doing.
the Falcon Wings are pretty good because they're just 0 for free damage, so you can just chuck those in as well if you need to.
Absolutely.
At the auras as they're established.
Indeed.
Come on, Andrew. Yeah, a lot of Ranger aficionados in the chat. Love to see it. Ranger's definitely one of my favourites as well for sure.
Yeah.
Anything with the bow and arrow.
It's the theming on it's just so good.
Oh, it really is.
And I mean, the power level of Death Dealer is also fantastic.
It really is. Yeah, we haven't even seen him activate it today.
Yeah.
On this turn. Sorry. But it looks like there's just a judge there to check over the interaction is what's coming here.
It looks like a question on an interaction here. I don't think either of these players has done anything untoward
No.
quite yet in this match, and I don't expect either of these players to do so.
Yeah.
They're both stand-up guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're both having a great time. I think we've seen that, you know, throughout the weekend is just people just having a good time with this. What's being decided
So
here then?
the question here, it looks like if we're planning on blocking with the Stonewall Gauntlet and the Phantasmal Footsteps, does the minus from the Stonewall Gauntlet, because Heatseeker has additional power,
I see.
layering those triggers, because Phantasmal Footsteps, if it blocks something with 6 or more power, it is destroyed.
Mm.
Heatseeker's coming in for 6. If Phantasmal Footsteps and the Gauntlet block at the same time,
Right.
then you have 2 triggers there. You reduce the Heatseeker to 5, but is that before or after those boots get destroyed?
I
So
see.
now
Right.
this is probably an interaction that I imagine our judge is also the first time he's seeing it.
Probably, yeah.
So we're having to go mentally right down into the details of that rule book and think, okay, we are directly layering triggers. When does this happen? When does that phantasm resolve? Sorry, not even phantasm, because technically it's not a phantasm trigger. It's its own similar wording, but a separate item.
Yeah, this is what the judges are for. We've said it multiple times on this stream. They're always at hand to help in these top 8 games.
Absolutely. So it looks like it should work, because I believe Prismatic Footsteps is at the end of the chain, but we'll see. Either way, I'm guessing it does, because, you know, otherwise you're not too thrilled. So there we go. We're covering up that nasty on-hit effect.
Yep.
Taking those 2 cards. And I think the other 2 cards in Jack's hand are, they are those no
okay.
blocks. So
Yeah.
that Genesis does come out. Nothing to feed it with this turn, unfortunately.
This is one of those cards you just want to get off the table, right? You have to take a turn to just get rid of this, even though it's Spectra. You just want to try and get rid of it, right?
Well, you definitely have to, especially because that Genesis trigger, sure, it's nice to get a card in Soul and to get a Spectral Shield, but on this new Prism Hero ability, being able to search out that Figment and
of course.
immediately flip it over,
Yeah, that's
that
outrageous.
Genesis is better in new Prism than it was in old Prism.
Oh, for sure.
So I think Andrew's now thinking, is there a way I can present damage before killing this Genesis?
Yeah.
Can I throw in something with Go Again and then kill the Genesis, or am I just killing the Genesis?
True.
Because if he is just killing the Genesis, then looks like there's no Go Again in the hand.
Okay, and that's good because Intoxicating Shot, has that downside of if it hits, they get the thing. So
Yes.
using it as an arrow to fire at Genesis, I think is a good shout.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And Intoxicating Shot's downside is such an interesting thing because it is
It turns on your traps, right?
Yes, it's nominally downside, but it does turn on those traps. And then it depends on the structure of your deck. If you're, are you leaning super hard into those traps? Are you looking to land those hits?
Yes.
So Jack is now thinking about, is there a response to this killing Genesis? Merciful is sometimes a reasonable target for that.
Okay, yeah.
But pitching that 4 may be a little bit awkward off the jump here. And, sorry, one slight correction on that Genesis. It is at the start of a turn. It's not during your action phase.
Oh,
so
right.
it will not trigger that search, but it does provide fantastic fodder for attacking with those angels.
Okay. Yeah.
So, if you have that in from Genesis, your Halo becomes so much more threatening, so much more immediately.
You're just getting stuff into Soul to fuel
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
So we're starting with a Herald of Ravages here from Jack. He's very happy to be able to, hopefully this time swing out a 2 Herald turn and really start that ball rolling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
So we are blocking this. And interestingly enough, because Tarpet Trap is blocking something with Go Again, the next time that something hits this turn...
It's not going to.
It'll hit.
Trigger.
It just won't trigger.
Yeah.
But
establishing a Passing Mirage instead is a nice little chain ender to get rid of the first instance of Phantasm.
And did Jack just drew a Soul Food?
Oh, really?
He did.
What does that do?
Soul Food is an action that blocks 2 that when you play it, you can put any number of cards in your hand into Soul.
Oh.
So I guess, that's one way to jumpstart your Soul.
Yeah.
If Andrew's not letting any of your attacks hit and you don't want to pop that Halo, you know what?
All right.
Make it happen on your own. Play Soul Food, put 2 Heralds in there, maybe even 3, search up all those Figments, play them out, and then get ready to start going that next turn. It's a massive setup card, I think, in this setup. The question is, do you have the time and the space to play it when you're up against a Riptide who's,
throwing
really
numbers at you.
throwing 5 cards a turn at you.
Yeah.
Everybody gets to draw 4 cards. If you're running Death Dealer, you get to draw a 5th. It's that simple.
I mean, it's interesting that he's obviously used the braces here to make sure the bolt and shot is turned on for the Go Again. So I'm not sure he has that buff in hand at the moment. But still, you can lead after this with a Death Dealer from the Tunic if you want. Load it in, draw, see what that is. This is why people play Ranger, because you can just draw a card on board.
Yeah.
So drawing a card with Tunic is just a lovely feeling, in general.
It really is, and especially because so many of these Riptide lists are running mostly 0 costs, right? Those 1 costs, like Heatseeker, are only in there because they're worth the card that you're pitching for it.
Yes.
But if you can get a free card straight off the Death Dealer, play a 0 for 4 arrow, you're very, very happy. Especially when you draw that pump, turn that 4 into a 7.
Yeah. And as a result of this interaction here, Jack absolutely in the tank to decide what he's going to do with this.
Yeah. And again, you're worried about the on hit because, how much further can this turn extend? But you're also definitely worried, you're already down on 23 life.
Yeah.
You start 8 behind, Riptide has 1 good aggressive turn into you, and all of a sudden you're at half of where you think you should be at the start of any given game, right?
Yeah. And he hasn't really had the room to establish any auras. The heralds that have been coming in have been fully blocked, etc. The on hits have been denied if there was a follow up. It's just there was a popper at the right time. It's just going Andrew's way at the moment, but we will see. Illusionist maths time, absolutely, Ian.
All right, so Jack's decided that it's time. We need to force something going.
Yes.
Off the jump here. That's what that Halo is good for. So that Herald of Triumph goes into Soul. Prism is triggered. We've drawn a card. We have one resource floating. And more importantly now, Vestige is live. So if we pitch another yellow, we get to play out any aura. We have a card in Soul, so we can flip. Figment of Triumph. Here we go.
All right.
So that will reduce the attack of that Bolton shot, preventing the go again, preventing the reload. So if Andrew wants this turn to continue, he will have to use those Snapdragons or Rain Razors.
True. Yeah. Yeah, because it's no longer buffed, so the go then just fizzles. Yeah, that's very interesting.
And it's a very clever play from Jack. You're turning it off. The question then becomes, you get one Halo per game.
Yeah.
Right? That's why he was thinking so hard about it, because that is such a good effect using it for this.
He really wants to cash in and go wide on this turn and activate Death Dealer, though. Here we go. And that's why, because you're pitching a yellow into this to draw one. This is a buff, and there it is. 8 damage coming in.
And drew exactly what was necessary. So we've...
7, sorry.
Yeah, because that Figment is still in play.
Yeah.
And there's that Tome of Divinity. All right. So this nice big combo from Jack is starting to make sense. And there's a Genesis on the follow-up as well. So we really can get this started.
Absolutely.
Now, because he's drawn all those instant speed auras, Jack now has even more decision points to be making here.
Everything's on the table for Jack now, isn't it? He's cracked off to try and prevent this from going as wide as possible and just trying to establish something in this game. He's used all of that resource already. But yeah, continuously coming in, Andrew. He wasn't lying when he said, this is a numbers game, let's go.
Absolutely. So now, we were talking about low life totals earlier.
Yeah.
With a card like this, you've got a Figment on board, you have your Soul already set, you've got so many things live, your Vestige is turned on. Is it worth taking this damage? Because you can develop a couple of those auras, right? Illusionists, they care a lot less about life totals than they do about board state.
Yeah.
Is this your window to have that board state?
That's probably what he's thinking about right now. He's definitely in the tank.
He definitely is. I'm very happy I don't have to make do this math and make these decisions.
That's why we're in the booth.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But yeah, so obviously if he lets this hit as well, he's got the Remorseless trigger to deal with and the Blood Rot Pox as well, so that also simulates even more damage.
Yeah, so it's realistically, 7 threatening 10, 7 threatening 11 maybe.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, pretty sick.
Oh, and we do see he has a Herald of Erudition in hand as well. He could have an absolutely great turn. So we see a Genesis, a Herald of Erudition, a Soul Shield, and an Arclight Sentinel there as well. And is that yellow Herald of Triumph, possibly?
I think so, yeah.
Something, yeah.
It's a lot of yellow on those art. It's hard to tell sometimes.
It is. But they are pitching for 3 now, so,
Oh, of course.
There's a lot of options for Jack here.
It's nice, though, because we haven't seen any of these types of interactions on the stream this weekend between Prism and Riptide, so it's great to see.
So we're committing the Herald of Triumph to the block. And then are we...
Still 4 coming through.
Yeah, we could also pitch 2 cards to Soul Shield and Genesis. May have been an option.
But we are taking 4. Yep.
Yep.
So he gets a Blood
Plus
Rot.
those effects are active.
Okay. So he's playing an Arclight as well at the end. Okay.
Brilliant. So he knows this is bottom 1 turn to arsenal that Soul Shield, get that defense ready to go. And then the downside, though, is it means Andrew may end up with 2 cards in arsenal at the end of this.
Yeah.
So it's a reset. Your life total is not being attacked this turn, but your opponent gets a nice chance to set up. Hopefully you find something nice on the back.
So blue Bolt and Shot going in, getting to draw a card off of Death Dealer. Tunic is still available here as well. And the Bolt and Shot just coming in, the blue Bolt and Shot. Again, using those blues to just get rid of the Spectres, get rid of the... Well, he had no choice there, but, making those right decisions.
And Andrew looks like he arsenaled that Tar Pit trap again. Another, not what you want to see when you're Jack. Those on-hits really do matter. And I believe there was also a collapsing trap there as well.
Oh, okay. That's one that discards a hand. They draw that many plus what? -1, isn't it? Yeah. But a Tenacity coming in here for 5 with no Phantasm.
Yep. And it has Dominate.
Dominate and
Which
go
is
again
nice.
because of Luminaris, of course.
Yeah. So does Andrew have something in the arsenal? We know he does.
Okay,
Unfortunate.
Yep.
And we also know that on-hit effect isn't actually going to be hitting here.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he... Oh, there we go. Okay. So the next on-hit effect won't be hitting either. Because this one's being fully blocked out. Unless there's an instant speed of response. There's the Genesis.
So he's going to ping him for some damage because of the trap activation too?
Yep. So 2 damage coming through there. Jack does get to develop that Genesis, but again, Andrew can, just as a turn ender, poke at it. Unfortunately for Jack, those, it seems to have been a sequence of poor timing.
Yeah.
That first Herald got popped. Everything else that's been thrown, you've had those tar pit traps come up.
And again, we see the Falcon Wing, as a great chain starter. The Death Dealer hasn't been used yet. Tunic is still available. There's so many lines that are available to his Riptide right now to just keep pushing this damage. It's just insane. And yeah, again, Falcon Wing, just free damage in this game.
And
here we go.
Endless Arrow as well. Is it worth killing the Genesis? That's always the question when it comes to attacking Prisms is,
Yeah.
I've lost many a game from not attacking the Genesis when Prism was on 3 life. Is 8 close to that threshold?
Yeah,
we'll see.
Another key part of Endless Arrow is it's going to go back into his hand as well. So he's going to be, he's got an arsenal anyway, but
yeah,
just depends whether he wants to keep looping that. But yeah, Soul Shield denying the Endless Arrow to be put back into hand, and he's just going to put that into the arsenal and carry on.
And feeding that soul even more as well.
Yeah.
And Genesis is going to put a 3rd card in soul. So it's a light card. So we'll be drawing a card.
And draw.
I don't know if you make a Spectral Shield, because I believe Spectral Shield is for Illusionist, Light is for draw a card.
Okay, so it wasn't a Light Illusionist that you put in.
And it looks like they picked it up as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
okay. So no Spectral Shield, which is unfortunate, because Spectral Shields are the one good way you can protect yourself against Riptide pings.
Yeah, that's true.
But that War-Tune Herald now is pitching for 4. Vestige is online. We are transforming that Figment.
So we are getting our first ally on the field after this 38-8 differential.
Yeah,
establishing our first ally.
And we're flipping everything around through both sleeves there.
Absolutely. And which angel is this? Sorry,
this is the
Victoria.
Angel of Triumph. Yes,
Victoria. Yeah.
So now Poppers will have -1 for this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So unless Andrew's bringing in some real Tech 7 cards like those Blanches, you're probably not going to be able to pop the Future Herald.
Yep.
But you may be able to pop this Angel if there is some follow-up on Herald.
And you may be able to just take the damage and carry on, as he's doing here.
When you have 38 life, it is you certainly can.
It's great to see this deck this far into the tournament, though, right?
Oh,
Riptide.
absolutely.
And again, a great chain starter, starting off with a Rain Razors from Arsenal. This turn could be large. What has he got in his hand there? He's got a Premeditate, a Battering Bolt, I think.
And very well timed, that Arclight Sentinel.
Very good.
So again, Andrew will end up with an arsenal this turn. Possibly 2 if he can find another way to load an arrow, but maybe not.
But I mean, he can, because he's got a card face up, he could still establish a second arsenal.
Yes.
But then he still needs to get rid of the Arclight at the same time.
Exactly. So if he has an attack that can be played out, otherwise it's Heatseeker 1 Arsenal, and Jack, once again, will be getting value off of that Genesis and be able to swing in with at least an attack, whether that comes from an Angel or from a Herald. We're yet to be seen.
So yeah, just using that Heatseeker to get rid of the Arclight.
Yep.
And arsenaling and passing.
And more importantly, hopefully this turn, Jack is able to make a Spectral Shield and draw a card. Or he's opting to pass on the Genesis.
Okay.
Herald of Erudition is simply better. It still doesn't have Phantasm.
So 5 dominate. So he could block. Yeah.
Well, it may also just be a trap and arsenal.
It could be, yeah.
Otherwise, you could. The New Horizons is always an option. It's sad to see it go, but
yeah, it destroys your arsenal as well when you block, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
2 cards.
But he's going for it. Okay.
You're losing 1 card. Your opponent's effectively losing 2, plus a Figment, plus everything else.
It's too valuable to let hit, isn't it?
It definitely is.
And you get another card anyway because of Death Dealer.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 floating from the Battering Bolt. If this is more buffs now, this is going to come in for a massive damage. Here we go.
And it's
9.
It's tough for Prism to cover 9 sometimes. Absolutely. We do have Ward 4 on the board, though. So, 2 cards.
5.
Yeah. 2 cards that block should be able to cover this. unless that last card in hand is the third Rain Razors, which would just be downright mean
Oh, go on,
at
Andrew.
this point.
Oh no, I should be unbiased in but yeah.
Oh, giving the full 9. We're definitely
okay.
valuing the Angel there.
Yeah. All the tempo is of Andrew, right?
Yeah. So this card, Light and Illusionist, going into Soul. So we will be making a Spectral Shield off this one. And hopefully drawing something not a red so that we can... Oh, no, even a red would allow a swing from the Angel.
Yeah.
Because Vestige is turned on by Genesis.
So we can see the hand who got Remorseless, Searing Shot, Lace With. So the next turn is going to be quite large.
It's going to be big, but it's going to be, -1 from Victoria's ability, because Jack did banish a card from Soul on the attack there. So it'll be 1 less than whatever
affects his
scary
turn
number.
too.
Yes, it is. So it's until the start of Jack's next turn.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Reading the card explains the card.
Yes, it does. And with Prism, there's so many little bits. Until whose turn?
Yeah.
Is it action phase? Is it start of turn? Is it all these little things that you really only remember if you've either played as Prism or recently played against a Prism.
Oh, here comes
so we're
the
starting with the Premeditate.
Extensively large arrow.
All right, so we're coming in for
10.
9.
Oh, 9 because of the
that,
thing.
Yep,
Yes.
that Angel is still live.
Oh, wait. Yeah, so the Angel should...
Oh, the Angel should be live. Maybe I got the text
There
slightly
we
wrong.
go.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
We
all
got
right,
it.
there we go.
You got it. These players are on it today.
They definitely they're more on it than we are.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
well, that's why they're at these top
I'm glad
tables.
you agree.
Yep.
Cheers, Ian, for the support as commentating Ranger equals heaven. Absolutely. Glad you appreciate it, mate. Yeah,
So-
this is massive. This is threatening... it's still 10 because of the on-hit from Loser Life from Searing Shot. So it's still essentially 10 plus
Yeah,
a Ponder
plus
plus
the
a Blood
Blood
Rot.
Rot. Okay, one way or another, I think Jack is covering this. He's just debating: am I covering it with cards from hand, or am I covering this with my Angel and my Spectral Shield ward value?
Yeah.
Right. You're really thinking about it, and it depends. We've seen. We know Andrew's going to be holding a Pauper next turn, because we've seen that Battering Bolt in hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh, no. He pitched it, I think.
Oh, did he pitch it? Okay.
The last turn, yeah.
Oh, yes. Terribly sorry.
No, but yeah.
Oh,
This is still a
so
big
now-
arrow.
Yeah, we're looking through. We're presumably counting up traps. We're counting up how many Paupers we think are in there, because each one of those changes the value of sacrificing cards to keep this Angel on the board.
Yep. What a game.
Absolutely. And at this point, you're probably not too worried about that Ponder effect, but you're definitely worried about life loss from Searing Shot and life loss from that Blood Rot Pox as well.
Yeah, just zooming in here to just see the players just smiling away as they enjoy this game for everything that it's worth. These interactions are just fantastic between these two heroes.
And it looks like there's the 9 block. We'll see. No Rain Razors again. Jack's probably relieved on that, most definitely. Genesis trigger again. We really are just keeping this fantastic train going. Jack has been able to block things out and keep developing that board, keep building up those Spectral Shields. And again, we're banishing that card because, there are those excess cards in Soul for the time being. We're a little bit away from pulling out Soraya to really cash in on those, but even then you can only do it once per turn.
Yep.
And, again, Andrew's Paupers are offline, and if he does decide to go wide, he's going to be losing a good chunk of that value from Victoria's on-attack ability.
Yeah, it's been quite relevant so far.
Yeah. At what point of your Andrew do you think you go, okay, you know what? We've seen this loop happen a couple times. I need to get rid of this Genesis.
Get rid of it. Yeah, that's it.
Well,
but this is a nice chain starter again. Premeditate into a Falcon Wing. Pretty good, threatening the Ponder as well, but hasn't activated Death Dealer yet, which means he still can put a card in there and draw a card and then potentially buff the next thing that comes, which again is another 0 cost. But we can see a Prismatic Leyline in hand there, which will allow him to activate Death Dealer, put something in, and then fire something for 1 cost without having to get rid of the Searing Shot in hand.
Definitely.
So that's pretty good.
And, I think it depends. Maybe if you draw the pump, you keep going targeting Jack directly.
Yeah.
And if you don't draw the pump, you go, you know what? Okay,
Just
the
get
best
rid
thing
of
I have
this.
is Searing Shot for 4. Probably worth killing that Genesis now.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack again doing that math on, what things we really need to avoid here. And, if you want to really gamble it, you can block with one card, let those Spectral Shields carry up the rest, but then you've not got that safety net for those Riptide trap pings. So we're covering a nice clean 6 there. Closing the chain after the Falcon Wing.
We are going to pitch.
Yeah, loading up that Searing Shot, drawing a card, and the premeditate effect is still active.
True, yep.
And it's coming in for 3.
3 on hit, lose a life. But cleanly blocked by a Herald.
No way for it to hit because there's so much ward on that board.
Exactly, yeah.
And again, Jack seems to be pretty comfortable in this loop. So long as he keeps drawing cards that block, he will be able to keep this loop, build a Spectral Shield, draw a card, swing with that Angel. Now it's very hungry for the deck. You do lose a lot of cards in that process. And I think Andrew's thinking, you know what? There's so many auras in this deck. There's so many bad, blue things that block too. There's all those terrible figments that nobody ever wants to draw. He's got to draw those eventually.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
when that happens, you get that Angel for free. You get those Spectral Shields for free as well.
And we haven't seen any big turn like codexes yet from Andrew either.
That is very true.
So we could also be going down that plan of codexing, rain razors-ing, doing a lot of stuff from there. But we see a lot more stuff going on here. A bolt and shot for 6 with go again. But we haven't seen any of those cards yet. We haven't seen any codexes yet. Which again is another great card for evasiveness as well, because it strips a card from their hand. Because at the moment all we're seeing is Jack continuously blocked from hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we need that evasion somewhere.
Well, I mean, against Prism, sometimes the best evasion is, hope they draw those auras, hope they draw those instants that can't block. And it seems that that's what Andrew's been betting on, and it just hasn't come up in the past 3 turns.
Yeah.
And you can count and you can see those Spectral Shields. All right, we've given up that Angel now. No hit from the Bolt and Shot. We do still have that Death Dealer activation and plenty of cards in hand to make something work. E-Strike. For 4 damage, go again. With 1 card in hand. I think this might be that Codex.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'd probably want to pitch for Death Dealer or something, right? Or you'd just choose buff this Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got something that is definitely playable. At least, or not an arrow and not a pump that only affects an arrow.
Yeah, I mean, and he's going for the face, isn't he? He's going for the face again here. He's not going for the auras that are continuously getting this value that we keep talking about. I think a couple of people in the chat are right. He's going for the face. We'll see what happens as a result of that. But it's an interesting one nonetheless.
Yeah. To address your question, Luminite, it is not open list. So the information that these players have is, word of mouth, what they've seen bouncing around so far. And I think the Riptide list, I think, is decently well known at the event today.
Yeah.
It was brought by multiple players, and everybody was quite happy sharing, this exciting new list. Whereas I'm not sure if Jack's Prism list is quite as public information.
Yeah.
Because he's come up. I think he's the only one on this exact list.
I think so.
From what I've seen, talking to him and talking to some of his mates around the day as well.
But we got the Codex, like we said.
We definitely do.
Codex, so it's going to strip a card from hand because he's got no arsenal established.
Yep.
So that's some evasion that we're looking for there.
So there's that Searing Shot, and you know what? Herald of Erudition, you can have a really nice turn here if you do have that frailty, but we'll see what it is. In terms of how the attack works. So we're discarding that Figment. You're probably not too unhappy to discard the Figment. And again, that's 3 damage coming at Jack, not that Genesis.
Yeah, so it should be 4 damage because of the Searing Shot as well. Yeah, so it's down to 4.
So 3 damage, 1 extra life loss on top.
Yep.
Jack now gets to start his turn again. That fantastic Genesis trigger doing so much work. So that is a Merciful Retribution. A lovely Judge proxy coming out there because, illusionists love their foils.
Yep.
And unfortunately, not every foil can stay in line in that deck.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're drawing that card. It's a yellow. You're happy to see. They pitch for 3 this turn. There's that Herald of Erudition.
That's coming in for 4 because of the frailty.
Definitely. So, all those traps only block 3.
They do, yeah.
And there's a chance you hit a trap on the Ponder, at which point you're very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it'll cost you Tunic.
But there
Yep.
it is.
And it's cost him Tunic. And it was going to go on 3 for next turn, so that'd be a free death dealer.
Yeah.
I think that's good value. It's a shame Jack didn't get to draw those cards, but I think he's happy. Look, you've got that board. I have one more Herald of Erudition.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be making it through, one way or another. And we've also seen him play Herald of Tenacity as well.
Yeah.
So something's going to be punching its way through here. An Endless Arrow coming in for 10.
That's right. If it hits
Again.
back to hand, Deadeye is not active, so it's just threatening a Blood Rot Pox, but still, essentially 12 damage.
And Jack has a really interesting play here. He has a Light of Soul and a Soul Shield. So that's 2 cards that could get a lot of great things into Soul. Unfortunate that he also has a Figment in hand, so his blocks are very, very awkward.
Mm.
You can only draw those 4 Herald, 12 blocking hands so many times in a row.
Yeah.
But that Soul Shield is quite nice. It helps make some of those no blocks feel like 3 blocks. And that Spectral Shield, Vestige may be an option as well.
What does that block for? 1?
It blocks for 1.
Yeah.
It can, that plus Soul Shield, will kind of keep you alive.
Mm-hmm.
You may be able to have those resources for the Blood Rod at the end of turn. Jack's, I wish we knew what the last card in Jack's hand was. 'Cause I can't quite see what it is. If it's a 3 block, I think you're pretty happy putting it down. But it looks like a Figment, a Soul Shield. Is that a Herald? He's too good at shuffling his hand. I can't tell.
Good. Yeah. Oh, can we see it there? Can we see it? I can't see. But yeah, nevertheless, this is a big decision.
Yeah. Normally that Light of Soul you are so happy to see because
Mm.
it can be that free Prism activation to get out. Do you pitch the Light of Soul to play Soul Shield? Hope you hit something off the top. Hope you hit a Herald off the top that goes into your soul. Find Archangel of Protection. Flip it. Use the ward. Have the Soul Shields. You can definitely survive the turn if it goes.
Have you got the resources
nicely.
to do that though?
I think you do because you'll have the other card in hand to pitch. I think it is. It doesn't say you up for a fantastic turn to swing back with, but you may be able to survive if you take that really weird line.
There's a lot of weird lines in this game, that's for sure.
Oh, there definitely are. And that's the Angelic Wrath.
Oh, so
there's
attack react.
Yeah. So there's
That's only on Heralds.
it's not even an attack react. It's an instant that functions as an attack react,
Okay.
which means that you are dealing 0 damage off of it. Or sorry, you are blocking 0 damage off of it. So there's the Soul Shield. There's the Light of Soul. We're hoping we hit something here. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh no, it's not because it needs to be a yellow. It needed to specifically be a yellow Herald because it's just a light card. It's not the Light Illusionist.
Yeah.
So skipping straight to reacts there. We just barely survived that, but that Blood Rot will be threatening lethal.
Damn.
Yeah.
And that's a pitch 3 into Blood Rot as well, right?
It definitely is.
Oh.
But
yeah.
on the upside,
Pitch 3 into Blood Rot.
Tome of Divinity.
Okay.
That's a fantastic way out of this situation.
3-6, see what he's got.
Yeah. So we know he can certainly survive this turn. We did see him draw one of those 3 cards is a blue. And again, that Genesis is also going to make a Spectral Shield. Those Spectral Shields have done so much work for Jack up to this point. And it's exactly what you want. It's an Illusionist card. It's a light card. There comes the Spectral Shield. Hopefully we draw something ideal off the top. Ooh. And it's the Figment of Erudition, which is something you always want in the deck, not out.
Just not for blocking.
But you know what? You can pitch, play a Herald, and then pitch that blue card to cover the Blood Rot at the end of the turn.
But maybe that is Andrew's game plan then. Maybe he is just trying to keep going to face to force him to block with the cards that he can block with, so that he gets those Figments that he can't block with.
And that's exactly it. As the deck thins out, you see more and more of them, right? Because they always get pitched out into the deck.
So that could be, and traps are lethal now. Absolutely, good shout, Uzi.
Well, 2 traps is lethal. 1 trap kills that Spectral Shield.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So very important. Another reason why those spectral shields are so phenomenal in this format. So again, Andrew doesn't have that reaction in Arsenal. But here we go. A card has gone to Soul. It's a shame that we can't put out that Figment of Erudition, because those extra 2 cards would go a long way this turn.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're going to be looking for a Figment of Protection, maybe?
It brings out a shield with it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Brings out a shield, and if you flip it, which he has the resources for, is 2 more spectral shields. If you flip an attack, which I think he may be 1 resource short on, but I'm not 100%. He may have the resources for it. I've lost track.
There's a lot going on. It's fine.
Yeah.
Great game nonetheless.
So there's that second spectral shield. So at the very least, we're surviving off Bloodrot Pox. You probably want an extra one if you can. So we're pitching 3 to cancel that.
Get rid of that, yeah.
We've still got that Figment. We've got those 2 spectral shields. We're hoping we draw a hand that blocks, and we're really, really hoping Andrew doesn't have a lot of awkward go again here, if you're Jack.
Oh, he's cracking the quiver. What is Driftwood Quiver?
Just
can't even remember what this thing does.
Instant speed. Card goes to the bottom of your deck.
Oh.
Full stop.
Okay.
Yep. Very interesting. And I guess, it's insurance against bricking with, I guess some of those awkward scenarios. So here we have a Sleep Dart. That is, I think this is one of those turns.
This is Rain Razors.
It might be a Rain Razors. I was going to say this is also one of those turns where you wish you had that long draw half glove.
Oh, yeah.
He's got so many cards left in hand. If this could come in for 9, you'd be really happy.
It's not Rain Razors. Okay.
No.
All right. But that's something he has to realise as well.
Definitely.
None of those have been played. Codex has been played once. So if he's establishing a go again Arsenal card here again, it's just putting that pressure on continuously.
It is. And, so we have that Spectral Shield. So we have that bit of insurance against those traps pinging for lethal. And we also have the ability to flip over that Herald and attack with it as well, which will make another 2 Spectral Shields because we got plenty of cards in Soul. Yeah. And it's, Andrew's been playing that tempo game of I want to present 10 damage. I want to catch you with those no blocks. I want to catch you on the awkward hands. And it looks like this last turn, Andrew got caught on a little bit of those awkward hands.
So, yeah.
Being able to present 5 damage off of 4 cards is never where any Fab player wants to be. Except maybe an illusionist who's also managed to sneak out 2 auras and an angel in the meanwhile, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's not over yet.
So deciding on that, deciding on what to do now that we've seen a new card come off. So many cards in that Soul. I don't know if I've seen a Prism with this many cards in Soul since old Prism LL'd.
The Soul is bigger than the graveyard, I think. Or the Banish Zone, at least.
Light of Soul. We're hitting Tome of Divinity.
Okay.
So that has an option of going into Soul. But if it does, it's just an extra piece of fodder in there, which is fine, but there's already enough cards in there. You want to draw that Tome.
You do want to get that, yeah.
Well, sorry. You want to have that Tome available on offense. So you want to find a way to get it straight into your arsenal, either at the end of this turn or play it out this turn. You don't necessarily want to be holding it in hand when Andrew's swinging damage back at you. And now the other thing is, we've talked a lot about this board state, but these players don't have a lot of cards left. I think Jack's probably thinking about, all right, how many Heralds do I have? I don't know how many arrows Andrew has left. I think it's a good amount.
Still got codexes, though.
He does still have codexes.
Which translate to arrows. We haven't seen many of those.
That is very true.
And again, if you're not establishing arsenals, that could be the evasion that he needs at the end there. But we will see. It's coming down to the wire here. And still, we haven't seen all of the traps yet, I don't think. I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know exactly how many cards each of these players has left. But vaguely, we can just tell that, things are getting a bit thin. Every time we see Jack shuffle his deck, that Light of Soul seems to come up just a little bit sooner. So we are double unsleeving, flipping, and then playing that Angel out, which is, it's a great play to be making. That Tome did go into Soul. At that point, you're thinking like, I just don't want to draw this. There's so many non-block liabilities in this deck.
Yeah.
I'm dead to any on-hit.
Riptide needs a big Codex Murkmire, yes. Absolutely. We haven't seen Murkmire in this matchup yet either, right?
No, we have not.
That's the one that kills all wards, essentially.
Yeah.
So that could be something that, again, he's building towards here as he tries to strip those cards that block from Jack's hand. So
play for that very, very long game.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're playing for that really, really long game, surely you kill the Genesis at some point.
Yeah.
Because that Genesis, just like we talked about in the last round of Swiss, how many points of value did that Zen state make?
Exactly.
How many points of value has this Genesis made? Because it's single-handedly made shields, it's funded that soul, it's allowed those angels to swing.
Yeah. It's just finding the room to deal with the Spectra, which slows you down at the same time. Whereas
Absolutely.
there's the Merkmire.
There we go. That's what we've been waiting
Alrighty
towards here. So it's 10 damage, and all those spectral shields and all those angels in the world
Mean
aren't
nothing.
going to be doing much here.
Mean nothing.
So do we have that third soul shield?
They're both smiling away, though.
Yeah. There's a Celestial Cataclysm. There's a Figment in hand, so that's going to be tough. Ooh. Depending on what that fourth card is, he can cover. He can technically block this all if he throws all of his armor at it and pitches his last card.
Wow. That's
And assuming there's no Rain Razor.
yeah. Good call on that, Jack Raven. Nice one, mate. Merkmire coming in clutch right at the very end here when he's just brung out the angel that gives you the spectral shields.
Yep, there we are. That's exactly that 10 that you need, and
Oh.
you're working so hard. You're hoping this isn't that other Rain Razors that we saw pitched earlier.
Oh, they're coming back round. They're coming back round
Yep.
to maybe get this one damage through here, but we will see. Decks are getting thin, though, as we've discussed already. Merked by Merkmire, absolutely blasphemous. Yeah, we can see an E-strike in Andrew's hand. He's a little bit of a cue there to think, oh, is this okay? Oh, what does this mean? A naked Bolton shot. What does this mean? Is there Rain Roses there? It is.
There
And
surely
it's a
has to be a
Codex
Rain
as
Razor.
well.
Yep, there has to be a
my
Rain
God.
Razors.
It's a shame he can't strip the card from hand for the Arsenal being established, but
But there's
a lot
so
to
many
think
dangerous
about.
things you can do. Because now, Bolton shot, Rain Razors, yep. And then it's going to be that E-strike go again, and then into that Codex. That's a lot of damage.
he can't. He's got 3 cards in hand, does he still?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Oh.
he does. Because one came out of Arsenal, one came play from hand.
Oh, wow. Okay, then. So he's
There's
going
that
to
Easter egg.
be able to Codex and then have the buff on the Rain Razor still active.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
So when you see this play pattern, you know there's no... You know this is going to be another Codex.
Yeah.
Right? Because otherwise it would be E-strike for 7 to try to kill all that ward.
Yeah.
So at that point you think, okay, the Merkmire is going to be coming in. I need to let the ward go now, call it a day. That way I still have those cards left to cover that Merkmire when it comes in. Or, if that is what ends up happening. But if you let this ward go, then Andrew's suddenly less incentivized to take Merkmire. Okay, maybe we grab Searing Shot instead.
Yeah.
Right? It changes the thought process for both players.
And there we see the Codex coming down at the very last minute here. This is still Rain Razor still active. This Merkmire is going to be a 6. Giving a Frailty and getting a Ponder.
Yep.
Coming in for
And there's
6.
that 6 and the no blocks there.
Wow.
Ooh, very well.
Holy hell.
A valiant fight from Jack from that low total. That
my
Genesis
God.
putting in so much work. Just those non-blocks in the deck are always going to catch up to you.
Wow. That was insane. So,
Yep.
so clearly making the right decision to leave that Genesis there and just keep up that pressure.
Well, possibly. I think there are different answers depending on how the cards come up, right? It was definitely the wrong decision for those 3 turns in a row.
Yeah.
If you're just drawing, arrows that aren't going to be punching through, because they can be blocked by their heralds. But you'll see how it goes. There's an ebb and flow. Maybe if you've played this matchup 100 times, you go, okay, 60% of the time it's the right thing to kill that Genesis, 40% of the time it's the wrong thing to kill that Genesis because they do just draw those awkward no blocks.
Yep.
But I know if I was bringing Riptide or if I was bringing Prism, I wouldn't be running 100 games of practice into this. I'd be running 100 games of practice into Zen.
Yeah.
Right? Your data lies elsewhere. So I think it was a really well played game from both players. Nice amount of back and forth.
That was amazing.
You got to see that Prism board. You got to see Riptide do exactly what Riptide wanted to do. Those early tar pit traps, that early popper doing so much work to buy that time, to buy out so many of those heralds, reduce the average blocking value of Jack's deck.
Yeah. Fantastic
Great to
game.
see.
Amazing.
Yep.
But yeah, we're going to take a short break now, and we're back to do it all over again for, I believe, the semi-final.
Yep, for top 4.
Yeah.
Stick around.
But Riptide is into top 4, baby.
Yep.
Let's go, Rangers.
It's an exciting run.
No bias. There's no bias. There is definitely bias. See you later.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
3 days of competitive play, 14 rounds of Swiss, and one of the most compelling top 8s Flesh and Blood play has ever seen have led us to one final match. There's a spilled blood in Maximilian Klein's hand.
Are you kidding me? You would have to find exactly Sigil of Solace. It's the only out at this point.
What a call out. Sigil of Solace to keep him in the game. Here's the sink. Off the top.
You can't be serious! You cannot be serious!
5 is offered here, block 3. What's the last card? What's the last card in Max's hand? It's
Sigil of Solace. Game 3. Maximilian reaches.
It has to be in the swing. What else can it be? He's got one that's... It has to be an attack reaction.
He's hesitating on it. You don't hesitate if you have it.
And he's alive in this game! Are you kidding?
Burn them all at the ready. Max at 1.
Not a 1 in her hand. Not a 1. It's a grimace. A ruthless.
And the hand is extended! We're in the House of the Dragon!
And at the head of the table sits Arthur Trahay, your Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, with the most incredible cold shot I have ever seen.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hello and welcome back to the UK 2024 National Championship. We're about to launch into the semi-finals, which is going to be the Riptide and Andrew Rayner versus Anton Sid Magius on the Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. So, what do you think of this matchup then?
I think I don't know. It's interesting. It's both these decks have really good numbers. Dash has those really good blocking fundamentals. Everything hits 3. T-Bone sometimes steals you some value. Pulse Wave Harpoon can steal you so much value if you take that one arrow that they were really, really hoping to keep. And on Riptide's side, so many of your traps are live, but those effects that are preventing things may not necessarily be the best. Boulder Trap shines. Dash has a good amount of armor that can block. You can put that -1 on that Battle Worn too. But other than that, I think it's just going to be a good back and forth, some good fundamentals, and I imagine these players are both going to skew pretty aggressively in how they play this.
Absolutely. Riptides has many tools available for disruption, but it looks like Andrew's gone for quite an aggro version, which really just goes for numbers and goes for the attacks. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out against Dash, who's really the midfielder really of the entire meta.
Yep, very much so. You can, you are taking the middle of the road, but a lot of these Dash lists are still running maximum velocity, so you can really, really go aggro if you want to. And if you are playing out that maximum velocity, you can keep up with Riptide numbers.
Absolutely. We're going to launch into the match soon. But before we do, we'd just like to thank our sponsors. So we've got Heavy Play, the stores, Thistle Tavern, fleshandbloodcards.com, and Chaos Cards. And of course, By the Same Token, who produce those fantastic plastic tokens that we're using on stream. Okay, let's go into the match where the players are just setting up and getting ready.
And we'll see if we can get the read of the room. Last match in particular was very jovial. I think both those players going in saying, oh, this is a bit unexpected. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's do our best. Let's have a great way to see it out. I think coming from these two, maybe we see that same joviality. Maybe we tighten it up and we get real serious with it.
Oh, absolutely. You can see the dedication on Anton's face here. I think when you get to this bit, you're not messing around. But beforehand, I was in the room, and generally people are laughing. So I think it's a good atmosphere at the moment.
That's exactly what you want to see, right? So Anton plays at Darksphere down in London on Team Sigil. You've seen the jackets all weekend. I think we've talked about them a few times as well. Did really well in the draft, going 5-1 on Enigma the whole way through. We saw 2 of those games on stream. Those just really, really strong instant auras saying, I've got so many of them in my deck. I can protect them. I can let them go. I can have that push-pull back and forth. Exactly what you want to be doing. And some of those finishes are pretty good. Top 32 at a calling it's not a bad spot to be.
Absolutely, and all in the last year. So this is really good warming up. And to have top 4 of the national championships as well, Anton's really a consistent player in this field.
Definitely. And consistent player, consistent hero. Dash is so good at that.
Absolutely. Over to Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, he's been a grinder. I hung out with him a lot at the Pro Tour LA, and he's really been hitting hard in this game over the last few years. So he's up in Scotland, and he's got 2 ProQuest wins and 2 RTN wins. But don't put that against these top 32 callings. Honestly, Andrew has really put on the work in this field, and I would not underestimate him at all. And of course, he's LGS at Thistle Tavern, one of our sponsors. And as you can see, he's got the proud Thistle Tavern t-shirt at the moment. And I see the Scottish team have called themselves the tryhards, which I think is putting themselves down a bit. Like you're not a tryhard if you're in the top 4.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're reclaiming it. You're saying, yeah, we are trying hard. We're putting in the work. We are developing this Riptide deck. I think we've had people come up to us all weekend saying, hey, we're proud of this Riptide deck, right? Let's talk about it. Let's show it off. And I think what better way to show it off than to show it in practice in Andrew's hands, making his way through the top 8 here.
So it looks like the players are just getting ready, just the final shuffle. They've both gone for the green sleeves, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Dash has been good forever, but Dash has never been the best forever. Well, I guess arguably during Crucible, but I think that was a bit of an unexplored time. Importantly, Anton gets to decide who goes first here.
Yes.
And in a matchup where if you're deciding you're being super aggressive, that might be super important. Again, so we're planning on some degree of aggression here. We don't want to brick up anything on Andrew's side. We are running that Driftwood Quiver. We're not trying to run that Quiver of Rustling Leaves with those extra blues, because all those blues you want to be playing out anyways.
And immediately we see Pounder on the field, so this is going to be a very fast and very hard matchup. So yes, I'm expecting both of them to go aggro here, and we'll see how that plays. Because obviously, if you're pumping your first attack, it's going to have go again, and it's going to be higher in its base, which is great for Riptide's traps.
Yep. But then again, you know, if you're attacking for +2 with go again, I don't think you're complaining about taking 1 damage on the backside, because you're not super worried about a lot of those effects. You're not playing out any attack reaction, so you're not getting that blood rot. Maybe inertia can be really annoying sometimes, but other than that, I reckon you'll be all right. And so we're seeing 2 maximum velocities and a high octane in Anton's opening hand. So might be a great time. Load up that pistol, arsenal, hope to draw those boost cards in a blue, and just let it roll.
Pitching where that maximum velocity does not want to see it at that point of this part of the game, but maybe Arsenal in the second one.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're pitching the high octane, presumably reloading into that pistol as well, and then playing that Teklo core for free with the action point, arsenaling the other maximum velocity. Anton is going to be ready for an absolute blind river turn next turn. This is exactly what you want to do when you're going first. You're arsenaling one of your power cards, you're developing your Teklo core, and more importantly, by not letting Andrew go first, you're not letting him start the game with a 6-card hand.
Absolutely. And now we're launching into the first of the Riptide's turns on Andrew's side. So Falcon Wing, not the most powerful arrow, but as we saw previously, sometimes Riptide just really needs that go again to get some damage in.
Definitely. And, you know, so 3 damage go again. I think Falcon Wing is really skipped over as an arrow. Everyone goes, it doesn't have an on hit. It's just 3 damage. Who cares? But that 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage over all 3 copies adds up to 9 damage. That's a good amount of life over the course of the game. Unfortunately, starting with that Falcon Wing, probably not what you want to see. Falcon Wing is one of those best cards to arsenal or leave face up there. It really allows those 6-card hands, those 3 arrow turns. But, you know, in this aggro matchup, you're looking at what Anton's doing. You're going, okay, Anton's going aggro. I also have to go aggro. I don't have that same armor suite that he does, right? We're looking at Anton, whose armor blocks 2, 4, 6, 7, possibly 8 or 9, depending on how effective that Stonewall Gauntlet becomes.
And with Riptide's ability, he can play out non-attack action cards to load up his arsenal. So
Absolutely.
He's not using that for Falcon Wing, but maybe he wants to save that just for maybe an arrow that does have a hit effect, because Falcon Wing, just plain damage.
Yep, absolutely. Well, that's one of the philosophies is, do I give my Falcon Wing an on-hit effect and then play another arrow with an on-hit effect, if you can sequence it that way? Or do you go, you know what, I'm throwing everything nasty on one arrow, give me your whole hand. I don't want to let you play out these big attacks.
Interestingly, we thought Anton would be going quite aggro with the pummel sorry, thinking my words in play, but actually he's the pounder, in play, but he's really he's thinking about blocking there.
Well, because again, with dash, you have those options. There are those good fundamental blocks. Wow. So Andrew, unfortunately, that Falcon Wing was that turn. Anton now has 5 cards, a pounder, and those 2 resources off a Teklo core. There's a high octane in there. The question is, does he have the boost? There's a throttle. There's a T-bone. So that's 2 boosts. And is that a zoom in the back? I don't know.
Quite see.
I might be a bit surprised if it is. But yeah, we are starting with the high octane, drawing, really hoping we hit a boost here. It makes everything so much smoother, and it's twin drive.
Twin drive. Oh, and I believe there's a maximum velocity in Arsenal.
It definitely is.
So twin drive is exactly the card you want to see here.
Absolutely.
Allowing to boost twice makes that maximum velocity so much easier to hit.
And you've got that T-bone as well. So if you've just got that one blue, you can pitch. You can come in for a total of, 18 damage, possibly even more off the pistol on the back end, and still possibly end up with an Arsenal card. You may be able to pop that throttle in Arsenal. So many good options available to Anton. It's just one of those, so many options, which one's technically the best. Sometimes bad hands are a lot easier to play because you go, all right, I'm going to block a little bit, I'm going to throw my one decent attack, or I'm going to block, I'm going to put my one good card in Arsenal. But when you're so fortunate to have all of these options...
So here we go. We're playing Twin Drive. The question is, does he boost twice? That will tell us a lot. And there we go. We've got the boost twice. We're losing some power cards there in the form of Pulse Wave Harpoon. But right now, I don't think Anton's really going to mind.
Yeah. Pulse Wave Harpoon is really good on disruption. You can, try to steal that Riptide arrow, that key Riptide arrow, or that one, maybe even, a trap in an interesting way. But yeah, Andrew seems happy to block here.
Okay. The next attack, so Tar Pit Trap triggers because it's a blocked attack with Go again. That stops the on-hit effect of Dash, but really Dash doesn't have an awful lot of on-hit effect.
No.
So maybe Dash doesn't care apart from that one damage going through. And the other thing to note is the High Octane with the Twin Drive. It's really comboing well together with this synergy there to create 2 action points for Dash. So I'd be quite scared right now if I was Andrew.
Absolutely. And we know there's still a throttle, there's still a maximum velocity. We can also sneak out an extra resource by using that Teklo Foundry Heart, because I think, I'm assuming this deck is not going to have any misses. If your plan is to boost the whole way through and run those maximum velocities, I'd be surprised if you get scuppered by, a CNC or a Sink Below. Maybe you're sneaking in that one Tome of Findel and using those boots as the emergency supply there.
Interesting, Anton deciding to throw the pistol because he has the extra action points. Why not throw it now?
Yep. Throwing the pistol, he's got the action points. He's going to have the resources to do something on the back end. He's got a 0 to 60 in hand too. Is that a blue 0 to 60?
I believe it's blue.
Oh, that allows you to pay for that throttle, to pay for that maximum velocity, and pay for a couple more pistol shots as well once you use that Teklo Foundry Heart. Absolutely phenomenal. This is exactly what you want to be seeing as a Dash player this early in the game.
Will he even maybe want to just play that 0 to 60, just get another boost in, because he's got the maximum velocity resources anyway and 2 floating, so he may not even pitch it. We'll see how it goes, because he hasn't got the action points right now to be able to effectively use the pistol that many times.
I think he will, because if he gets another one off the throttle, then the maximum velocity, and then he'll still have enough for, I believe, 2 on the back end.
You're right. This turn is turning into quite a beast.
Yeah.
And
Andrew, again, happy to block, playing defensive. Did he bring 70 cards? Is he going for fatigue? My guess is no, on the basis that it's not Quiver of Abyssal Depths, it's Driftwood Quiver instead. But sometimes you just have to go, okay, you've drawn the best possible set of cards, you've got the nuts, I'm going to block it out and see what happens.
Absolutely. And we're also seeing there's 15 damage on the board, and we've not even played the maximum velocity yet. This turn is insane.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Dash wants to see, and without any setup, it's the second turn.
Well, I'd argue there was setup, because your turn, Anton's turn 0 was play Teklo Core, Arsenal maximum velocity. I think that's the best setup Dash is going to have in this aggro matchup. I doubt you're angling to set up those induction chambers if the game goes long. Maybe it's your super backup plan and you're running 1 copy, but you doubt it, because this deck seems to be running really clean, really smooth. There's only cards that I want to play every turn in this big loop.
And of course, banishing the second Pulse Wave Harpoon there. So 2 power cards gone, but right now, I believe this damage is another 10, so I believe this might be a 29 damage turn?
Was it that much?
I was counting, so it's 13 plus 3 pistol shots, and then into maximum velocity. I think that might be 29.
Possibly, or somewhere between 25 and 29.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
A lot of damage.
With all those pistol shots, sometimes it's hard to keep track of. And so, Andrew took an absolute slamming on his life there and on his cards. And Anton just gets to go again. Gets those 2 free resources.
Wow.
And he's drawn another maximum velocity.
So that's the third one. We know the second one's in at the bottom of the deck. So the question is, can he set up 2 maximum velocities in one game? That's one hell of a strategy.
I think he's definitely planning to, because here you can boost with a Pulse Wave, it looks like. Well, there's a T-Bone, there's a Pulse Wave, and possibly something else that can boost. You've got the 2 resources. It's a great way to disrupt some of the stuff that Andrew has. The T-Bones aren't going to be doing much while he's holding Bullseye Bracers and Snapdragon Scalers, unless you manage to chain 3, which is probably not the damage that you're angling for. But lots of options here.
Absolutely. Dash just going for it and just wanting to keep that pressure up.
Yeah.
Because once you start letting Riptide hit you with those hit effects, you're going to feel it.
Well, but Riptide's got a lot of armor to chew through, right? That Crown of Providence always blocks 2. That Teklo Foundry Heart's going to block 2 and then 1. And then that Stonewall Gauntlet as well will be blocking for 2 whenever you use it, because Riptide loves buffing those arrows. You want to be blocking those buffed up arrows, because that's when they get their nasty on hits.
And we're seeing now T-Bone boosted, so forcing an armor block, but just putting snap scalers in front of it. A great technique just to avoid any losing armor.
Yep, they block for 0, but they don't have blade break, so they still stick around.
Second one, a bit harder, but you've still got your bullseye razors, so fantastic card. That's great to have back in the meta now that Lexi's been LL'd, so all Rangers are happy to have that back.
Definitely. It is just such a good card. It smooths out so many turns. And now that you have the option between that and long draw half glove, so here's that pulse wave that we saw. Now we're looking to disrupt this hand. So there's 2 targets there. There's that Seek and Destroy and that Lace with Blood Rot.
And the Enlightened Strike. The Enlightened Strike is really just a really flexible card for a deck like Riptide to be able to give the go again, draw a card, just do whatever you need to do in the given situation. So that's a really strong card just to be able to pluck out of the Riptide's hand. But it really depends about whether you think there's a 0-cost arrow or even a 1-cost arrow with the Tunic Live, whether that's in the arsenal or not.
Yep. And I believe, oh yes, less than or equal to that. So yeah, it's the full choice in this one. I got a little bit confused on the wording there. But yeah, and fundamentally the gamble is, well, is that an arrow in Arsenal? If it's an arrow in Arsenal, you want to get one of those pumps gone. Yeah. If it's not an arrow in Arsenal, you want to get that E-Strike gone, because then you're left with 2 really awkward pumps.
Absolutely. And the other thing chat's noticing, that's 3 boosts. I think we might be in for another maximum velocity.
Yep, maximum velocity is online for this turn, using that 1 floating resource into Teklo Foundry Heart. And that just goes to show the absolute power of that Teklo core. 2 free resources for 2 turns is absolutely phenomenal.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen 2 back-to-back maximum velocity turns in 3 turns. This is absolutely incredible to see.
Yep, this is the dream of the first time you see maximum velocity way back in the day, you go, wow, that'd be great. And it was a joke for the longest time that, oh no, maximum velocity is only a popper. It never gets played. But as time has come along, as you've gotten more fantastic one-cost boosts like Pulse Wave, fantastic 0-cost boosts like T-Bone, other really good enablers like Twin Drive, well, wow, all of a sudden I've gone from, 9 to 12 cards that can enable maximum velocity in my deck to 18 to 21. That's so much better numbers. Now you're running maximum velocity because it's your build towards. It's absolutely fantastic.
And we're seeing that in the live titles, 36 versus 14 before even playing a maximum velocity. But Anton's thinking, what could he be thinking? He's thinking he's lost all 3, he's played all 3 pulse waves now. So he's lost 2 pulse wave harpoons to the banish from boost, and he's played out 1. So maybe he's thinking he doesn't want to be losing more power cards, but let's see. So he's closing the check. Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh, yeah. The alternative would be possibly shooting the pistol, arsenaling the maximum velocity, and waiting for another one of those massive, 25 damage turns rather than just a 20 damage turn, because that's what helps to really punch through.
Incredible. And we go for it. So 3 turns with 2 maximum velocities. Absolutely incredible work from Anton. And still got that pound alive.
Yeah, there is still 1 more counter on that pounder. Absolutely crazy. And again, look at that fantastically playable hand. Assuming one of those cards is a resource card, we're going to be seeing boost, boost, boost again coming from Anton. When Andrew's on 9, he's already starting to be forced, he's forced to respect some of those as they come down.
Absolutely. Andrew's just looking around, looking where the 3rd maximum velocity could be, but we know it's at the bottom of the deck. It's absolutely fine, Andrew.
Yeah, I think he's looking around, hoping are we sure he shuffled up before the game? We saw them shuffle, we saw them cut, but at a certain point you're like, wow, this truly is the dream state that you're looking for if you are playing as Dash.
Absolutely. 2 turns, or 3 turns. 2 proper turns, but 3 turns and already at 9 health. This is true aggro at its finest.
And that was around full blocks. I think we've had 47 damage presented across those 2 turns. We're now seeing how this Dash has been competing with Zens today. You are keeping it going.
Throttle for 8, and that's nigh on lethal at this point. Wow, this is going to be a very short game.
It's covering 3. Oh, Buzzsaw Trap.
So it goes down to 6, and he's now fully blocked.
Anytime,
and it triggers.
Yep. Anytime a blue card can block 5, you're very happy, right? It's rare that Dash is ever going to boost anything, more than that. Maybe off of a combustible courier, but I feel like the best way to avoid that is just not letting it hit.
Absolutely, but Riptide still has so many 2 blocks. I don't think he's gonna survive this onslaught of a aggro deck by fatigue.
Yeah, certainly not. Maybe when you had 25 life, but after you saw that second maximum velocity, or realistically even that first one at the end of such a big turn, you're probably like, okay, no. Even if you came in here with 70 cards hoping to fatigue, that plan's out the window after turn 2.
Absolutely, and of course, Teclo Foundry Heart does involve boosting a lot of cards, and we've seen that with Twin Drive as well. So Dash is going to be lower on cards than she normally would be at this point in the game, but when your opponent's at 8 life, you really have the flexibility to not worry about that.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're just thinking about how we're going to finish this turn. So it may just be a piss.
Well, I think it comes down to, do you play the card, or do you load the pistol, shoot the pistol, arsenal the card, come in again later? Like, how much damage do you think Andrew, or rather not damage, you don't care about damage at this point, how much disruption can Andrew come back with if you do choose to arsenal rather than keep punching that damage forward? Because from this point on, you no longer have the pounder, you no longer have that Teclo core, you are going to need these 5-card turns to punch through. Because you've seen so many of those amazing premium reds come through already, right? That's the second red throttle we've seen go down. That's the second red 0 to 60. We've seen a red T-bone. We've seen all 3 pulse waves go by. And I'm sure plenty of more.
Absolutely, but Dash right now, the world's her oyster. Really, you can take all the time she likes just to slow things down if she really wanted to set up a really good 5-card hand. Yeah. So deciding to activate the Foundry Heart.
And again, 2 more premium red cards there. 0-cost boosts are really good. And there goes that zipper hit.
It's going into a 4, into a 5. It's 5, isn't it? Yeah.
It is indeed.
5 into a 2. Oof. This is painful to see on Andrew's side. Absolutely amazing to get Riptide this far, but it just looks like this is one hell of a match. And I don't know. Chat's saying I don't know who could survive this from Dash, and I couldn't tell you. It's absolutely hideous what Dash has been able to do in 3 turns.
Maybe defensive Oldhim with that perfectly timed ice react could potentially get there and barely squeak on by. But other than the most defensively insane hero, I think everybody else is on a hope and a prayer.
Absolutely. So just dragging up the hand. Oh no, and we see Rain Razors in hand. This is terrible for Riptide. A no block. Now Pounder's gone, but when you're holding 9 block maximum on 3 health, and maybe you might have a 2 block in there. So
yeah,
this is
yeah. So we're choosing to pitch the pounder rather than set up. When your opponent's on 3 life, they're not Prism. They don't have that board state. You're probably fine trying to punch your way through.
Okay, down to 2. Let's see if Dash can close this.
I think we have zipper hit and T-bone, but I think they might be off color. So it'll be. But at this point, even if they're, off-color cards, they're still enough to draw blocks out when you're on 2 life. So we can go play the zipper hit. Oh, it's a yellow, so it's not that. It's better than the blue. It's going to demand, a card and probably some armor.
Giving that Arsenal, of course, we've not seen that Arsenal played from Andrew, but it looks like if he hasn't played it with the Tunic live, the question is what is in there, and it probably isn't an arrow.
Yeah, it's maybe it's another E-strike that you really need that second card that he's just not been able to afford to hold on to. Maybe, I don't know. It could be a lot of things.
We'll be seeing in a second once you block with New Horizons, you're giving up Arsenal. So
you definitely are. We'll find out.
We'll see what goes there. And unfortunately, just not been able to utilize New Horizons this matchup. That Arsenal's just been sat dormant. Oh, okay. It was a Bolton shot. So it was a arrow, but really wanting to combine that arrow with something else.
You want to definitely play it with something else. So here, closing the chain, 1, to make sure you destroy that Bolton shot in case it is, the best slow play, tricky trap down there, and also to trigger that Teclo Foundry Heart as well. So we've loaded up the pistol, we're shooting the pistol, and it looks like we're choosing to arsenal that final card here.
Yes.
Knowing that, you're leaving Andrew with 1 card in hand, you've got 35 life. That 1 card, even if it's a codex, you're fine with it.
The one good thing about Rain Razors is at least you can arsenal it, but it may not be enough yet. We're just...
There's the T-bone, so we've popped those boots.
Fantastic play from Andrew, but I just don't know what can survive that onslaught from Anton.
I don't think anybody could. Realistically, Anton, came in here at the higher seed, so he got to choose. He clearly made the right choice. Even when Dash is aggro, you want to be setting up.
And Anton's at 12-1. He's been obliterating Swiss and just cutting through the top 8. So a worthy champion to go, or worthy competitor to go through to the finals of the championships.
So I think we're still waiting on word, because that was a real quick round. We're waiting on word for who he's going to be seeing on the other side.
Yes.
It's either going to be a Prism or it's going to be a Zen.
Should we talk a bit about that matchup, because we didn't before? So what do you think about Prism versus Zen?
I think I don't know. It's a lot of dependencies. It's a lot of who's sideboarding what. There are a lot of Zens running around with a good amount of poppers. Well, I should say 6 poppers that you're mostly running for the Zen mirror, right? Those disruptive 6s, those weakest links, those command and conquers. Those are solid options we've seen on stream. However, Prisms nowadays are leading really, really hard into that Herald of Triumph and to that Figment of Triumph plan. So those poppers lose a little bit of value. It might still save you on that Herald of Erudition, and I think Zen's Armor Suite also really helps for that. But again, Prism has that halo. You can get that Figment out. You can turn it into an Angel. You can snowball and build your own combo turn the same way that Zen can.
Absolutely. They're aggro in 2 completely different ways, aren't they? Neither of them want to block, and neither of them really... Prism cares a lot more about hitting than Zen does, because the major thing that really characterizes Zen is those bonds are going to activate whether you block or not. So
exactly,
it really becomes I don't care what you're doing because I'm just going to do my own thing. Whereas Prism actually says, I don't care if you think you can do your own thing. Interact with me. So it's a really interesting matchup, and we'll wait to see the results of that.
I think as Zen, what you want to do is you want to transcend as early as you possibly can, because then your Armor Suite is fully live to full block a Herald, get that combo back, and shred through anything that Prism has managed to build up on the way down.
Oh, absolutely. Once you've got that the Traverse active through that Transcendent card, it's like the whole game just opens up, and you're just waiting just to pull the trigger and set out a big turn. So we'll hear about what happens from there, but until then, we'll tune up with the guys soon. Okay, thanks everyone.
Hi, welcome back to the UK Nationals. We've just seen probably the quickest semi-final win ever by Anton. Oh my God! You had to apologise to Andrew. You were just like, my deck has never done that.
Yeah, I think I never drew like this ever. Like, it was insane. I don't know, like high octane, like the matching perfectly the blues to attack with the pistol, max velocity, then perfect hands every time. Like, I don't know. It happens sometimes, I guess.
The thing is, you've put those cards in your deck for a reason. If they come up in that order, you just smile and go, yeah, okay. You know, it's just fantastic. Andrew had played Alex Kitsu, your fellow teammate.
Yes.
Previously, sort of like in this today. I take it you spoke to to Alex prior to this. Sort of like did you change your tactics going into it after Alex's chat with you?
Yeah, that helped a lot. I mean, help everything basically, because normally Riptide like it's more like depends on the deck. They can go full aggro or they can be more fatiguing mid-rangey. And when Alex played against sorry, I don't remember.
Andrew Rayner.
Against Andrew, he board like against fatigue.
Yeah.
And he lost. But this time he told me, no, you just go aggro and we should be faster than them. And yeah, it worked.
Faster. Yeah. Oh my God.
Too much.
It's faster than what you just did. You only lost so far as sort of like has been against Matt Folks. That was in the draft.
Yes.
Draft rounds. He's currently playing in the other semi-final against Emad Kashi. Have you played Kashi so far?
Yes, I played Kashi and I played McFalls also with Prism. So I played both already.
Okay. So quite comfortable playing into both of them.
Yeah, if I have to choose, I prefer Prism, to be honest, because it's easier. Saying say sometimes they just high roll and you just lose. It's still slightly favored, probably, but Prism is much better. Also, I can decide if I'm going first or second, which helps a lot.
Well, yeah, top seed. It's your choice after all. So best of luck.
Thank you.
One more match to go.
Yeah.
Fantastic. There's a Chad video. It is Flesh and Blood Cards. I know him as Chad Valentine, and I'm sure you will after this interview. So stay tuned. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. I would say sunny Liverpool, but the lights are going down now. It's getting up to late on a Friday at Super Armory. I'm joined by one of our sponsors for this stream, Chad Valentine from Flesh and Blood Cards. Thank you so much for sponsoring us, Chad.
No
it's
worries,
awesome that you're doing this. Tell us a little bit about Flesh and Blood Cards, what you do, where can people find you?
Okay, so we'll get the obvious things out of the way first. Fleshandbloodcards.com. Dead easy, yeah, you can't miss that. So that's where you'll find the cards, and we're also at events all over, America, Europe, the Far East, Japan, etc. now, and you'll see us at pretty much every Pro Tour, calling, US Nationals, UK Nationals, anything like that. If there's ever an invitational, we'll be there too, and Worlds, obviously, we've been Worlds last few, and we'll be there. Or we may be there in Osaka this year.
You don't know yet.
Oops,
you haven't had your invite. Has it been? Have you been given the okay?
You don't get invited.
Okay.
It's a lot of work to get there, but I think I've understood what needs to be done, and we should be there this year. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the one we've been waiting for all along since when we first started dealing in Flesh and Blood. Me and Isaac, my son, everyone knows him, I think, pretty much now. Isaac Murray. I've been saying to him, eventually this game's going to go to Japan, and it'll be massive, and that's when you will get to visit Japan. I've been loads of times from the past with other games.
Yep.
I said, but when it hits Japan, it will take off, and we'll get to go together and visit Japan, and I'll show you around. And we missed out on Tokyo. We just missed it. For Osaka, I think I've finally found all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Okay.
And we'll be over there. So yeah.
I think most people must recognise you, like you're saying. So, like, you're pretty much at every major event.
Yep.
I bumped into you at Warsaw. I didn't even know you were there. I got on the plane, and there you were on the plane. It was like, oh wow, there's Chad. It's brilliant. There's Isaac too, and Kane, your other son, that helps you out. So, like, you are the trio that goes round.
Yeah.
You can pick up some fantastic deals. People are trading with you all day.
Yep. You asked how it started so I should really answer your question tonight.
That's
So,
right.
I was a Magic dealer for a very long time. One of the first people in the UK to deal Magic the Gathering cards. And I realised very early on that for Magic to be a successful game, and I thought it should be, I thought it was a great game, you had to have card availability. People had to be able to get cards. And the card pool in the UK was very small. And I was prepared to travel outside the UK, and no one else was at the time, to get more cards and bring them into the UK for a small premium for myself. Obviously, I wanted to cover my costs to go to places to get the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. You're a business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was utterly professional about it. I was always good at trading cards, and my the way I wanted to do it always was small profit, large number of deals, and that way everyone's happy, including me. Get my bills paid. I get to go and do what I like doing, which is trading cards. I've always liked buying and selling, trading things, collectibles.
Yeah.
But cards are small and thin, and you can get lots of them in a small space, and they're easy to carry around and stuff. So I did Magic for a very long time. I'd owned everything it was possible to own in Magic the Gathering. I'd been to every event in the world, every country in the world where Magic had been. I used to work for Wizards of the Coast, and when I left Wizards and set up as a Magic singles dealer, I set about, going around the world, gathering cards to bring back to the UK to help the UK's best players get the cards they wanted to play, the decks they wanted to play.
Yeah.
And helped a lot of people do really well. Got to travel around the world. Don't get to see much of the world. Get to trade with people in the world.
You get to see convention halls.
Yeah, convention halls. But, meet the same people as they travel around the world as well.
Yeah.
Eat great food. That's really important for me. That's why I'm such a big lad. And, I did that for over 20 years. And then I sold up to Magic Madhouse. Before it was Magic Madhouse, Mike, the owner, said, "Hey, would you be interested in selling up?" I said, "Well, actually, no. Just had my 4th kid, and I'd like to be a dad for a while." So I spent 7 years raising my kids. Then I got the itch to get back involved in trading cards again. And I started to trade cards, Magic cards again with Isaac, mentoring him, showing him how to do it, how to make friends playing cards and trading cards. And we started to get very successful at doing Magic cards together, me and Isaac. We were travelling around, the UK to places and doing Magic and doing stuff online. But I finally got sick of Magic when they brought out Modern Horizons 2. Remember it come out, and there's about 6 or 7 different versions of each card. And I'd heard about Fab at the time, and I was like, right, I've got about 500,000 Magic cards left, maybe 150, 200,000 pounds worth. And I was like, that's it. I don't want to buy any more Magic cards. They're just ripping people off. And I have 6, 7 versions of each card. They're just wringing the money out of people. And literally, I sold up within 2 months, got enough contacts to sell everything. I sold up in 2 months and spent everything on Flesh and Blood. I went all in on Flesh and Blood. I said to Isaac, this is the game. And he was playing at Grand Prix and doing really well at Magic. He's like, no, don't play another game. This is the game, I'm telling you. They've got organised play. The cards are great. The game's great. The community is great.
Yep.
And sure enough, the trigger was that we'd seen this card game and there was nowhere to buy singles in the UK.
Yeah.
There was 1 or 2 people having a go at being dealers, but I'd got, by this time, 25 years experience of being a dealer. So I travelled everywhere in the world, bought and sold everything, knew how it all worked, great network of friends and people to work with. And I was watching these people offering like 10, 20% in cash or in trade 40%, maybe 50 at a push. And they hadn't got the cards. They were offering terrible deals, very lacklustre. And I was like, well, I don't really want to get back into card dealing, but I'm going to, because Flesh and Blood's a great game. I want people to get the cards. I want to get the cards to play with, and I want Isaac to get the cards he wants to play with. So we, that was it. I sold out. I sold out the Magic, bought a load of Flesh and Blood to get going, and I think we came in just at the end of Monarch Unlimited when it was going out, and at the start of Tales of Aria coming out, and
I know you've trading from 2021.
That's right.
That's when I first bumped into you. 2021. I was like, right, this is Flesh and Blood cards. It's now on the scene.
Yeah. Well, I sat at Nationals in Leeds at the Armoury, and I've got loads of money with me to buy cards. The dealers didn't have the cards, I had cards, and we had got loads of cards with us to trade with people, and it was just impossible. And I was like, how are the players going to get cards if no one's opening enough boxes or getting the cards. So that's it. I was like, right, okay, well, I'll do this professionally the way I did Magic. I want to make sure that the players, because I really like the players. I met a lot of people. I was like, these are great people, completely different to the Magic crowd. No toxicity, really good people,
Yeah.
And I understood, as I understood with Magic, that if I can get enough cards into these people, firstly, they can make the next one to make. Secondly, the prices go down. I want my son to play this game. I want to play this game. High prices are not good for the game. It freezes people out. So if I can use my financial clout and the knowledge I have, the network of people that I've worked with in other games, to get in lots and lots of cards and drive the prices down to somewhere very reasonable, and sort of offer a consistent supply, that's what I'm going to do. And well, here we are, 3 years later, and me and Isaac are in Las Vegas, Singapore, Liverpool, Birmingham, obviously, just come back from Minneapolis, Barcelona. We're all over the world, buy, selling, trading cards, meeting great people, eating great food, and continually buying in and trading in more cards. And honestly, we make enough money to fund the journeys and the food we eat there. And so Isaac has got the cosplay deck, and as you know, Isaac's a great player.
He is. He does very well.
He's not quite cracked it yet, but he'll get a little bit of luck at some point. I mean, all the best players know him when he chats to them, so he'll make that eventually. I think make the jump to the top level. But we'll keep bringing cards in and making it cheap for people to play this absolutely fantastic game, and it is. Barry, no word of lie. This game, I was like getting goosebumps thinking about it. That this game. After playing Magic for 30 years, I was a pro player as well, Yeah. And to come and sit down with this game, and I always hated mana problems. No mana, all mana, mana flood, mana screw, As I say in France, pas de mana, pas de chocolat. It means, no mana, no chocolate, the French saying. And I don't mind losing at a card game. But if I sit down in front of you with my deck that I've carefully put together and spent hours thinking about, and I don't get a game because I can't draw a third land, that's not a game.
Yeah.
And here we are, where they finally fixed the problem. You don't have to worry about money. You can just get on and have your devious plans, get out there, get all your gear on, start off fully kitted out, cast every spell in your deck. Absolutely brilliant. I salute James White for making such a top tier game. It's honestly, when Magic came out, I was like, it's the best game ever made. And it took a long, long time. Almost 30 years later, say 25 years later, that I could turn around and say, this is the best game. And here we are. Yeah. So, hey, everyone, tell your friends, get involved, play Flesh and Blood. It's absolutely brilliant. And it's cheap. And if you go to our shop, fleshandbloodcards.com, you can get all the cards you want, generally for £1 for a Majestic, 50p for a Rare, 20p for a Common. You can't go wrong.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Chad.
No worries,
Thank you so much for sponsoring us.
No worries, buddy. Anytime.
Really appreciated. Thank
you.
Right,
I'm off.
No, don't go anywhere. We've got to close out yet.
Well, I'm closing out. I've got work to do.
Right, so stay tuned. More games to come. Chad's got to get back to his table. All right. Hi everybody and welcome back to the UK National Championships from Liverpool. I've been joined by one of the stream sponsors, Stuart from Thistle Tavern. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Tell us a little bit about Thistle Tavern and what you guys do.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Stuart. So Thistle Tavern is jointly owned by me and Andrew Rayner, based up in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thistle Tavern, we've been trading online, selling Flesh and Blood singles to start off with since last April. We have now branched out into a few more games. You might have seen on the website, we've got Sorcery, One Piece, Lorcana, but Flesh and Blood still remains our favourite game. The one that we're here down in Liverpool for the second time vending. We were here earlier this year.
Yep, absolutely. The calling. Yep.
Yep. So at the moment, we're currently in the process of getting our store ready in Aberdeen. We're going to be opening a physical premises on the 29th of this month. An exciting joint venture for us there. We're looking forward to welcoming people in to get their hands dirty playing the games that we've been trading online so far at thistletavern.com.
Yeah, you've done really well. I mean, Andrew's like a mainstay player in the UK scene. You guys kind of like lost your store in Aberdeen, didn't you? Like your gaming store, and that's why you made Thistle Tavern. That's why you got together. That's what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So me and Andrew, we've been playing games together for about 4 years now. Started with Magic the Gathering. Post-COVID is when Andrew really got into Flesh and Blood and convinced me to join in a couple of armories, and I've been playing as well. Not quite to the same standard, but that's fine. So when our store closed the start of last year, we started playing in the local store that we still have. It's a Geek Retreat, which is fine. We saw how busy they were getting. We wanted more. We thought, you know what, there's actually room for a second store in Aberdeen to really help push and grow the scene. And that's what we're looking for with the Thistle Tavern Games Hub. We're basically going to invite people down to play games. We're definitely going to encourage a lot of new players to come down. We're looking at running 3 Fab events a week, CC Armory, a Draft and Blitz, just trying out a few different things to see where we can start to pool other gamers in from different games.
Yeah.
Because, for us, and certainly for Andrew, he thinks it's the best game on the market right now.
He's doing extremely well. Thank you so much for supporting sort of like the UK. I mean, you've travelled far for conventions as well. You did sort of like was it Warsaw you were at? You've done some of the other international ones, haven't you?
Not vendoring, but Andrew certainly has travelled to most of the international. He was obviously at the Pro Tour in LA, which was a great experience for him and a great chance for Thistle Tavern to meet some of our international customers as well. We definitely enjoy coming to these bigger events. We just feel like with the store opening, we're going to take things a little bit slower for the rest of this year and only try and travel where there's a real key need for vendors to support the local scene. Obviously, we enjoy getting out of Scotland and coming down. Hopefully, soon we'll start to see some of these bigger events happening in Scotland. But who knows what the future
holds. There's a growing
holds.
scene up there. You guys, when it comes to pro quests, sort of like are certainly pulling the numbers up in Scotland now. So it's fabulous to see. So Thistle Tavern, where can people find you on the web? What's the website?
Yep, the website is just thistletavern.com. So you can go in there and browse through all the different products that we're offering. Obviously, for those that are supporters of Push to the Point and Baz yourself, there is discount codes available through their patrons, so I would definitely encourage people to support their local content creators as much as they support their local game stores. And hopefully, if anyone is traveling up to Scotland, I mean, we're definitely looking at running regular monthly events that are sort of like bigger win-a-box style things, and hopefully within a few short months we'll be able to host our own Fab sanctioned events.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on, Stuart.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much for
Cheers.
sponsoring us. Stay tuned. There's more action to come. More rounds, more fantastic draft rounds and CC. So stay tuned. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to the UK Flesh and Blood UK National Championship 2024.
Yeah.
What a game that was, eh?
That was crazy. I was watching from the sidelines, but that was just absolutely insane. And we're going to see a Dash in the final as
Absolutely.
well.
So I actually spoke to Ashkan, who was the quarterfinalist then, who faced Dash.
Yep.
And Dash did the exact same thing to him, that maximum velocity. So,
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
sometimes Dash gets it. So you don't ask questions. Sometimes she gets there.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're just going to review the top 8, and we're going to review what we're up to now. We've just had the results from the final semi-finals. So
there it is.
Matthew Folks versus Imad Kashi. Imad Kashi got it, beating the first UK Nationals winner.
Amazing.
All those years ago, 3 years ago now.
So it means we're going to have a brand new national championship.
Absolutely.
National champion for the national championship, I
so,
should say.
So I believe in terms of previous champions, we had Matt Folks finishing in the third to fourth bracket.
That's right.
And then we had George Roger, who was the second champion. He ended ninth.
Mm-hmm.
And then Alex Chitu, last year's winner on Briar,
absolutely,
ended on 10th.
Yeah.
So all three champions really would do themselves proud there. But now it looks like we're going to be looking at a brand new UK champion.
Absolutely. And what's another thing to say is that we've got Team Sigil still in the top for here. Anton representing Team Sigil.
And not only that, we've got Team Toxic with Imad Kashi in Team Toxic. Now, these two teams have a history together, so it'll be interesting. It's a grudge match.
Oh,
so
okay.
let's see how this goes.
All to play
so both teams are very excited for this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if you've noticed the pattern that we've had in the UK Championships.
What would that be, Paul?
Nats won. Matt Folks won. What hero was he playing?
Briar.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nats 2. George Rogers. What's he playing?
What was he playing?
Vi.
Well, I'm going to see where this is going.
Nat 3. Alex Chitu. What did he play last year?
Tell us.
Briar. Right before Briar held. So in the UK Championships, there's only 2 classes that are capable of winning a UK National Championships.
Aggro.
And that is Runeblade or Ninja.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not putting Dash down. 12-1 is a hell of a title.
Mm-hmm.
But the history speaks for itself.
Mm-hmm.
We go Runeblade wins this year.
Yeah.
Runeblade wins first year, then Ninja, then Runeblade again, Ninja this year, and then we've got Rosetta coming out at the end of the next year. So I'm going to put my money on Rosetta, Runeblade winning national championships next year.
Okay.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, we're going to be back to go all over again, hopefully, next year. We'll see.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a great day today, and can't wait to see how this one sort of turns out. And it's going to be us commentating this last game as well. But yeah, just going to be punching each other's face, I imagine.
Absolutely. So we've got Dash versus Zen in this finals, with Dash being the top seed, and Anton going X1 into a finals. We haven't seen that really since, Matt Folks doing his 14-0 at the UK Nats first year one. So
incredible run.
An incredible run from Dash. So I really don't know who I'm putting my money on right now.
No, yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but that is all to come very, very soon here at the National Championships here in Liverpool. But before we go into that, just a quick message from our sponsors over at Chaos Cards.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship, and I've been joined by Ed Cardle from By the Same Token, no
Hello.
stranger to coming on and having a chat with me. Thank you for sponsoring the stream.
No worries.
Do you want to tell us what you guys do?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm from By the Same Token, and we make kind of a large amount of different tabletop accessories in acrylic for loads of different games, basically, and hopefully bling them out and make them a bit more immersive and a little bit cooler for everybody involved, a little bit clearer.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you make them for the game that really matters, which
Indeed.
is Flesh and Blood.
The only important one, to be honest.
You come with a special token today for the stream, sort of like transcend tokens. Sort of like these are coming in sort of like a blue and a white one as well.
Yeah, we've got a few different variants.
Yeah.
I mean, these are we got real secret drops here because these came off like the Lazarus prototypes like literally yesterday. And so first look.
Yeah. So as soon as sort of like LSS announced sort of like new rules, you're straight on it, designing the tokens. You made some for heavy hitters, especially sort of like the Vigor tokens, Go Again tokens. Who sort of like if you watch my show, you very kindly did giveaways for that. So what you do for the community to make the game a lot more accessible and a lot more easy to see what's going on is fantastic.
I think the thing about it is that like anything that's made is something I want anyway, like this thing, and I hope that's really obvious when you play with them, because like I want to play with this. I think it's useful, and hopefully you will too. Like.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see them on the stream today. Sort of like most of the tokens, sort of like Ed tokens, or By the Same tokens that have been made. You've made an amped one already. Sort of like they showed Rosetta the new set sort of like last week, and you've made an amped already. So you can't see very well.
That is.
He's trying to get it, but yeah.
Soon we'll all be making rune chants, doing all sorts of badness.
So excellent, that's brilliant. I wish you all the very best. Who are you playing in the main event?
Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire.
Are you playing your Hanabi build?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go faster than Zen. Let's prove it.
I played your list in sort of like my little online league. Yeah, it didn't go well against Zen. He had an 8-card hand, and I had sad panda face. But it is very nice. It is cool. Playing with Hanabi Blaster it's a lot of fun. It's whether or not you have enough time to build the counters up on the gun to really get it rocking. What special tech have you got against him?
We have, if I can find some rainbow foil cards, we have combustible couriers.
Okay.
And we have boom grenades. Now the idea is, because I run three Spark of Geniuses in the main, that is a dead card. I do not want to give tempo away to get an item. So we're turning that into basically an extra 0 to 60. And I hopefully have enough T-bones that he's never going to throw his items in front of that. They're either already gone, he's already done his stuff, or we've disrupted him enough that it's not clean, whatever he does. Okay. And we'll see.
Okay. What about Enigma? I mean, wards. I know you do straight damage. You haven't got a lot of on hits. Like, you're saying you've got combustible courier to try and make people block. But sort of like Enigma is like the other, sort of like we'd say the bogeyman, but it can be a bit sticky.
Enigma's a funny one. I think I run that goes a bit more towards the kind of item heavy. We can wait a minute to build up. Once we start sweeping away the boards for the first time and get the momentum rolling, I think it's quite hard for her to really stop and get the state built up again. If we can do that consistently and just keep alternating max V, Hanabi, max V turns, it's very difficult for her to get back in the game, and you just present too much damage for fatigue a lot of the time. Nice.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll see how it goes. How are you feeling about draft?
Terrible.
Okay, well, at least you're honest.
We'll see. I'll happily pull a cold foil and leave. No, it'll be good. I'm excited. But yeah.
The thing is, we've seen it before. Sammy Braben, sort of like, well known for playing Icelander at the time, went into last Nationals, smashed the field with Icelander, got into draft, very poor drafter then. Things have changed for Sammy now. He's put a lot of time into it, but then he pulled it back with the last CC rounds and managed to get into the top 8. So it's still possible, but it's very dodgy.
It is dodgy.
You got to put the practice in with draft. Especially sort of like at these stakes. Dude, Thank you so much for
Thank
sponsoring the
you.
show. I look forward to the more sort of like tokens that come out with Rosetta when we start seeing more keywords that come through. But I wish you all the very
Definitely.
best.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Stick around. There's more games to come. So, maybe get a quick drink and then pop back and, we're on to the next round. All right.
Hello and welcome to the finals. This is it. This entire weekend has come to this to decide who is going to be the UK Fab National Champion.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here with you, Paul, to do this.
It's
been a wild ride, isn't it, this weekend? Let's be honest.
It's been an absolute dream team with us, with Demos, with Baz and Alan in the background,
Tabletop
whispering in
24.
our ears.
Yeah.
Tabletop 24 have been absolutely fantastic. So thanks to everyone. Now, if we just do a rundown, if we go back to the top 8 and just see what's happened to date.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, are we going to get a graphic maybe floating up? I'm not sure we're going to get a graphic.
Sure. Maybe we were not. Oh,
there we go.
Sorry
There
to
it
be
is.
surprised Alan with that one. So there we go.
Sorry,
we saw three Zen at the beginning, and we've come down to 1 Zen.
Just the one.
Just the one made it to the semi-finals and all the way through to the finals. So Emad Kashi has really just been grinding this through in these aggro matchups.
Absolutely, and we're going to see, is this just going to be a race to the face situation in this game, surely?
Surely it has to be with Zen.
It's got to be done.
Yes, absolutely. And Anton said measures 12-1 X1 record all
Amazing.
the way.
Really good.
Incredible run.
Yeah, even watching him draft was just insane. Just getting all that value out of the Enigma draft as well, and then seeing that follow through on the dash list as part of the Team Sigil team as well, the list they've been working on. And we saw Alex pilot as well at the very start of this tournament. Yeah, just fantastic all round, really.
Absolutely. And we must remember we've had 3 UK champions so far in Flesh and Blood.
Yep.
And all 3 have performed really well. We had Matt Fox in 3rd and 4th. We had George Roger in 9th. And we had Alex Cheetah in 11th. So these challengers have had to go all the way through the gauntlet. It's an absolute murder's row of players out there.
And the ultimate reward waiting at the end.
Absolutely.
For a new national championship here in the UK. Lovely old job.
I'm sure it'll be a credible game. And just before we go to the finals, we just want to thank our sponsors one final time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Heavy Play have got some fantastic projects out there, all using magnets.
Ooh.
So they've got deck boxes and amazing
rounded
curved
edge sleeves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So when you're easier to shuffle, and absolutely, yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, if you've got a stitched edge play mat, it's not going to sort of rip out the threads of the stitched edge and everything, so that's good stuff. And we've got Chaos Cards as well, fantastic store out of Folkestone, Kent. I've visited them a few times and worked with them in the past as well. Just fantastic people all round, and their store is fantastic, so definitely go and have a look at them when you can. And then we got...
By the same token, they produce fantastic plastic tokens, and we've been using them on the stream all weekend. So I'm sure you'll see them in the next game for the boosts and the go-agains.
Absolutely.
So I expect we'll have a lot of.
Oh, we'll have a lot of that, 100%. Thistle Tavern as well. You would have seen Andrew Rayner in the semis, piloting Riptide and the quarterfinals as well. A fantastic single store out of Scotland. Those guys were brewing up some storms with those Riptide Ranger decks. So it's good to see them make it all the way through as well. And Thistle Tavern being represented as their game store and sponsor the show.
And finally, Flesh and Blood Cards.com, making sure they will always supply with cards, and you'll see them at events all around the UK and even at PTLA. So if you're at an international event, they'll probably be there. I imagine they'll probably be at Worlds Osaka even. We'll see. Obviously, I haven't spoken to them about that, but maybe they will be.
Yeah.
So yes, that's our sponsor. So thank you very much to everyone who supported the channel as well and entered the raffle. We really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, it goes a long way to keep the lights on and keep these independent streams happening. So you guys really do make it happen. In all realness, thank you. Cheers.
Okay, and now we're going over to the player profile. So here we have Kashi, Emad Kashi. Again, you may not know him. He's had 2 ProQuest wins, but he's a formidable force in the field.
Oh, absolutely.
He came in as a Bolton main. I don't know if anyone knows the story.
Oh.
So Matt Fox was saying about how rubbish Bolton was. Emad Kashi said he could take anyone on Bolton. No one believed him. Everyone thought it was a joke.
Oh, really?
Took him on, won a best of 5. Straight off.
Oh, there we are then.
So Emad really knows his value and in his aggro decks, and he's really been working hard with Team Toxic on this Zen deck. And of course, we've seen Talishar. The Americans may be on Zephyr Needles, but in the UK, we're on Talishar.
Absolutely. And we got Anton here as well. A couple of great top 32 calling Barcelona and calling Warsaw. LGS in Darksphere in London. Fantastic game store. One that James White actually went to recently to visit. Again, part of the Team Sigil, sporting the famous, now at this point, black and white jersey.
Absolutely.
Black and white jumper.
Very much a grudge match between Team Toxic and Team Sigil. So it's great to see. Both teams are extremely excited for this. You may even hear Shamir shouting in the background in a couple of minutes. We'll see.
Absolutely. But here are the 2 players just gearing up for what is going to be potentially there we go, the United Kingdom National Championship. This is up for grabs for one of these gentlemen today.
That's the trophy they were all wanting. But only one person can take it home. Whether it's Anton or Emad, we will see.
Absolutely.
Okay, James is just going to take away those for now.
And we
We'll
can
see
see
them in
that
a minute.
Dash, starting with the Teklo Pounder in play, similar to the last game, just looking to just go absolute face here straight away.
So Anton gets to choose whether he goes first and second, and that'll be interesting because if
Yeah.
he chooses to go first, he might just do a little setup turn. He
Yeah.
might just put
That's what we
out
saw
an
last time,
item.
right?
Absolutely, before that hideous maximum velocity turn.
I was watching from the side and I was like, that is ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. So we'll see. We'll see whether he decides to play first or second, because of course second's traditionally the way the aggro matches like to go. So he has chosen to go first to try and set up, but I don't know if I see any items in his hand. He might just have attacks. So we'll see. He's pitching into the pistol. Yep. Looks like a throttle of 0 to 60.
I think.
And a zipper hits.
Yeah.
So the 0, 1, and 2 cost attacks, but no items there for setting up. He might just be pitching into the weapon. Let's see.
I mean, this is televised as an aggro against aggro, but a lot of players are going to be taking their time to make sure they can establish the value that they need to smash that other person's face as much as possible. So it's maybe not going to be as fast as we might expect, because people are actually calculating what they're going to do with that aggro there. But
absolutely, and we saw Anton there had a 2 blues and a yellow with that red, so he really just wants to keep the red and pass the blues and yellows on to try and draw a better hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Descendant Gust Wave. Now, it's not too threatening with a Bond since there's nothing in the graveyard right now, but certainly it's starting to set one up. If you can get a hideous Bonds turn, that is a massive damage.
Oh, absolutely, and we can see a Transcend card as well. I think that's is it the Stir the Pot, that one?
Stir the Pot, which is fantastic for turn 1, since you don't even need to set it up. There's no target involved, so you don't need anything in the graveyard, for example. All you need to do is shuffle your deck. And even if you've just started the game, you've got a shuffle deck, might as well just shuffle it again.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, shuffling is half the fun of Flesh and Blood, I find sometimes. You just shuffle a deck. I could just do that all day.
Yeah. Absolutely, but getting a chi.
Okay, so they might be deciding not to shuffle the deck. Oh, they are going to shuffle the deck. I was about to say maybe they were deciding shortcut just since they already shuffled it. Yes, in fact, they might have just decided we're not going to shuffle the deck. We've already just shuffled it. If we both agree the deck is shuffled, then we have that shortcut available.
Of course, he's going to go get a combo card as a result of Zen's ability here. Nice Transcend early. Pog, absolutely.
And those beautiful Marvel Tigers.
Yeah, I can see Baz in the background floating up the Marvel art there. Lovely old job.
Fantastic.
But yeah, this is it's cool and calculated.
Absolutely, and of course Tigers, they came in Dusk Till Dawn, I believe, but we didn't really see the full value of them until just now with part of the Misfell.
Yeah. I think it was Dynasty actually.
Oh, Dynasty was it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. One of the expansion slots that just don't exist anymore to a certain degree. But
of course, I apologise.
That's all right. It's been a long day.
It has been a very long day.
For these players as well, right? A long weekend. It's crazy how these players can just go day after day playing as all this Flesh and Blood at the highest level, and that's why they become champions. It's
absolutely
your resilience.
So coming with that spinning wheel click, nothing fancy, but it's great for that combo. When you're playing those ancestral harmonies, you really want to be banishing combo cards. So anything that says combo on it, you don't say no to.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay, Anton just deciding if he wants to block. Again, this is very aggro, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he decides to hold his hand, but certainly Dash has that flexibility to do what works best with their hand.
Teklo Pounder suggests he's just going to crack back as hard as possible.
It would suggest that.
But we'll see. Taking that damage, though.
Absolutely.
Crouching Tiger for
Lovely.
1.
Crouching Tiger for 1, using Shukos. Damage, of course, cannot be prevented. Not so relevant for Dash, but in other matchups it can be. Okay, coming for 1, and they're just finishing, not even wanting to swing Talishar.
Spicy bit of tech out of the UK this weekend. We had the Zephyr Needles and the US Nats. Now we got Talishar with a white border just for extra tilt as well.
Absolutely. You can get 4 value in a lot of different ways. The Americans are preferring Zephyr Needle. UK were preferring Talishar. There is really pros and cons to each choice. With the Talishar, the problem is it breaks after 3 hits. You're only ever getting 12 value out of it. Whereas Zephyr Needle, you can get as much value until your opponent starts blocking and destroying them. So here we go. A Dash was coming in with a high octane. Just drawing that card.
Here we go.
We saw in the previous game, those extra action points really make a difference in these aggro matchups.
100%, yep. And we've got 2 floating as well. Teklo Foundry Heart is also one of those things that could extend the turn even further, as we saw in the last game as well.
And fantastic to see both players laughing along.
Yeah,
it's
even at this level, I don't know, similar to us, we're just laughing along at this point.
I don't know if I'd be laughing if I was one of the players, but
yeah.
it's great to see.
Absolutely bricking it, I expect. But that's why we're in the booth, Paul.
That is why we're in the booth.
That's why we're in the booth.
Anytime, Az.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm sure we'll do it again.
Okay, just deciding how he wants to play this. It looks like he's got a quite awkward hand with some blues, so maybe he can't quite... Oh, there we go. We've got a red Zip Hip coming in for 5. Fantastic. Banishing.
Twin Drive.
Twin Drive. Great card for those maximum velocities, as we saw previously. So a bit of a power card, but sometimes, sometimes it just doesn't gel.
Exactly.
And sometimes you've got 2 more in the deck. Just wait and see when they pop up.
There we go. It's a nice little boost marker from By the Same Token. Just thought I'd mention them again. Why not?
Coming in for 7 with the Pounder. Of course, those Pounders only having 2 more triggers on them, but when you're in an aggro match, that's probably all the turns you need.
Exactly.
Now, the problem with these aggro matchups is it's really about getting every last bit of value out of your hand. So these players are really going to be thinking about whether they want to block or not, because it is a huge crossroads in which way they take their aggro plan. And both players can always take a turn off just to block, set up.
Yeah.
They both have avenues to do so. And we can see there's 2 transcend. Oh, no, there's 1 transcend, sorry. But we do have a levels in hand, which could come in spicy for Kashi.
Yeah. That's another thing as well. Like Zen has a lot of non-blocks in hand as well, right? So
absolutely.
that could come into play as well if he actually needs to block towards the end of the game. That the density of non-blocks is a lot higher. And Dash, as we know, is very consistent and can block fairly well as well with all those Mechanologist cards.
Until she sees an item. So they both have as many numbers.
True.
They're probably quite similar in that regard in terms of being able to block for 3. Maybe Zen will be having a couple more 2 blocks.
Yeah.
But certainly they both have a similar dynamic in terms of they may just have a hand that just doesn't block very well.
Yep.
The difference, I suppose, is that Dash can actually control that, or how many items she puts in a deck, whereas Zen really needs those transcend cards just to function.
True, very true. Yeah, still thinking long and hard about this 7. Should put them down to 33 if there was no blocks. Stating the obvious, I know, but there we go.
Here we go.
Been a great weekend so far. Thanks for everybody who's tuned in so far. Thanks for all your kind comments as well in the chat.
Been an absolutely fantastic weekend. Can't wait to catch up with all the other nationals as well. I hear Spanish is going on. I think there's at least 3 or 4 different streams going on, so always check out those different nations.
It is a stacked weekend, sure. And there were 3 CC games in the first stream we had yesterday as well, so if you want to go check those out, there were some corkers in there as well.
Just closing the chain now. Keeping out high octane there, just as a reminder. Okay. So shooting off the pistol.
Yeah, and we can still Teklo Foundry Heart after this, get more resources, and then play out whatever's left in the hand plus the arsenal, perhaps, if he wants to carry on.
Yeah, pistol 2. Now deciding how to play out the rest of the hand. I think it was it a throttle that
is it a zipper hit? Oh yeah, maybe.
No, in the arsenal. Yeah, I think it might be a
might
throttle for 6.
Yeah.
Finance asks, is this the top 8? This is the finals.
This is the final of the UK
Nationals. So this is deciding who will be the UK champion.
Yeah.
There we go. Throttle played out from Arsenal.
Banishing a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which bit of a shame. Another obviously coupled with Twin Drive, another one of the very, very powerful cards going in the drain there. But
absolutely, especially in these aggro matchups, being able to pull a hard card out of the opponent's hand is massive for forcing blocks and just bringing down the power of the opponent.
Force the because Zen's got quite a significant fridge over there. Plus, he wants to block when he wants to get the value out of Traverse and the Tiger off the boots, right? So that could be another card that we see. But I'm not sure if we saw many T-Bones in the last game. Do you remember any?
We did see some T-Bones.
We did see some T-Bones.
We did see them. But it's always Tide Flippers. You can see that actually.
It's Tide Flippers.
Yeah,
I completely missed that.
so Kashi has brought in some Arcane Barrier, which is very neat. So it's not bringing it in for the Arcane Barrier. It's exactly for those T-Bones. If a T-Bone comes in, if you don't want to block, all 3 of those equipments do block, and they're very precious, but they'll break once they break. The Traverse, the Kasaya, and the Shukos. So by having Tide Flippers in there, it just allows you to put a 0 block that will just stay alive throughout the entire game.
Okay.
And just protect the rest of the equipment, of course, until you see 2 T-Bones in one turn, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So now we have another zipper hit coming for 5. Yep, it's an aggro, so we're just going to take that. Send me the bill.
Send me the bill. Yeah, absolutely. He's cashing in that check.
Yeah.
Sorry, so Teklo Pounder is the first time The first attack gets +2.
Correct.
Right, okay, yeah. I was going to say that would be ridiculous. That would be like a Channel Mountain Heroic Light. Goes to show.
Yeah, so the
Never mind.
conditions are it must be the first attack, and it also must be boosted. So if you ever don't want to use the pounder, you can always just not boost the attack.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. That's good.
Okay, passing back. Let's see what we get on the swing back from Kashi. Now, we've got a Transcend here, which is going to be quite scary. There we go. So we're pitching to levels, and I'm sure we'll probably be about to respond with this Transcend. Yep. The benefits of this, banishing a card, but really it's the chi that Zen wants.
Yep. And that turns on the levels of enlightenment by one mode, right, as well?
Correct. So Kashi will be able to choose 2 modes here. So often the Zen will choose to draw a card and go again, but we'll see how it turns out this game.
So he's going to resolve the Transcend first, goes search for his combo card, and then carry on with the levels.
You see Descending Gust Wave, you know a big line's coming.
Yeah.
This might be a big Bond's turn. We know there's one Descending Gust Wave already in a graveyard.
There we go.
So let's see how big this turn ends up being.
Oh, I'm just loving life, really. Just sat here, just watching Flesh and Blood. I'm sure the whole chat is, and everybody around the world is watching this, just loving life on this Sunday afternoon, or wherever you might be out in their big wide world. Could be a different time zone, but just this is what it's all about. And yeah, just high level play. Great
Absolutely.
stuff.
It's great to see, especially to see this aggro matchup coming back in the finals. Heavy hitters, we saw it was very much a value orientated. There was a lot of armor blocking, a lot of calculating how to make best use of your turn in terms of blocking versus attack. Whereas now we've flipped into a very fast and very aggro meta. So it's great to see this come back into the game.
Absolutely.
Okay, Kashi's just deciding how.
Anton can have my wife, please win. That's funny.
Hello to Anthony Vero, another member of Team Sigil, so I'm sure he's supporting his teammate today.
Yeah, I've seen a few retweets on Twitter. Lovely old job.
Yeah, Sigil are very supportive of each other.
They are.
Okay, we're just thinking this through. Zen's all about the sequencing, so we need to make sure you're doing every step of the way correctly. So yeah,
and that's what we were saying, right? This is, very, very early stages, but every decision matters.
There you go. So yeah, Anton Societies doesn't want to block. It's coming in with a Tiger, which comes in for 0.
Do we know what the modes were on that levels? It was draw, was it?
I think it was draw and go again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
Tiger Swipe.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is coming in for 4 with go again.
+2 from
and you
the
get that
effect.
many tigers if it hits.
Correct.
Based on the ones that are on the chain. Okay, cool.
Okay. Here we go.
Now, we haven't seen any. Have we seen any bonds like go to the graveyard or anything? Is this more tiger oriented, or is it the bonds, rainbow bonds sort of situation?
I believe this deck is more Tigers orientated, and of course we don't have any finishers for the deck. The idea of this deck, I believe, is to go in for that Talishar finisher for 4. So it's about consistency and just consistent damage.
Yeah.
I believe, but we'll see how it all plays out. Of course, all Zen with these bonds turns are capable of hideous things. And certainly seeing that Descendant Gust Wave in the Banished Zone ready to be played, it gives a clue to Anton what's about to happen.
Exactly, yep.
Okay.
1K watching, spam that like button, guys. Yeah, if you're watching, if you have the option to just like the video, that helps with Tabletop 24's algorithm and all that YouTubey stuff. So please do that when you can. But yeah, blocking with the Teklo and Magnetic Shockwave.
Absolutely. So we've seen that often both decks actually don't really have much in the way of on-hit effects a lot of the time, although they do have the options. Many aren't played. So when you see a Tiger Swipe, you'll probably want to block it.
Yeah.
Just coming in with 100 wins.
There's less on hits, more on plays, isn't there? Especially with Dash as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's all about the numbers in this and the sequencing, especially in Zen. In Dash, I think it's much more about setting up those big turns when you can, as we've seen previously with those maximum velocities.
Yeah.
Whereas Zen is very much, he can set up his combos during the turn using that great chi ability of his.
Yep.
And of course, once you've got one chi that's in the deck, that traverse the universe just allows you to pull it out whenever you like.
Yep.
Okay, so now we've got Descendant Gust Wave coming in for 3. Didn't see what the last card is in his hand. The question is he following it up with the bonds?
Two floating, so that could signify, as we've seen in other Zen games. I think today actually, time is a construct to me right now. But we've seen a lot of interactive cards come out of that too as well, like things like the weakest link and other interaction cards. But it could also signify that it's just a Talishar swing or a bonds, etc. So it could be a load of different things here.
Absolutely. Of course, Anton's got no card in Arsenal, so he's not too scared of a CNC right now. So
yeah. But if it's a weakest link, I haven't seen the list. That could also strip card from hand potentially, if there's an item in there. But I'm not sure if we have.
Yep. So we're going for a bonds turn.
Cool.
Okay. Okay, just getting 100 wins, just a tiny bit more extra damage. Of course, probably wants a Flusterfist here, but there's just none in the graveyard right now.
Yep.
So it looks like this Zen list is very much just about using the extra value to get that extra 3 damage and then finish with the Talishar.
Finish with Talishar, yeah. Makes sense. And it's got him this far, so fair play.
Absolutely. Those 4 damages add up. And
They
of course,
do indeed.
Even if it breaks after the 3rd time, you've got your value out of it. We're looking at the life totals. We've got 27 versus 16. So we are getting to the point where someone's going to need to block sooner or later.
We're going to get there eventually. Yeah, what a great game.
Okay, just shuffling up. Anton deciding. Okay.
Did you think it would come down to aggro v aggro?
I did, but not in this way. Dash has really given a surprise. When I saw, I had spoken to Alex before, and I know Alex has supported Dash all the way up to this.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
of course, Anton's in the team sigils on a similar list. I was thinking, why are you bringing in Dash? I understood it did you well in the previous meta,
Yeah.
but the times have changed.
Yeah.
Can you keep up with these aggro matchups? It turns out Dash can keep up with everyone.
Dash can do anything. So versatile. Such a versatile deck. But yeah, here comes 100 wins. 3 for go again. And of course, the 2 floating signifying the Talishar swing at the end here for 4.
And then finally, Zen just inviting Dash to just come down to 16 life. But no, Dash is saying, no, I'm going to just block 3 there.
Yeah.
Of course, the value of Zephyr Needles versus Talishar is that with the 2 and 2, you can get a bit of extra damage. If you're only blocking with 1 card, you're getting 2 over the top.
Yeah.
Whereas with Talishar, getting a clean 3 block isn't too bad on a 4. Okay.
0 to 60, getting a throttle out of there, coming in for 6 with go again.
Anton just keeping cool and collected.
Yeah, just squeezing that value out of that Teklo Pounder. Love to see it.
Of course. Both got value that just destroys itself after 3 turns.
Yeah.
So, you know, quite similar. Okay.
Here comes a traverse block.
When traverse block comes in, you know that Zen's probably not going to be blocking the rest of this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And we're probably going to see something come up next turn. That might be quite bad.
Well, we see he had a CNC in hand, plus the Tiger that he's getting, plus the combo card that he's getting here.
So
a lot can happen.
A lot can happen. And clearly he's got 1 big turn stacked up. Let's see what he can do. Okay, a lot of shuffling of the deck this game.
Absolutely. Even at the very start, when the card itself said shuffle the deck, they were just like, nah, we've already shuffled, so it's fine.
But now it makes all the difference.
It does.
Okay, we're just going to load up.
Just peep the Arisana sleeves. What are they from? Let us know. Spark of Genius.
Okay, just fetching an item. Oh, there you go. Anton's decided he wants to shuffle his deck too. So
yeah.
Time to pick up your deck and just find the item you like and just stick it in.
Yeah, shuffle it in.
Yeah.
Finding that Teklo core. Lovely old job.
He's deciding, actually, I will probably just want to sap some value for future turns.
Yeah.
And of course, he knows something bad's about to happen with Traverse. It's a harbinger of things to come. So I hope someone in the chat is going to be counting how much damage that comes through. Okay.
All right.
So because Anton has boosted this turn, he will get to draw a card. There we go. And now decides he could always activate Accelerator if he wants to get another action point, but he might not want to do that. So, yep, he's just going to ask
just
for
setting
one
up.
pass.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Here we go. An interesting. Zen has no Arsenal, so coming in. Although we've got the extra card from the Traverse. The question is he trying to pop off on this big turn a bit earlier than he maybe had planned previously? Okay, so we are seeing levels of enlightenment. And then we're activating Zen in response, so getting that instant in to activate 2 modes of levels of enlightenment.
Obviously, getting 2 modes there because he's got the chi and the thing before that. Lovely old job.
Fetching a red descendant there.
Yeah.
So we are seeing that weakest link is in the deck, so that could always pull a few cards out of Dash's hand in future turn. But right now we know that it's just a CNC in hand, so we'll see how this comes through. Just shuffling the deck again, and then it'll be passed over to Anton. Again, a lot of communal shuffling this round.
Looks like Chat are doing the maths for us. It's 20 damage apparently.
Thank you to Kramer, and Kramer, another member of Team Toxic, so knows this deck very well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Team Toxic, in fact, both teams, Team Sigil and Team Toxic, have really pushed these decks to their limits in terms of how they've optimized them.
Yeah.
So it's great to see. We've seen week on week, as part of the Miss Fail methods develops, teams are really pushing how these decks are formed. And certainly looking at the US Nationals champion, Evan Herndon, turns out the Team Toxic ended up on quite a similar list in terms of the basic foundations, but they've just taken a few sideboard options and so forth in a slightly different direction, which is great to see that versatility within different nations.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so we do have a weakest link in hand. Interesting. Let's see if that has an effect this turn. Okay.
Shuffle and blood.
Okay. Again, Kashi's just making sure he's sequencing perfectly, because with Zen, every card needs to follow each other. So you really do need to play this out well. So what do you think of the match so far? Pretty fast, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty fast. I mean, we're still on the early turns here, but yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a typical aggro game at all with the amount of decisions that they're having to make here.
Absolutely. Both decks are willing to just sit back and do a little bit of setting up, which maybe you wouldn't expect to do from an aggro matchup. But we have to see that both Talishars had one use out of it, but that Pounder is going to be leaving the board soon.
Yep. That's what I mean. Ideally, you want to try and leverage that, right? You want to try and crack back as hard as you can while that thing still exists. So it's hard that if you're put in this position where you have to block a traverse the turn before that set up this one.
Absolutely.
You're not going to squeeze that out, are you? But we'll see.
In a lot of these types of games, it's all about who can start threatening the lethal first, who can force cards out of your opponent's hand first. And right now, it seems pretty neck and neck. It seems whether Kashi can really just push in that final bit of damage just to force a few more cards out of Dash's hand that maybe she would like.
Yeah.
So we're coming in with a Descendant Gust Wave again. So we know this is going to be followed up with the bonds from hand. But we'll see.
And what's the maths on Dash's equipment here? How much block is that? This is balance is 2, right?
Got balance is 2 block. We've got 1 block left on the Tech Life Andrew Hart. And the stone wall is really, it blocks for 1 and it prevents 1 for the rest of the chain. So the question is, does Zen have to close the chain or not? Which is very relevant, because if you can get the off 2 attacks, then that's 3 value.
Yep.
But as soon as the chain's closed, that value ends.
Good observation.
So maybe Anton wants to throw in the Stonewall Gauntlets now, knowing that you can't cut the chain after a gust wave. You really do need to be playing a bonds afterwards. After the bonds, maybe then you can close the chain, but not before.
Maybe we could see that this turn then, perhaps.
Potentially. So we're just still deciding on the blocks.
Yeah, and again, despite it being an aggro match, you know, one of these players is going to have to block at some point, as you just said. So, what a pleasure it's been.
Absolute pleasure. Spending the weekend with you, Az.
Yeah, and you, mate, and you, and the whole team. Really, it's just been a great dynamic between everybody. So it's just been great.
That's it.
Okay, no blocks on that. Go down to 13. And I'm following up with a Bonds of Ancestry. Here we go.
The Zen Classic. Of course, Katsu can use these cards as too, but Zen's really adopted these as his own.
Poor Katsu. I can just go and search for it. I don't need to hit. I can just go and get it.
And of course, as Chat's mentioned, the key with Stonewall Gauntlet is it really needs to block something that has grace in its base. So it probably won't be used this turn unless an Art of War gets played.
Makes sense.
It can be used on the bonds, but that's probably not the best of values unless. So we'll see how this develops over the course of the game.
Yeah.
But not many turns left. We're down to 12 and 13 life.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like if Anton can hold his hand, he might be threatening big damage this turn.
Full card hands are going to be threatening lethal every turn, aren't they now? They probably have done for the last couple of turns, but this is sick, nonetheless.
Here we go.
National Championship in the balance.
We should have had a shuffle counter for this round.
We should have done, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't think about that. Here we go.
The National Championship could actually hang in the balance of justice.
But drawing cards, you need that. You need that Art of War to be able to use it.
You do, yeah.
It's 2 block, which is always good. But to get that extra value, the question is an Art of War going to be played?
Yeah. And do you want to hold on to see the Art of War? Probably not. You don't want to hold on to see that, right?
Wow. At this point of the game, yes, an Art of War probably is going to be a bit scary.
Yeah. All right, 4 to the face from the bonds. What are we going to see afterwards? We got the CNC as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Say goodbye to that Arsenal.
Tiger Swipe. My goodness me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tiger Swipe for 5.
CNC as well after this. That's
Oh.
outrageous. And potentially getting more tigers? No, they're not.
No, we're blocking the tiger. We don't want any more tigers.
No.
So Anton sees that hit effect and decides, no, I'm going to stop that right now.
Yeah.
Into a CNC. So we had the choice there of a CNC or a weakest link. So it's great to have that versatility in your hand.
We saw it earlier. The massive chain enders can either be Talishar or this. I think it was Isaac from Flesh and Blood Cards actually, who was did not know how to deal with that 2 floating at the end, and it turned out to be a weakest link, or some form of 2-cost interaction card, which really screwed his turnover. But good stuff.
Interestingly, we see 2 Chase the Tails and a Transcended cheat card. So. I don't think you can make full use of your ability with those. I believe Chase the Tail, that's a 1 cost. So this could be just be a blue that gets pitched away. Okay, let's see. But of course, it doesn't block as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Zipper Hit coming in, boosting away a Throttle, and coming in with the last Teklo Pounder buff, which puts it up to 5. Five, go again, boost.
Boosted. Just seeing which cards he's boosted away. Always good as a dash player, just to monitor what cards have you lost. Now, he's not lost too many power cards. You can see that there's a 1 Pulse Wave Harpoon, but there's 2 more that stuck in the deck, which is better than the last game. So, those Pulse Wave Harpoons will really come into their own if it comes down to the end game. But he needs that full hand to be able to play it to its full value.
Mm-hmm. At the very start as well, we saw the Twin Drive get banished as well. So that was another high-value target. But, yeah. There we go. Look at this.
Here we go.
Look at this composure from Emad.
Of course, 14 rounds we've had so far. So really fought through this entire meta.
Mm-hmm.
This field of over 100 players, 134 players, the biggest UK nationals ever.
Mm-hmm.
So really had to fight for an extremely tough field to get to this point in the competition.
If I'd taken a sip each time there was a shuffle, I've entered my own Zen state. Brilliant. No, that wasn't my comment. That was Jonathan Reed. Shout out to you in the chat.
Thank you, Jonathan.
you thought that was me.
Yeah, I thought you were just saying. Okay,
me.
Interesting. Okay, so this game is turned. So Dash was leading it, but you can see they've got that 7 value versus that 7 life total versus 9. If Zen can start closing this up and just forcing lethal, but is he going to? He is going to use. Interesting. So he has 2 1 costs in hand, but he is going to use the Chi to pitch into Zen's ability.
Yep.
Instead of paying for them. So those Chase the Tails, of course, they need a Tiger. So Tiger Swipe is the perfect card for this situation.
I think so. Yeah.
At the very least, it's going to force some cards out of Anton's hand. As we've seen, you've only got 1 block left on that Teklo Foundry Heart, and that Stonewall Gauntlet's not activated yet. So the question is, what are you going to block with?
Yeah. Cards from hand, which is just not good.
Not good.
Not good.
And of course, Chase the Tail, it just needs that second Tiger. Kashi's got that one tiger to go beforehand, but he just needs that the tiger swipe to hit for one, just so he can get that extra tiger.
Get the extra one, yeah.
For extra value. Okay. Okay, interesting. So we're playing one tiger into
Chase the tail. So essentially 7 damage over the course of two cards here. So 4 go again with the tiger being buffed after this for +3.
Absolutely, and remember it's the next Crouching Tiger you play. So he is interesting. He's keeping it face-up information. He could have come in with the Tiger Swipe to begin with, just as a blind information. I'm not telling you whether I've got Chase the Tail. He's chosen actually to say, I have got Chase the Tail. Therefore, if you don't block this Tiger Swipe, I am coming in for more damage.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting play there, Kashi, just to force some cards out of hand and play this openly rather than keeping your cards close to your chest and only playing what you need to.
Absolutely.
So a very heads-up play there from Kashi.
Yeah, Anthony, he's on flippers. I made that mistake earlier. I was like, oh, yeah, we still got the stride over here, but no, absolute flippers.
There's plenty of Kano out there. You always need your tide flippers.
Yeah.
Just to be on the safe side. Okay, so we're blocking 3 on that 4.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So we say, okay, regardless of what you do.
Yeah, this is going to get turned on because obviously the red card before it, and then the tiger is still live after this to come in for another 3, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
But he's just a bit short of pitch at the moment. That's the difficulty.
You're still awake, Kiki, 3 a.m.? Fair play.
Hello to Kiki and everyone at the Rainbow Pitch Grit team.
Absolutely, yeah. Can't wait to see how that turns out.
Yep. Here we go. Okay, Anton. He put a card out there, didn't he? And then he pulled it back.
Edgy seat stuff.
Oh, of course, he's still got 8 life, so he can always take this. But that Tiger Swipe.
Look at that. Just in the tank. Pure composure from both of our potential champion. We will see.
Coming for 4.
Because of the Shuko. Lovely old job.
Mm-hmm.
Aspects is Chase the Tail's best friend.
Oh. Great hand. Really optimizing that sequencing there just to fetch it out. With the Tiger Swipe, can he afford to pay for the Tiger Swipe? As he has no resources floating. Okay, because that Tiger's buffed, Anton's thinking about, yep, he's going to put that Stonewall Gauntlet out.
Yes, Anthony, this is more of a Tiger build, I believe, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the team have been talking in chat and saying it's a Tiger build.
Yeah.
So here we go. Okay. Of course, Tiger Swipe is a 0 cost, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
Oh, there we go then.
It's buffed to 4, but unfortunately gets a -1 because of Stonewall Gauntlet. Of course, he can't close the chain, and that's what we were saying earlier. If you can't close the chain, then you're going to get punished by it.
Yep.
So that Stonewall Gauntlet, although it's only got 1 block, it's actually blocked for 3 now.
That's pretty good. So it did well to save it until this particular moment in time.
Fantastic play from Anton.
Which is what we've seen all weekend, let's be honest.
And Anton's
this guy is great.
And Anton's really thinking now. 3, he could go down to 3, but he's only got 2 cards. Can he do much to Kashi when Kashi's got 7 life? It looks like this might be nigh on threatening lethal next turn. But
yeah.
Because it's great to see both Team Sigil and Team Toxic in the chat. Both teams have been working extremely hard for working this through. Anton's really thinking here. He's in a really tight spot. He was leading the entire game, but this turn has really turned it around. It's not the most powerful turn that Zen can do, but the sequencing has just been awkward enough that it's really forced Anton to make some tough decisions.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to decide the champion very soon for the United Kingdom.
Unfortunately, it's a red being pitched and not a blue. So if he had a blue, he'd have 2 floating there for that Talishar. But that Talishar's just going to sit there this turn.
It is, yeah.
Hello to Frank over in Canada. You're my idol in terms of streaming, my friend. In terms of the Canadian stream was fantastic. So.
Oh, nice little shout out.
Yeah. Here we go. They're both thinking. We keep thinking, has the internet cut out? No, both players are so still.
Yeah, they're just...
You just sometimes see them blink, but they're both just thinking through what are their options right now. And Anton's right now, he's in such a tough spot that 3 damage is not going to change no matter how long you look at it. Okay, yep, he's just decided he's going to take it. Oh, and that creates a tiger. But the tiger, I believe, won't be doing any damage. So he's just going to leave it in the banish zone. Just keep a pet tiger in your banish zone.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Of course, being an ephemeral card, it dies once it goes to the graveyard. But if you keep it in the banish zone, you can keep that tiger around for life.
And we have seen Art of War and more Transcend cards be picked up there, drop in the ocean, I think.
And we can see that Kashi's got that 4 block on armor. So this is going to put Anton in an extremely tough spot here. So so we've got boost from 0 to 60. And of course, Anton could always activate Teklo Foundry Heart to try and get 2 extra pitch if he needed it. But right now, it looks like it might just be a small attack into maybe a pistol.
What can you make anything out of those Teklo resources though? There's 1 card in hand. You can't activate a pistol multiple times, can you? Unless you... No, you can't Achilles it either, can you?
Oh.
Right down to the wire.
Yes. This is what the aggro comes out to. You just see the big numbers at the beginning. Really what it comes down to is what is the end game state. Yep. Really, they're building up to these last few turns where really what are you doing to me and who is on which health and who is the advantage and who has the card advantage. It all matters in these aggro matchups.
Yeah.
Lots of very key small decisions about building up these big turns to facilitate the situation that Kashi's got right now. So even on 3, Kashi could decide to go to 1, or he could decide to block with Shuko's or Kasaya. No, he's decided he is just going to go to 1. So he wants that extra value of the Shuko's.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so he is using the Achilles Accelerator.
He is using the Achilles Accelerator.
Yeah.
So he can just load up the pistol.
There. Okay, cool. Nice.
Okay. One more time. Okay, this is going to force some cards out of hand.
Pistol just so good at stripping cards. There we go. Blowing up the gauntlet.
Kashi said, "Okay, you can just take that, but I am going to I am going to keep hold of 3 cards."
Oh,
this is really that accelerator was at the perfect time.
Yeah, it was.
Just to bleed an extra card out can make all the difference here. Expert play from Anton. Really heads up. Okay, here we have 100 wins.
There's the blue card for the Transcend at least. So we're going to see two more cards per se from the Transcend of Zen if we are transcending, and there is an Art of War as well. I don't know. I can't see the lines.
I can't. What is this line? This is interesting. Okay, so taking the 1.
What do we got? Drop in the ocean. Transcend because of the 100 wins. Pitching into Zen. Going to get a Tiger and a combo card.
Yeah.
He's got a blue pitch in hand because of the Transcend, though. Yes.
Yes. But of course, that's going to put it in banish, not in hand. And if you want to use that, because he gets the Tiger in hand. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we're not Zen players.
No.
We don't know this, but Kashi knows what he's doing. He gets that Tiger in hand, which is the perfect fodder for Art of War, of course. You can just put a Tiger to the bottom of your deck. And choose that lovely Marvel Tiger. That's not going to see the light of day.
No.
Just keep it in the dark.
Just use as fodder, yeah.
Here we go. Perfect play here. And because, of course, it's an instant, he can just do that while it's still on the chain. Oh, this is perfect from Kashi.
Oh.
Okay, we're just going to shuffle the deck, but for a 3-card hand, this is not going to be bad.
No. Right, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Players both very diligent in their plays. They've been playing so tight here, and that's exactly what we need to do in the finals.
Absolutely. This determines who's the next UK champ. And a
Okay.
fresh UK champ.
Here we go.
Art of War.
Of course, banishing during 2. And it must be said that Kashi has developed this deck in the Team Toxic, which includes previous national champion George Roger. So this team has a lot of pedigree here for their results in the past. As do Team Sidra with all these great Calling and Pro Tour finishers.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens here. Yep. So taking an extra 1. That 100 wins had a +1 on it. Now coming in for 4. And now when you've got 1 block on the Teklo Foundry Heart, it means you're going to be giving up for 5 even. Going to be giving up cards. So he gets a buff from the previous 100 wins and from Art of War. This is going to demand 2 cards. This could get ugly for.
Looks like it.
Interesting. And now you can see in hand we have the Jade Tigers Transcend. So the question is, does Kashi want to get another Transcendent, or do you just want the Enlightened, each levels of Enlightenment play? Now he's already played the hero ability once this turn, so he probably doesn't want to Transcend. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes down. Maybe just wanting that valuable draw card, that extra card, just to give that extra. You'll have some have a blue and an extra attack.
Yeah.
But that Talishar is still online, and that is scary for a dash. You can see that.
Of course it is.
This is coming for 5, but you still got that Talishar for 4. It won't be buffed by the Art of War, but a 4 is a 4 when you're on 2. Here we go. So 2 cards down. Okay, so Anton's on 2 cards. The question is, what's next? Deciding to close the chain.
You could draw a card off of the Enlightenment and then pay for the resources into the. Oh no, he's just doing the Jade Tiger. Okay, then let's go.
So Jade Tiger, of course, gives you Tigers +1 and 2 Tigers. It's nice to have a bit of variety in your Tigers available. We've got both the Marvel Tiger there and the Japanese Tiger. That beautiful Japanese print Tiger.
Represent.
Okay, so this Tiger's going to be coming for 2. So your Tiger gets 1 from the Jade Tiger's ability, and also 1 from the Art of War. This is
insane.
This might be sealing the game here. We know it's going to have 2 into 4. I don't know how. Well, we can block this if you got 3 blocks. But the question is, how do you survive the next turn when you're on 2 and you're going to go down to 1 from Talishar? Expert play from Kashi here.
Crazy.
From 3 cards, he's just whittled away Anton's life total and just forcing these blocks through for 4. Yep. So we've got that block. So Anton is going to stay at 2, which is great. You do not want to be blocking Tigers for 1. But now you're letting Zen hit you with a 4-card hand. This is really coming down to the wire, being on 1 and 2. But Kashi on Zen being able to lead with a 4-card hand. There's
another Transcend there as well.
But we see a Transcend with a blue 100 wins. This is perfect for Kashi. He's going to be able to play that 100 wins and a second 100 wins for +1 and then gain 1 life. Okay, so we are going to see maybe they get Kasaya Ping put in front of this. It is just 2 damage after all. But maybe he does want that extra pitch from the Kasaya. No, he's decided now's the time to cash it in. You've got your pitch from it. You've got everything you need. Now's the time to just destroy it. Take that 2 value, and now we're coming in with a 4-card hand. But you can see this line. Okay, so he's deciding to. Okay, he's deciding not to transcend. He's just going to come in with a simple 4.
His pitch. Okay.
Oh, 4 go again.
I'm just absolutely engrossed in what's happening here.
Yeah. Maximum velocity. We said a lot of the time it just gets used for block, and Anton's been using it to great effect this weekend. But for now, he needs to block. For
we saw some insanity in the last round. Let's be honest, but yeah.
Okay, now we're on 1 and 1. With 2 floating, we know we're going to come in for need a card here. We're going to need a card for the next 100 win. We're going to need 2 cards for the next 100 wins. And I believe that Talishar might close it there. We only see some 3 blocks, and there's just not enough against these 4s. So here we go. So that comes in for 4. Because it's got the +1 from the previous Art of War.
Oh, wow.
And then the
Talishar kills it.
Talishar wins the game.
Oh, my God.
Incredible work. Mad Kashi, your UK Flesh and Blood National Champion.
Amazing
2024.
Work.
Incredible work from Kashi.
Jesus Christ. Whoa.
Okay, so we will be coming back. And what do you think of that game?
That was insane. Yeah,
absolutely.
Wow. I'm lost for words, mate.
I thought Dash was leading it, and Dash was leading it until the very end. As we were saying, in aggro matchups, it all comes down to what is that life total at the end, and who is threatening lethal. And we just saw Kashi and Zen just forcing that extra block here and there, which made all the difference, reducing Dash's output until he can finally close the deal and just end it to become UK National Championship for Flesh and Blood 2024.
Well done, Kashi. Good stuff, mate.
Great games. Okay, so we'll be going to an interview with Baz and Emad shortly. So join us then, and see you soon.
Don't go anywhere. Cheers, guys.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals. Our national champion for 2024, Emad Kashi.
Thank you very much.
Oh my
guys.
God, fantastic! Absolutely fantastic final. Yeah, Anton's been playing a stormer for the last 2 days. Sort of like leading the leaderboard. You've slowly sort of like been making your way up there.
Yeah.
You had a fantastic draft session.
Yeah.
Your losses came to Matt Folks in the Swiss. Where else?
Yeah, I lost to a friend of mine, a local, Kevin, and he was playing Azalea. He absolutely rolled me.
Come all this way, play local. It's brilliant. So you had to get through Matt Folks, sort of like a quarterfinal. Was it much different? Did you have a different game plan?
So that game, it was the last round of Swiss. Me and him were like both relaxed because we were both X2 going in the last round, so we were both locked in for top 8.
Yeah.
It's like we were playing for second and third seed. So I think we were both really chill. I sat down. I actually presented the wrong legs. We run time skippers, but I ran the block one ninja ones. I did that. I looked at it. It was like, can I homie change? She's like, no. I was like, that's fair.
You're never going to get that from Matt.
But yeah, I'm quite comfortable in the matchup because me and Matt have played like 100 games on Discord playing that exact matchup. So, and my deck's a bit teched for him. I got the poppers, but I always love playing Matt. It's always like a really tense moment. I'm really happy I got to play him again in the semis, and it's just nerve wracking. It's why we play Flesh and Blood, those high tense, high pressure games.
Absolutely. So, let's talk about the final. Anton, sort of like semi-final, sort of like came out of the blocks. You must have heard it. It was just like it was outrageous what he did.
Yeah.
He had like the perfect hands. So like this one was a lot slower, a lot more. I mean, he got off to a blinding start. To be fair. But yeah, when you start taking damage, I was looking at your hand. I was sitting on your side, just going, "Are you going to be able to present this much damage back?" But you were very confident in your deck.
Yeah, the deck, it was built between Team Toxic. Big George did most of the legwork. I fucking love that guy.
Well, he's Ninja Man through and through.
Yeah.
I mean, he won Nationals 2022 on Fi.
Yeah.
So if you need someone to build you a Ninja deck, that's the guy you're going to go to.
I do want to shout out Kramer as well, our friend from Croatia. He's an absolute goat in the game, and he also helped build the deck with us.
Nice. All right. Brilliant. Fantastic work, Kramer. Well done. So Talishar. People. It's been the talk of sort of like UK nationals. It's Talishar for Zen. It's not Needles. Sort of like we saw sort of like Needles versus Talishar, a game on stream, and I think the Talishar you won that, didn't you?
Yeah. I beat Jake on it as well.
Yeah, indeed. So it'll be interesting to see if Talishar's picked up sort of like anywhere else.
Yeah.
But sort of like it certainly sort of like did, it certainly did some work in that game.
It thrives in the mirror in very like close aggro races. Like the weapon having the extra attack is insane.
Yeah, I mean, you blocked out against Jake. You just blocked out his needle straight away, broke him. You went, we're having none of that.
Yeah,
but you're not going to block you're not going to take care of my Talishar. I'm going to get at least 3 swings in.
Yeah.
But must have been nice to win with it.
It was great. Yeah, I'm mainly just happy that the hard work that the boys have all put in together has paid off. Because we've been all grinding together. We all drafted together. Like I think me and Jacob at one night, we drafted from 6 p.m. to like 6 a.m.
Oh my God.
It paid off though. But then obviously me and George, I think we played 100 Zen mirrors. We'd be times we're playing on Discord, people would jump in and be like, "Why are you guys still playing this mirror?" And I was like, "No, it'll be worth it for that. It'll be worth it for that."
Well, considering sort of like most represented deck, you just like you got to know it inside and out to win it.
It's what helped me win against Jake. If I think I had more reps than him because he was doing. I talked to him about afterwards. I was like, "Did you play the matchup much?" He's like, "Nah, I didn't actually have time to play that much." I was like, and it really edged me against that, so I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for all those reps with George.
So talk of the event has been Sigil versus Toxic, the two sort of like biggest teams that the UK have got. Sort of like you got one up on them at the minute. We'll see what it's like for the rest of the year. So going forward, sort of like looking at sort of like Rosetta. Are you going to stick with Zen, or are you a Runeblade Wizard player? Or?
So, I like playing decks that do damage. That's been my recent mode. I started as Bolton, and all I did in Bolton was defend, but then do 30 damage combo. And then now I'm like, but then I went some Lexi, and then now I've been doing Katsu for a while.
Yeah.
Katsu was really cool. And then this Zen deck just looks like Katsu, but better. I don't have to hit them. I just find the cards for fun. So unless Zen gets hit by anything, I can see myself playing it more in the future.
All right, brilliant. So you're going to Pro Tour?
Yeah.
Okay, so expect Zen there.
And then this money, I was actually on the fence about Worlds, but I think the money from first, it'll probably help fund Japan as well now.
You've got to go. You've got to fly the flag.
Yeah.
Why are you saying?
I'm going now.
Yeah.
I'm saying that now that I've won, I'm going to go to Worlds as well.
Nice, good. You get to fly the flag and
rep the UK.
And do the walk. and get
Oh,
the cheer.
yeah, I forgot about the flag stuff.
Yeah,
good.
that's this whole part of it, isn't it? It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So, everybody, UK national champion 2024, Emad Kashi. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well done.
Yes.
Are you going to open your gold foil for us?
Yes, for a treat for the stream, we are getting the gold foil legendary. Everyone was asking what would I like. I said if I get Traverse or a Kasaya chest, I'd be over the moon. I'd have to run it. We'll see. God, it's always the tape's always annoying.
Mark Henderson says Sigil beat Toxic last year.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grudge match revenge. So, we'll bring it up first. I've seen it. It is Flick Knives.
There we go. Nice.
So yeah, print more serious support for me, thank you.
Any gold foil's good gold foil.
That is true.
No, well done.
Thank
absolutely brilliant. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do the closeout, and we'll be back real soon. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals. This is the team you've been listening to all weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've had some absolutely blinding games. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Az. You stepped up, stepped in. I think you guys have done a brilliant job. Demos too. Sadly, he's had to go early because trains don't run great on a Sunday in the UK. Favourite matches, guys?
All the Riptides for me.
That round 2 was incredible.
That round 2 I got to
so
cast
early.
for you. Yeah. I just love seeing Rangers. Yeah, but yeah, it was awesome. Awesome weekend all round. Absolutely loved it. And yeah, thanks to everybody who's stuck around to the very end here as well to close this off.
And of course that dash, those maximum velocity turns were hideous.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Oh, God, yeah.
Why doesn't Dash do that for me? I play her week in, week out. She never does that for me. But then again, I don't play at this level, so she don't want to turn up. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We couldn't have done this without you. It's been absolutely brilliant. And everybody who's joined in with the raffle, thank you so much for supporting us.
Yeah, cheers.
Your prizes will be on their way to you soon. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of the UK Nationals.
Very profound, a new national champion here in the UK.
Absolutely. Emad Kashi, a well-deserved winner.
And what you said about the Ninja Runeblade.
It happened.
It happened.
So there you go. Someone's got to go and take Aurora or Florian and take them to the win in the next nationals. We have to keep this pattern going.
You heard it here first. Yeah.
Nice one.
What a day. What a weekend. Thanks for everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Cheers, team.
See you all soon.
Good job.
Bye-bye.
Bye.